8 days, 8 players, and 1 event. With the Freestyle Chess Greatest of All Times Challenge, we're entering a new era of chess. Located in one of the most exclusive locations in the world, the private nature luxury resort Weissenhaus in Germany. For this event, no costs and no efforts were spared. But what exactly is the main reason for this event?
This format is completely new. This is classic long-time chess for freestyle chess, and so we want to begin a new era of chess. And we are looking forward what will happen in the next days here, and then also probably we can make a tour or something like this.
Many tournaments that have many more players goes longer and so on, but it is maybe the most exclusive because we are putting everything on the maximum quality. It should be the best product that we can have, and we are mainly doing this as an internet broadcast, next year maybe as a television broadcast, and on site we have a very limited amount of people who can see it and media and so on, so it's basically made for being broadcasted and distributed.
It's the first day of the tournament. The matchups were drawn the evening before, determining who plays against whom. The freestyle chess tournament regulations are according the chess 960 rules. Even if the starting position are randomly set up, there are starting position requirements and castling rules. Also, Magnus Carlsen himself has contributed a new and innovative idea to this tournament.
It really happened today. The idea we had 2 days ago with Magnus at the dinner, let's have a group of the white and the black players discuss, and then they even developed it further because we said, yeah, they shouldn't touch the pieces, but then the 3 white players, they were around the board and they moved the pieces and so on. It was so exciting. First time that you can see into the heads of a player before a game starts. Afterwards you can analyze, but before a game starts, what is he thinking? Because he shares these thoughts with his other colleagues who he doesn't play against right now, but they have the same color, and I think this is a spectacular thing that we have discovered today.
Compared to normal chess tournaments, players tend to make mistakes in an early stage of the freestyle chess games. Even for the greatest grandmasters, this tournament is challenging. However, Vincent, Gukesh and Nodirbek Abdusattorov end the first day of the tournament with great success.
This is a unique tournament, with a different format and different time control. In normal classical tournaments, players didn't talk with each other, before the game, so it's kind of unique. We analyze together, with some players, and I can imagine players, talking to each other, like in a classical game, preparing before the game. So that's kind of that's what I like.
A great start into a great event. The first day is over now, but 7 exciting days of a new chess era are following. Stay tuned.
Hello and welcome everyone to the final day of the round robin of the Freestyle Go Chess Challenge. We're at the beautiful, the stunning Weissenhaus, and we're looking forward to some equally stunning chess today. Alongside me, as always, Grandmaster Peter Lego. Peter, we had amazing fighting chess yesterday. What are you expecting from the players today?
Yeah, hello Tanya, hello everyone. I'm expecting the show to continue in the same spirit. Yeah, we have been seeing incredibly fighting chess, almost no draws on the very highest level. Every single game, every single move is kind of a very big struggle. I'm just enjoying it.
And the players are enjoying as well, as we are in Weissenhaus on the best nature retreats of the world, and we'd love to show our audience where all the action is happening. And Peter, this place is just full of calm and peace, and then we've got this freestyle chess going on. By the way, that's exactly where we're all staying, that building right there.
Yeah, it's a stunning location. I believe that the players are feeling extremely happy here. Yeah, there is no distraction. They can fully focus. They have their calm atmosphere here, also very friendly atmosphere. Yeah, there is a lot of gathering in the evening among the players. I just love this atmosphere.
The atmosphere is amazing, the chess is scintillating, and more of that is coming up as the players will be going into the final 3 rapid games that are going to happen today. And the main prize behind that is the seedings for the knockout, the classical knockout that's coming up. This is our schedule. We've got 2 days of rapid round robin action before we head over to a never seen before classical format of classical time control for freestyle chess. It's going to be a lot of fun. Let's take a look at what the players are fighting for. A big purse at the top, $60,000 to the winner, second prize $40,000 all the way down. But more than that, it is fighting also for glory of winning the Freestyle Chess G.O.A.T challenge. And yesterday, the GOAT did not have a great day, Peter.
Yes, but on the other hand, he bounced back in his very last game against Levon Aronian. The youngsters, the Jacks, had been dominating. I somehow feel that the Kings are plotting some comeback. That's my feeling. I just believe that Magnus, Fabi, Levon and Ding will not let this sit like this. Or maybe it's their strategy that it's just a warm-up. Let us first enjoy, let's get the feeling, let the youngsters run away, and when it all matters the most in the knockout, then we're gonna show our real strengths.
I'm not sure about that, Peter. I think the players are feeling extremely competitive. They're enjoying this format, but they want to win. We saw them before the start of the game, just how seriously they're taking these positions. They're focused during the games. They want to get into the rhythm as quickly as possible. And speaking of rhythm, there are two players who need to show the best of that today at the very beginning, because we've got the world #1, Magnus Carlsen, taking on the world champion Liren for the very first time over the board since Ding became world champion. Ding has to forget what happened yesterday, Peter.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the most important. Just erase it from your system. Those 4 losses, they were just also... No, not just the losses, but the way how they happened. Yeah, that Ding did not really have a chance in any of this single game. He needs to turn the tables, and now it's the real motivational battle against Magnus Carlsen.
And Magnus Carlsen managed to turn the tables in the very last round against Levon Aronian, scoring quite a spectacular win. It never got going for Levon in that one, and Magnus took it in just 90 moves. But this is, of course, going to be our marquee matchup for the first time ever. The world champion taking on the world #1 in a format where both of them have to use their chess skill, their creativity from the very start. There is no opening preparation. We will have 3 fresh new positions, and of course, to also safely guide us through all of them with the ultimate truth, as we like to call it, in the studio joining us is Grandmaster Niklas. Niklas, fantastic today, and today we're expecting more of that. What do you think?
Thank you, Tanya. Thank you, Peter. Also from me, a warm welcome to today's action. And I'm really looking forward to the pairings in the very first round already, since not only do we have the current reigning world champion against Magnus, the last world champion, we also have the duel between Abdusattorov and Vincent. So Vincent is the leader in the tournament right now, and Abdusattorov is a half a point behind him. So that will be also very interesting to see if Vincent can keep his lead and can defend his lead against Abdusattorov. They have been working together in the last few rounds, usually discussing the openings, the first moves together, and now they're facing each other. So this will be definitely a game to watch, guys.
4 big games to watch for, and 4 big matchups. We saw the Kings really struggle today on our leaderboard. It is the young generation. It is the kids on the block who are taking over for now. Can the Kings strike back, or will we see the wave, the new wave of chess, continue to shake up the very, very elite? Fabiano against Gukesh, another very juicy matchup. Vincent, as you pointed out, the only undefeated player on a day 1, 3.5 out of a possible 4 points. It was a dream start for the German youngsters. We're expecting more of that. We don't even know what position the players are going to start with, Peter. That's always the most exciting part about this event.
Yeah, absolutely. We are all in the dark. We are just waiting for the new position to appear. The players, now it's like 2-3 minutes before the draw. I guess they are also super excited to see what they are up to next. And Niklas very nicely mentioned, yeah, that there was a big tag team partnership between Nodirbek, Abdusattorov and Vincent, and it worked to perfection yesterday, but now they are facing each other, so they both need to look out for a new partner.
Well, they also need to look out for the new positions that are coming up. Of course, this is not standard chess. It's completely different. It's a whole new format. We start with a fresh position in every single game. It's a challenge for the players on the very first move. It's an exciting format. Take a look.
The world of chess in a completely new light. We call it freestyle chess, played according to the rules of chess 960. Random 960 ensures surprising games from the very first move. The games are played with classical, long thinking time. Why? Because the arrangement of the chess pieces is drawn at random before the start of each game. Players can't rely on memorized opening strategies, but must think from the beginning and manage their time for 40 moves instead of effectively 20. In total, there are 960 different basic positions. The pawns remain as usual in the 2nd and 7th rows. The arrangement of the pieces in the 1st and 8th rows is random, but symmetrical. The only condition, the king must always stand between the rooks and the bishops on different colors. The super grandmasters see positions they have never seen before and must still make swift decisions under time pressure. From the 3rd tournament day, the super grandmasters then have the chance to play high-class 960 games because for the first time in the history of chess, they get the time to do so. Chess in a new dimension, to be experienced at the Freestyle Chess G.O.A.T Challenge 2024.
8 of the world's top players are in Weissenhaus, and right now they are stepping into the arenas. In just a few seconds, we will have the reveal of the first position that the players start with in their first game of the day. It's going to be a fresh, unique positions. All the boards, you've got the same one. And we had a lot of insights on the players' approach when they see the starting position from Vincent yesterday, Peter.
Yes, he was also revealing quite some insights there, yeah, that they were more pragmatic, they were more practical. Yeah, I felt like he also said, like, whenever Magnus and Levon were analyzing, the pieces were flying, they were enjoying too much all the possibilities, all the creative possibilities. But after all, it's a practical game. You have to make your first move and one single move at a time. And somehow I feel that maybe this was the advantage of the youth. Yeah, they were not complicating matters that much. They just stick to their plan and got a good position, and then they control the situation.
Well, Gukesh had a different take. He thinks the youngsters did really well because they're slightly more tricky than the kings. And I thought that was really interesting because they can start looking for these hanging pawns in the position early on, these ways of setting up these tactical ideas. And we kind of thought it worked to perfection yesterday for the Jacks.
Yes, absolutely. I was also kind of thinking to myself last night that what really went wrong for the kings or why they are struggling. And one of these theories that I had, like, as a king, yeah, you have like 20, 30 years of experience working on your openings, you know, all kind of middle game positions, not just the openings. And you feel like you know things, but we have live action there.
We do. As we go into the playing arena, we will have the drawing of the positions. Let's head over
€500 to the German Youth Association. So fingers crossed we get a joker at some point in the tournament. While we wait for the players, maybe some good news for all the German fans. Yesterday was a great day for the local Vincent, who currently leads the tournament on 3.5 out of 4. Today we will see 3 more rounds of rapid chess before we switch to classical tomorrow. I'm taking a look at the back of the room where I see a lot of the players are there. I think we'll be ready any moment now to welcome them.
So today, as we have the UP, I'm going to donate €500.
Please give a warm round of applause. Thank you so much, Jan.
If you have a joker, you have 1,000.
Levy, it's all in yours. Let's see if you find a joker. There are seven jokers in there right now. And I believe... Okay. I'm not too sure. I'm being told a couple more minutes. I'm slowly running out of things to say. Should we start? No, the draw? No, we can't do the draw.
Maybe I can address one other thing while we have time, because we are, of course, taking the feedback of, and we are doing this on the fly. So first of all, what we are doing, what you will see the next, after they have done the drawing and the board will show the actual positioning. The players have 10 heads each for their color, the white and the black color. So the 4 players can actually they will be around a board, and we saw that yesterday, and it's amazing addition that covered, and everybody is very happy about it. And I think Nordebek even had an interview yesterday where he appreciated that as well. So that's gonna be the spectacular for us to watch, and we'll also capture it now on microphone so that upstairs the will be able to talk about what they talk about. And the second thing about the drawing, I got some feedback somehow. Okay, what is it about Angola, who was basically doing it yesterday, and she will also do it also this afternoon when they are in the training camp. It's basically a very good friend of my wife Holly and myself from South Africa. So it's just, we didn't buy and miss whatever. We just thought it's a great idea to say, okay, Teresa, you know, why don't you come to Germany? And then you do this for us, because it's like a shows the aspect of this whole thing, so that we are in Germany, but we are doing a worldwide event. So that's maybe an additional thing. So now we covered some more minutes. So give it all back maybe at some point to the referee to see what we're going to do. But
maybe I was just thought, can you tell us a little bit about the resort where we are?
Of course. Yeah, we are in the big barn, which sounds kind of, you know, like normal barn. But as you see, this is like the most modern barn you can ever imagine. Even if you go upstairs, we have the most modern music studio that I just installed, and it was finished last year. Just to give you a price range, the idea, just a 3 million euro equipment is up there. So we have like a very, very most modern studio. Beautiful studio, which now is not really so visible because we have it packed with monitors and computers and commentator desks, and Niklas is there, and Tanya is there, and Peter is there, and everybody is, you know, it's very cramped. But normally it's a very, if somebody's interested, I have some photos that we can also show online that I think we are doing, so how the studio is looking. So this barn is the technical of the whole resort. Resort consists of 40 buildings, so this is one of the buildings, including the castle and like 10, 12 buildings where we have hotel rooms, suites and villas, all the way up to 150 square meters with 3 bedrooms and an own sauna area for stuff, and some restaurant. We have 4 restaurants on the resort, one with a 2-star in the castle, a big restaurant by the beach called the Bootshaus, which we also have in Hamburg, the Bootshaus. We are using these facilities every evening. We have a players' night where we dedicate one evening to a specific country of a player. So yesterday we had Norwegian night. Tonight I think we have Northern Germany night, and so on. So that consists the food that is going to be offered. We had some spectacular food yesterday. So we're trying to make use of everything. In addition, we have the best spa in the world. Of course, I think that, but it's true because we got the award, of course, from a German perspective, the best spa in the world. Against all other spas of the world, we got the Gala Spa Award. Last year, it was handed over to us at the Stangelwirt, who you might know, and my friend Johannes from the Stangelwirt is also here to watch a little bit of the tournament from Kitzbühel. So it's like we have a gathering of friends, family, business partners, the players, of course, with their families. And so we have a very great atmosphere, and some VIPs that have, although it was not so much familiar and known, saw the opportunities that this is a great event to see all the chess players in person. So we have even a guest coming all the way from the US just for this tournament. So we have a great group, and now even I am running out of words. So perfect. All right. So let's have them sit here, and then we're going to start the official process. And I wish every player good luck.
Thank you so much. Let's welcome the players. Give them a warm round of applause. Thank you so much, Tanya and Peter. In the studio, we're now broadcasting live to the world here from Weissenhaus. We're ready for the draws. The players from Lübeck SV champions. Guys, This is your moment. Please pull out the table. And Levy, a good mix. And number 927. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Give them a warm round of applause. 927. And you can take a seat. Enjoy the show. Thank you very much. Number 927. We should get the position in a second. I'm going to hand it back to the studio upstairs to Peter and Tanya. For the players, there is a new thing compared to yesterday. So we have 2 boards on the sides now by the couches. If you want to prepare in groups, the white side is there and the left.
At all for a very long time.
And here we are back in the studio, also discussing this fresh position that we have in front of us. And our first thought were that this is something similar to what we've seen yesterday in round 1, but sort of reversing the king side with queen side. We see a bunch of minor pieces on the right side of the board, on the king side. The 2 bishops, the 2 knights are there, while the heavy pieces, the major pieces, are on the queen side. That's the first thing, the first impression that we have. And then, of course, the big question is, how do you continue your development from here, Peter? What are your first thoughts?
Yeah, that's a very interesting position. One of my very first thoughts is that since the bishops are beautifully placed already on h1 and g1, they don't really need to be developed at all. Yeah? Once you move the g and f pawns, they will be in the game already. The knights are very nicely ready to jump into action. My thought is that maybe white's king on b1 is kind of perfectly safe. I don't see any reason why white should hurry to castle at all. Let's bring all the other pieces into action. If you ask me what is my preferred first move, it's kind of tricky. Most probably I would like to start with something like, I don't have yet the board where I can do analysis. But yeah, something like g3. But the question we also heard from the players that do you fight for the center right from the start, or is it more important to open up the bishops? There is quite some intrigue in every single of these new positions.
And you're talking about g3 as the first move to open up that bishop on the corner, the light squared bishop, to try to get that into the game. We also spoke to the players about controlling the center, so pawn moves in the center come to mind as well. To start with e4, to start with perhaps d4, to bring those knights to the center of the board. Nicholas, we've got our first position of the day in a very, very crucial matchup. What do you make of this, and what are you expecting from the players in this one?
Well, as you guys already pointed out, we saw a quite similar position yesterday. And there's a motive that we also saw happening, a piece sacrifice in one of the games yesterday between Aronian and Abdusattorov. And the same piece sacrifice could potentially happen here again, the same motive that the bishop on h1 all the way in the corner is sacrificed on b7 right in front of the king, and the king is being pulled out of the safety. And I would love to show that in a moment when we have actually a position here ready to discuss and show some lines, because I'm not sure if all the players are aware of this motive, and it could be really interesting how they deal with it. And I think it is a quite explosive position, because the bishops are pointing towards the kings already. Just move the g and f pawn, and the bishops are ready to attack the king. And the queen is also not far from the action. So I think the first few moves will be really, really important in this one. And I think we can be quite happy with the first position here that we see, Tanya.
It does promise to be a really exciting one, and because of everything that you just pointed out, I won't be surprised if we eventually end up seeing a long short side castle in this. For the king eventually to find safety on the king side, there are a lot of pieces on the way for that to happen. You've got to move that queen, the 2 knights, the bishop on g1 for that to be possible. But perhaps because of the dynamics of the position that exists, we can see structures like g3, f4, and maybe we can show that on the board in just a few minutes. In just a few moments, we will be able to show it. But the idea is, Nicholas, that you were pointing out to.
Yeah, and since the camera is still on me, I might as well go ahead and show what I was talking about now that I have the option. So let me show it to you. Let's say g3, opening up the bishop. Let's say black just copies. White goes c4. Black says, all right, let me open this bishop. And now this is the idea I was talking about. Bishop takes b7, a sacrifice in the third move already. And yesterday Caruana even had the chance to do that. He didn't, but Abdusattorov played a similar idea. And here it would be quite a dangerous attack already because the king is being chased out in the open and this looks quite sketchy. So this is the motive I want to show you guys, and it is something that black definitely, or that both sides have to be aware of, and this could create a very interesting dynamic early on, Peter.
Yes, I can actually reveal that it was one of the hot topic during last night's gathering. Yeah, we talked about with Abdusattorov, with Vincent also, yeah, all these motifs with bishop takes g2, so I can confirm that it's very much on the players' minds, and when they look at this position now, it's obvious that this is one of the first questions if they are playing from the black side, that be careful, how do I handle this potential bishop takes b7 idea.
And what we're pointing out is the potential of these two bishops towards the king side, putting on the attack, the queen moving into the kill as well for white. And of course, black will also try for similar motives. We see the players are yet to be seated. Fabi's board against Gukesh there. Gukesh, with a slow start, he lost the first game. And then 3 massive back-to-back victories. He's got to be feeling confident coming in today, Peter.
For sure, yeah, but okay, every single pairing is very tough. I think also those players and the jacks who had such a wonderful day from yesterday, they should forget those results, because it does not really, and there we see the pairing, yeah, Gukesh facing Fabiano Caruana, because you shouldn't be taking it granted that yesterday I was good at freestyle chess at Fischer Random, and then suddenly tomorrow everything will work again to perfection. No, the game is extremely unpredictable, and we already see also that how the theory develops. It's not move pair move theory, but the motifs are getting into the player's head. So very interesting to see all the developments and the way how the players will handle the new challenges.
And we're getting an update that for today's matches, the players, the time that they have between the start of the game and the reveal of the position, they will be thinking about it in their own player booths. So we don't have the discussions on the board today, but they kind of have to get on the board absolutely fresh and start thinking and making their decisions from move number 1. So that's why we're not seeing them together analyzing at the very start of this position. You've been pointing out, Peter, about the rough day that the Kings had yesterday and how we're expecting that to switch around right now. What do you think is going on in their minds? What are the key aspects about this position that they are perhaps thinking about? Is it also the b7 point that we've been highlighting?
Well, this motive is now clearly has main priority in the position. Basically now, knowing that this motive exists, it looks quite scary to be with black, yeah, because white is the one who starts the attack. So in order to make sure that nothing happens to you with black, you first have to find a good solution, as a solid, stable solution. How do I handle, how do I deal with this? Yeah, c6, d5 comes to mind, but it comes at the cost that then you will delay the development of your own bishops, yeah. So I see a lot of challenges here, first of all on black side.
All right, well, it's time for us to do first move predictions here. We've delved a little bit into this fresh position. Chat, we're sure that you've had the chance to look at it as well. We'd love to hear from you guys in chat as well. What do you think would be the first move by the players here? Peter, I'm going to start from you.
Okay, well, I'm going to go with a slightly surprising twist, and I'm going to say then c4.
All right, that is not rook to c4. My arrows are a bit wonky, but one c4 by Peter. Niklas, what do you think?
Well, when you said a surprising twist, Peter, I was expecting something else. c4 looks quite logical to me, to open up the queen and occupy the center already. And I was wondering, what's the difference between maybe starting with c4 and starting with a move like g3? But I'm guessing that you want to stop d5 by black, and that's why you maybe prefer to start with c4. Is that right, Peter?
Yes, that was well. But there is also the argument that g3, d5, c4, and who knows where do we lead? Where does that lead us? So yeah, g3, c4, those would be my first candidate moves.
Yeah, c4 makes a lot of sense to me. And then play g3 and then have the sacrifice idea already. And let's see how black deals with it.
You gotta make a prediction. Are you going with Peter's c4 as well?
I don't want to say the same move. So I will say g4. How about that? G4. And the point is, I know it's a bit more risky. I know it's crazy. But I want to be able to develop the bishop via h2. So move the h-pawn and then put the bishop on h2 if you open up these squares if you play c6 and d5. So just to say something else, let me go with g4. What about you, Tanya?
Very interesting. So Peter going with 1c4 as a move that we'll see on at least one of the boards. Safe choice, Peter. A more exciting approach by Nicholas with 1g4 predicted on perhaps one of the board. Meanwhile, Alireza is the first player. He's in red today, looking... Is that red or is that orange? I'm not sure. Because I think red was Gukesh's color.
Red is Gukesh, yes.
But anyway, red hot action is what we're expecting when Alireza plays. And my prediction for the first move in this position... Oh my gosh, I'm going to try and also go for something fun. But I'm torn between d4 and f4. I have to choose one of them, so I'm going to pick f4. As my first move. I'll try and open up my bishop on g1. I'll control the center, e5 square. Maybe I want my knight on f3. So these are our three predictions. c4, f4, g4. Fabi's ready. Gukesh is ready. We see the royal purple jacket behind Fabi. Which was your favorite color of the jackets, Peter?
Oh, actually, I'm quite happy with my own jacket that I got for the show. But yes, I think I already mentioned that the dark blue already, looked very good.
Good luck to all of you.
Magnus's dark blue jacket, and the gong is about to go. We will have liftoff in just a few seconds. Or we do have liftoff already, and the first moves on the board.
Wow. High five. High five, Tanya.
Good job there. It's 1f4 we see, 1c4 as well.
Where's g4?
There are two f4s, there are two c... Is that result? There's got to be something wrong with that board.
Another
the third
f4.
Board.
Another f4.
Another f4.
Wow, Tanya, impressive.
Wow, but look at this. In Levon's position already, c4, f4, g4, all the moves, all the predictions at once.
This is great.
Yeah.
That is the extreme right board that Peter is pointing out. The three moves that were predicted by the three of us are on the board. c4, f4, g4. But all the ideas, you develop your queen, you develop your two bishops, and that's what white wants in this position. Meanwhile, in that extreme right, Alireza is challenging it with his own pawn movements on the king's side. f5 is also on the board by Vincent to challenge the center to at least take control of some squares. Meanwhile, Gukesh going for another approach on the queen side. The c-pawn himself opening up that queen to a potential b6 square to perhaps offer an exchange at some point. Similar ideas, but I have to say, guys, I think we're getting a hang of these positions to be able to predict this, Nicholas.
Yeah, I'm also quite impressed with you were spot on with f4, and it does make a lot of sense to open these bishops in one way or another. And it's always the question, do you push the pawn to g3, do you push to g4? We've seen already yesterday that Firouzja likes to push his pawns forward and sometimes even to his detriment. So in his game against he's playing against Aronian. I know it was Aronian actually who pushed the pawn forward to g4 very early, my mistake. And they're playing pretty quickly here. The bishops are lined up. So far the king is defended. This is quite a sharp opening phase. Both have to watch out for the king. This king now is a bit more open because the pawn is on c4 instead of c6. Really got to be careful about these bishops lined up here. So already here, as I see the engine is indicating, white has a big advantage, but it's just so difficult to play in the first moves, Peter.
Yeah, I even would like to go back to the starting position. How did we reach this position? Because this queen on a5, where did this come from? I mean, we didn't talk about this. Yeah, let's take it from move one.
All right, so f4, f5, c4, g6, now g4. So here we have this motive. Just to point out, maybe a lot of you are wondering, what about this g4 move? Can I not take this? And this is the motive that we're discussing already, which is just beautiful. I want to show it briefly again. White can sacrifice the bishop already on the 4th move, then bring the queen out, and this is game over already. If the king goes to a6, this is checkmate on b5. And if the king goes to c6, which is the only other move, then queen b5, king d6, queen c5 check using the bishop here on g1. And the king is just being chased along the board. And now, for example, you could collect this bishop on g8, hit the knight, hit the bishop, threaten bishop d4. It's all completely over. So since this motive was also in the games yesterday with sides reversed, so it happened on the king's side, the players all knew about it. Peter also mentioned it. They discussed it at night as well, and that's why Firouzja went c6 to stop this bishop sacrifice, also open a queen. Now Aronian takes, the knight comes out, makes a lot of sense to hit the pawn immediately on f5, and the queen came out to a5, and this is the first time that Aronian is taking a think here. There are different options. d4 is suggested by the computer to grab some more space, but I think here is the first time that Aronian will really take his time to decide what to do next, because it is really not obvious to me, at least. Tanya.
And as Levon takes a think at this moment, a good time to pause for the players, because you really want to see how you want to continue your development. You want to move pawns in a way that they don't come in the way of your own pieces. Levon also has to be careful about certain tricks against his own king on b1 with Firouzja's queen coming out. Let's zoom out for a moment here. Let's bring up our bird's eye view and dive into some of the other opening approaches by the players. And I think there is one game that the chat would love to bring on, Peter. It is world champion Liren taking on the world #1 Magnus Carlsen. Magnus starts with the black pieces. That's the board. On our extreme left, as we see, similar opening ideas as we were discussing by Magnus, opening up that bishop, by Ding, opening up that bishop on h1. Meanwhile, Magnus counteracting with bringing in his knight early on. Should we jump into that board, take it from the top, and see how we got here, Peter?
Yes, absolutely. So first of all, we already see some knight on d6 and knight on d3. That's always kind of intriguing. Let's take it from the beginning. So it was f4, f5, symmetrical, c4, c6, yeah, taking care of the b7 pawn already. Nice prophylactic, g3, g6, those are very natural moves. And now white jumps with the knight. Honestly, I'm not a fan of this knight d3, and look at Ding's clock, that he's again rushing. I feel like this is one of his main problem, that he's treating these freestyle chess games, rapid games, like a classical normal rapid, yeah, that you have to speed up from the beginning. And he should be somehow slowing down to get the essence of every single position, because he has such a great class that if he gets a stable position, then he will play good. But if he mixes up, his pieces are not finding the perfect squares, then actually it's no matter how strong you are struggling.
Yeah, and I'm sure that there are so many fans there rooting for Ding, wanting to see the best of them, Ding back into action. Peter, you instinctively did not like the move knight to d3, and we also saw that the bar reacted to it. But you have to break this down for us. What is it that you felt was misplaced about this move?
Well, it simply feels to me like automatically this knight d3, knight e3 jumps, I'm not such a big fan, because when the knight jumps to e3, it blocks the diagonal of the bishop. And the knight from e3, because black has placed his pawn on c6, the knight from e3 can't really be jumping to d5, because this square is protected. And look at black's bishops, yeah, the black's bishops are beautifully opened. After knight d3, Magnus played the move knight d6, targeting that pawn on c4 immediately. It's obvious that you don't want to push that pawn to c5, because then you give up the d5 square. For example, after c5, black could jump to e4, and I don't know exactly what's really going on. Look at this. White's bishop on h1 is already nicely blocked by black's construction, while the black's bishops are just beautifully eyeing down the diagonals. So Ding actually opted for knight e3, and now we see what I've been talking about, that this bishop is blocked. The knight on e3 does not have anywhere to go. Probably Ding is relying on knight e5. He might want to be very aggressive. Knight e5 and then go d2, d4, occupy the center, block that bishop on h8. If he gets that, it makes perfect sense. The big question is that will he really have time to get all this going?
That's the big question. Also, let's point out the players on the screen are not Magnus and Ding. We will have them up on our screen, but we were seeing Alireza and Levon there. Also a very interesting position from the start. And here we've got the two players in their games that we were discussing about. Ding with the knights jumping forward. And I think this is something that we briefly touched upon yesterday, Nicholas, that how much we prefer the pawns in front of the knight rather than the knight in front of the pawns as we see in this position. But the dynamics of the two bishops on G1 and H1 made it more difficult for the players to achieve that central D4, E4 control.
Yeah, absolutely, Tanya. I was also reminded of the game yesterday in the last round where Ding played against Gukesh and pretty much had no chance with the black pieces. And he also played the knight to D6 and played the knight to F7. And that was the start of the end, as Gukesh also put it in the interview afterwards. So here again, putting the knights in front of the pawns, and that's something we've seen again and again, is usually not the best decision, of course. There are always exceptions to this rule, but in this particular case, knight d3 was not approved by the engine. The engine wanted to maybe first play d4 or maybe play a4, gain some space here, involve this rook on the a file, and after knight d3, already the engine swings in favor of Magnus. Knight d6 also puts the knight in front of the pawn, but this is okay because there are squares available and there's an immediate threat against this pawn, whereas this knight is not really doing anything on d3. So knight e3 protected this pawn on c4. And also here the computer likes to expand with a5, a4. And I think those are exactly the kind of moves which are really difficult for humans to find in freestyle chess. Suddenly just pushing the a pawn or maybe the h pawn forward. Another sensible move would be to go knight e6 here. Actually, Magnus played knight e6 and knight e5. It's really, it feels like a dance of the knights here, Peter.
Yeah, it's a tango. And yeah, knight e5 was clear. Yeah, it was obvious that Ding is trying to get knight e5 and then eventually d2, d4 in. If he gets that, then we would be calling actually a wonderful strategy. Yeah, our concern is that white isn't able to establish that control. However, talking about this, how does now black stop this? I'm a little bit struggling to find a convincing way. First of all, let's just highlight that black's queen cannot really move from d8, for example, out to b6 or a5 because there will be knight takes d7 check. Yeah, so black's queen has to guard that pawn. It's kind of intriguing. The move knight e6, allowing knight e5. Clearly, Magnus had to foresee something, yeah, because it was obvious that white wants to play knight e5. And is there...
g5 was played.
Wow, g5, immediately targeting, yeah, immediately breaking the construction. That makes perfect sense. The vulnerable f4 pawn is attacked, and how do we protect this? Maybe we shouldn't be protecting because I don't see a good way. I don't want to play a move like queen f1. That's way too passive. Maybe it's fine, but intuitively it does not come to me as a natural one.
And I think we've got to move in after g5 instead of protecting the f4 pawn. Liren on the offense, he strikes on that d6 knight, pushing his own pawn forward. And the point is that with the move g6, it has its own set of drawbacks. The f5 pawn is undefended once the knight moves away from that defense. So this is getting wild from the very beginning. Magnus captures on f4, saying if you take the knight on d6, he would have picked up the knight on e3. Ding recapturing. Let's just show that with the arrows. The e5 knight is hanging, the e3 knight is hanging. So g takes f4, played by Ding, makes a lot of sense. And now again the question is, will Magnus move the knight or will he continue to be on the offense with perhaps knight takes pawn? Because that e5 knight is also hanging in the position after that.
Yeah, there is so much intrigue here. Yeah, so much move per move calculation is required. And look at Ding showing a lot of confidence here. Yeah, he is not fooled by the fact that he has lost 4 games. I think he is very determined to turn the tables, and this extra game against Magnus, yeah, if he beats Magnus, then probably he gets so much energy and he can forget about everything that happened yesterday.
That would be big for Ding. That is exactly what I think he needs right now, is a big confidence boost, and Magnus there reaching out. He goes for it, Peter. We've got a move on the board. He decides to play knight takes pawn. The bishop is hanging, and immediately Ding going for d4, defending that e5 knight and restoring the pressure on the d6 knight. And the point is that this knight needs to stay connected to the f5 pawn. You go forward with your knight, white can start grabbing. Look at the tension in the center with the knights. It's a crazy position, Niklas.
Yeah, this has really exploded in just a few moves, with Ding sacrificing the pawn here on f4 and entering into these complications. And it's quite fascinating. Now, after d4, stabilizing this knight on e5, this knight on d6 is still hanging, so black has to do something about it. And where does this knight go? If you place it on e4, then after knight takes f5, regaining the pawn, all the knights are beautifully placed here in this square. But again, the knight is hanging on e4, so you already have to take care of it. Maybe you could go d5 here. So this is certainly one move that Magnus is pondering, knight e4. Another move would be to play knight f7, which looks quite logical to me, to trade off this active knight on e5. So for example, now knight takes f7, bishop takes f7. And also here it seems that white can take on f5, not fearing a potential pin on the b1 h7 diagonal. But I would be quite scared with both colors here, because if a bishop is landing on these diagonals, it would exert quite a lot of pressure. And the king, it doesn't feel right now, with the rook also stuck in the corner. Quite some problems to solve, and this game could really heat up in just a couple of moves. Peter.
Yes, I also feel like we have to give credit for Ding-Liren, yeah, that we did notice. We were very critical him going knight d3, and we immediately mentioned that, yeah, yesterday against Gukesh he did the bad move or unlucky move knight d6, and he sticks to it. Yeah, it means that he felt that, okay, I have a bad memory with this move, but maybe in this concrete position it's a very viable idea. He is going all in with his pawns. Yeah, just look at this c4, d4, c5, opening things up. Now it's really up to Magnus to show his incredible mastery to slow white's aggression down, because on the other hand, we have seen it already, sometimes if white overextends in the center, then black will have excellent counter chances. Yeah, the diagonals that Niklas highlighted, yeah, that the pawn on f4 is gone, so eventually if that bishop reaches this diagonal, not necessarily via h3, bishop h2, there are different routes. The same applies for black. After knight f7, for example, takes, then knight takes f5, bishop g6. Let me just, because this is such an intriguing position, let's just get this on our boards to understand what we are talking about. So after move bishop g6, luckily for white, he has the move e4, and it seems to work very nicely, because black's knight on f4 will be a target. White will get queen d2 tempo, develop the bishop also with the tempo. It looks like it could backfire, and not only this h7 b1 diagonal is weak, look at that diagonal h2 b8, eyeing that king. If there comes a check, it could be game over. So much to think, and Magnus is taking his time. He's under 15 minutes. Wow, what a start for Ding.
Point really well taken, that for Ding-Liren, it looks like he's the one who's pushing here with the control over the center. He sacrifices a pawn first, but gets so much piece activity. And if Magnus is not able to comfortably jump with his own knight forward into Ding's territory and has to retreat in the line that you showed, that could be big trouble given this construction of the central pawns eventually for Ding moving forward with the move knight takes pawn and e4 after that. Magnus slowing down, almost a 4-minute think by him. It just goes on to show that actually this position is very tricky for him, and perhaps he's feeling that exact pressure, because it's not a pleasant choice to make if you have to go knight f7 and you still feel that your position is landing up into that mess that we pointed out with the lines.
Yes, it's kind of scary, and I might also feel like he's already regretting his choice for going into these adventures, yeah, because it was him inviting white to go knight e5, and I'm going to challenge it with g5, I'm going to break your construction. And Ding had a very fine judgment that, okay, you are the one who first captured my pawn on f4, but I'm occupying the center, I'm kicking that knight away from d6, the f5 pawn going to fall, and Magnus Carlsen is in for a very uncharacteristic long thing. Yeah, we know Magnus likes to control the clock, he likes to put the pressure on his opponent. Now the pressure is on him.
And let's get chat predictions in at this moment. In this a historic match in some ways between these two players meeting each other, facing each other over the board for the first time. Given this explosive position, it's what we've come to expect of freestyle chess. Who is a favorite, according to you, to win this game between Liren and Magnus Carlsen? Who are you rooting for? Tell us in a chat. As Magnus takes a think in this extremely difficult position, but we know just how difficult a player he is to beat, no matter how challenging it might be on the board. Let's zoom out for a moment because there are a lot of interesting outcomes from the opening that we're noticing, and we bring up our bird's eye view. The one position that catches my attention is second from left there, Fabiano Caruana playing with the white pieces, the world number 2 against Gukesh, who had a fantastic start on day 1, is currently on 3 out of 4, is currently in the second position on the leaderboard. And we see that he's managed to gain control over the center, c4, e4, f4. The pawn's looking good, more space advantage. He's also managed to unjumble up his rooks. If we remember the starting position, there was a rook on a1, a king on b1, a rook on c1. He's managed to go long castle somehow, bring that rook to c2. The more I look at this position, I think Fabi should be happy with the start, Peter.
Yeah, looks fantastic. Now that I see it on the big screen, it looks even better. Yeah, it's clear. Yeah, white has castled long. Also, white has this typical grip in the center. This is like a Maroczy bind. White is having ideas like knight e3. The bishops are beautifully placed. I'm not exactly seeing where black is gonna place his king. Yes, it's possible to castle short. Yeah, for example, now by moving the rook to f8 and the king to g8, but the f-pawn is missing. Yeah, white has some possibilities to start some kingside storm, and I don't yet see the direct counterplay. Yeah, white is coming with knight f3 first. Well, knight f3, that's a very deep move. Why isn't the e4 pawn hanging? Because some tricks. I'm a little bit, but yeah, I guess some rook e1, bishop f5, g4. That's kind of a stunning idea. Let me just show. That's kind of my feeling that something like this. I don't know if I should play rook e2 or rook e1. Maybe we should ask Nicholas that what's really happening, why knight f3 was played instead of knight e3.
Well, knight f3 was a mistake. It is not approved by the engine, who rather wanted to see a move like knight e3, for example, bring first this knight into the center. And you're absolutely right. This is quite a pleasant position. And I would like to just take a brief moment to understand, why is this rook on c2? Maybe our viewers are wondering that as well. Why is this rook on c2? If we go back a few moves, here Fabiano wanted to castle long, but in order to do so, this rook had to move out of the way so the long castle is possible. And this is exactly what happened here. He moved the rook out of the way, and after knight d7, now he could play long castle. Yes, castling is possible in freestyle chess. You just have to make sure all the squares in between are not occupied or under attack. And so he castled, and in this way he organized his rooks. So if we go forward to our current position, now you're wondering, Peter, what about this pawn on f3? And this is certainly something that Gukesh is considering right now as well. Black could take this pawn, but there are ideas here on the e-file, rook e2, hitting the knight and the bishop on the e-file, and it can become quite sharp. So if, for example, you defend this knight on e4 by going knight df6, then maybe white can up the pressure with a move like knight g5, again hitting both of these pieces, and it seems already that black might be losing material. But there are other options. Black could either first play knight b6, or also here after rook e2, knight b6 is also a choice. But I think immediately knight b6 is stronger because the queen cannot come back to c2 as the square is still occupied by the rook. And now if the queen moves, also here the pawn on c4 is under attack by both of these pieces. Maybe now black could actually grab this pawn. And if you can grab this pawn without being punished, then it would be a huge, huge deal, and maybe Gukesh is taking over. I'm expecting Gukesh to take quite a long think here, because he will definitely be eyeing this pawn. Tanya.
We have a move, Nicholas. He did take a pause. He was considering the dangers around grabbing that free central pawn that eventually doesn't work in his favor. And he goes for the long way across. He goes for the long way to the short side castling, getting his king to safety. away from the queen side. And I like this approach as well, although I do see the bar does not seem to approve of this move. And perhaps that's also because white's pawns are advanced enough to start striking on the king side. I'm imagining a potential f5, a potential g4, g5 pawn storm, and maybe someday that rook from c2 will also slide over to the open g line. That's the dream case scenario for white. What do you make of this decision by Gukesh?
Well, actually, when the move short castle appeared on our horizon, I was immediately thinking about yesterday, that the most shocking move that we have witnessed yesterday was between Gukesh and Magnus Carlsen, when Magnus shocked us with his short castle, and it was exactly against Gukesh. So I'm feeling like, did that really had also such an impact on Gukesh that, okay, it was so stylish, let me also make a move like this? I'm a little bit skeptical in the sense that I believe that if there is nothing concrete going on, then the next couple of moves will help white. And that's why it was somehow essential that is there a way to take this pawn on e4. But if it would be a classical game, Gukesh would have thought for 20 minutes and maybe spot that, yes, with the intermezzo of knight b6, queen b3, I can take. We have been seeing, I had this first question, what happens if black just grabs the pawn on e4, and computer confirmed that that would have been a mistake. Yeah, and in a rapid game, probably Gukesh simply believed, yes, Fabi was taking his time before this sacrifice, so I'm not allowed to take. Let me shock him with a move, short castles, but this does not change the character of the position. And I was highlighting right from the beginning that I'm a big fan of white's central control, and I feel that this is quite a risky position for black.
Very risky position for black, and the e4 pawn is still hanging, it's still under attack. And I'm just trying to think what Fabi has in mind right now, because it does look like you should be able to strike as white on the king side. I'm looking at ideas like jumping in with the knight, attacking the bishop, but that would allow the bishop to go to g4 with a tempo. Peter, if you were black in this position, if you were Fabi in this position, you were playing with white, your opponent's just gone short castle. What are the moves that you're considering here? Well,
knight g5 is clearly the first candidate, yeah, just to make sure that if knight g5 is good, then everything is perfect. But you already mentioned that, yeah, knight g5 will be met by bishop g4. And if we don't have a very clever move there... and
it's on the board.
Yeah, on the board, yeah. Knight g5, bishop g4, and knight's the big question. How do we handle this? Because also after bishop takes d1, there will be some knight e6 ideas. Maybe we can also just move that rook from d1 to e1. Then we also have against h6, h3. Yeah, for example, h6, h3, h take g5, h take g4. I feel like if we get the light squared bishops and we are opening up some more files on black's king, that could be a good trade. Those would be my very first thoughts.
And we are getting this exact position. So rook e1 was indeed on the board, as I see, and h6 was played. Instead of going for a counter offense with the move that you were pointing out, h3, Fabi decides to simply come back with that knight to f3. But I just feel he's provoked this move h6, and now long term there are weaknesses on Gukesh's king side which can become target. Also notice how this little rook cliff that had happened a while back, it gives white the ability to eventually transfer the rook on the g2 file. I'm already looking at your idea, even if it comes at the cost of the pawn.
Well, but also now my idea would be knight e3, yeah, because I'm hitting the bishop with a tempo, yeah. Right from the start I wanted to start everything instead of knight f3 with knight e3. If that happens, I don't really see how black is reacting. So now it's all about perfect timing for black. Yeah, black needs some very special solution, because if he's not coming up with something, he will get into a lot of trouble.
All right, so we can conclude this position that Gukesh needs to be careful. He has to be on the defense, and it's clear white's coming on with the pieces, with the pawn storm on the king side. There are already targets that you're looking at. It's perhaps going to be all about how quickly the queen can also join the attack eventually. But Fabi, for now, looking good in this one. Nicholas, we've had a lot of moves on the other board. What catches your attention?
I would love to go back to our game of the round of the reigning world champion Liren against Magnus Carlsen, because this has become quite sharp and Magnus had to figure out how to deal with the threat against the knight. So we last saw the position here after d4. Ding had sacrificed the pawn momentarily, and this knight is under attack. So let's see how Magnus responded. He brought the knight back. This is a line that we were considering. Knight takes f5. Actually, we had this on the board, bishop g6, e4, and here Peter was quite happy with the white chances, controlling the center, bringing the bishop into play, hitting the knight on f4, which is a bit loose. So what did Carlsen play? d5. He immediately tries to undermine the knight on f5. Now, en passant was played, c takes d6 en passant. That's also possible in freestyle chess, of course. E takes d6. And in this position, it seems that Ding did not play the best choice, bishop f2. Instead, he should have brought the rook in with the rook swing, a4, and then opening up the third rank for the rook. Difficult move to play, but you have to involve all your pieces. This is very, very important in chess. You have to activate and develop all your pieces, and the rook is definitely a piece that is not in the game at all so far. Instead, he played bishop f2, probably to bring this bishop on this diagonal, and Magnus played the best move in the position, queen f8, to hit the knight on f5 one more time, also maybe to open up the rook. And it seems that now Ding is under pressure here because, okay, he goes queen g4, he defends the knight on f5 once more, and he attacks the knight on f4. But maybe now black can trade on f5, and if white trades with the queen, we will once again see the shocking long, short castle that we've been talking about so many times here. This beautiful move, immediately opening up the rook as well, hitting the pawn on f5, and quite a comfortable endgame for black. So it seems to me that after queen g4, if Carlsen finds the right moves here, he could potentially take over and claim an advantage. Peter.
Wow. It's just shocking, yeah, that how quickly things are turning. Yeah, just a couple of moves ago, before we were pondering that, yeah, probably Magnus has to go knight f7, but it looks quite promising for white. Just kind of few moves, 3-4 moves had been played, very natural moves had been played, and all of a sudden we are already talking about black potentially taking over. Yeah, it just goes on to show that how complex this is, and why we also feel like playing then the classical part will be so intriguing, because the players need time to get all the essence. Yeah, we are by no means trying to criticize any player when we are talking about engine lines and everything. Yeah, Nicholas is highlighting that, yeah, what are the options, just to show how rich the position is. And the computer is, of course, extremely strong in Fischer random in freestyle chess. But when we will get to the classical portion, then the players will really have that time in the critical moments to think 20-30 minutes, because sometimes this one decision actually dictates the whole course of the remaining of the game.
Yeah, and let's bring up Magnus and Ding Liren on our screens as we are discussing and diving deep into the position. Of course, we will keep an eye out on the Fabi-Gukesh board as well. And while we bring our camera on point and up to date with the action, and there we've got the world number one, and he's just made his move, so just in time we are seeing the trades on f5 happen. And after taking on f5 with the pawn, bishop to g3 is still a threat on the board, and there we see,
and there we go, the famous castles the famous castles on the board. And we have also seen Magnus very determined, moving his king to g8, making that long, which is actually a short castle. I believe it should also give him immense pleasure, yeah, because these are not the type of moves that you can make too often.
It's not a standard chess move to pick up your king from one side of the board and to put it on the other side of the board and then drag the rook next to it. Freestyle chess, it's a lot of fun. And let's have that move on our analysis board as well, Peter. We see our live board on the bottom right there. Short castle has been played. And the whole point is that you kind of just free up your rook on 8 and walk out of any bishop g3, bishop to d6 ideas.
It's so funny. I'm trying to make the move and computer does not let me. Can you try it, Tanya?
We will
Maybe
try
you can go
to get that.
Maybe Nicholas?
You can go to game and then to there, yeah, and now. Oh,
Suddenly,
it wasn't updated
we're
yet here.
trying to update it on our...
All right, I have it, so I can bring it up.
It was such a shocking move that even the computer is not able to handle it, yeah?
Yeah, so here, let's enjoy this one more time. The king going all the way over, playing short castle. In order to play this, no squares can be occupied in between, as in regular chess as well, and then you end up in the typical short castle position. Here the advantage is that you immediately hit this pawn on f5, and also you're ready to bring this rook into action while the white pieces are not coordinated yet. Ding responded by going bishop e4, defending the pawn. Now d5 was played to attack the bishop. The bishop has to drop back to c2, and black should really use his time now to create more pressure and take the initiative while white is still stuck with the king. So Carlsen goes pretty quickly knight h3 to attack the bishop on f2, and this makes a lot of sense because this bishop is defending the pawn on d4, and if he goes to e3 he can be hit once again by the rook. So it seems that white is going to lose a pawn here one way or another, and the main problem is just these pieces being stuck. The rooks are not in the game yet, and Carlsen's taking over. The only thing that is good for Ding right now is his 10-minute time advantage, but in the end you'd rather take a good position than have more time on the clock.
And I would like to add one more thing. Why knight h3 is so important? Because white is stuck. White would love to play rook g1 check in order to free the possibility of going long castle. Then the king from b1 would move to c1, the rook from a1 would move to rook to d1 and would resemble a normal classical position. But with knight h3, Magnus, make sure that no, my friend, I'm not going to give you this chance, and then white is in a very awkward spot.
Nicholas, I just want to see an action replay of Magnus's long castle. We saw the king drag all the way, and if we can just show that moment one more time. Just the long journey of the king, and it happened right here.
All right, let's do it. Yeah, this is just such a...
I think we missed it on the camera, Nicholas. You might have to do it one more time for us.
I'll do it one more time. It's just... It must be a very, very nice move for Magnus to play. Also so surprising and so easy to forget about this move, that the king can swing all the way over, and immediately you have the rook in the game, you have this rook able to come in, whereas white is still stuck with his rooks on a1 and c1 not really doing anything. So Ding under pressure here, the position is still defendable. He's worse, but it's still defendable, but he needs to dig in right now and maybe also use his time advantage to pose the most problems to avoid, let's not forget, to avoid losing a 5th game in a row, which would be really, really tough, of course, for him as the reigning world champion. Back to you guys.
Yeah, thanks, Nicholas. Well, I was keeping an eye on Ding, and he is in state of shock. And look at this, rook f1 had been played, clearly not approved by the engine. We see the evolution bar dropping, but you don't have to be an engine. This is a panicky move.
He just loses a pawn.
Yes, he loses a pawn, but knight h3 had such an effect. This castle's knight h3 had such an effect that humanly I have seen him on the video. It was clear that he believes that he's lost. Yeah.
We're just seeing Ding collapse in this position. After queen g4 happened and Magnus's sequence of moves since then playing precisely, and now he picks up a pawn, you do the count. It's an extra pawn for black, but it's not just about that. It's two connected passed pawns on the queen side, which will eventually start rolling down the board. You don't need to rush with it. You don't need to create weaknesses. Many of us might feel, play c5, get those pawns going, but do you really want to make a d5 a target for your opponent? So I won't be surprised if Magnus just plays this slowly, steadily, bring that rook into the game, fall back with your bishop, and only when the time is right, you start pushing your central pawns.
Wow, he even plays this nice stylish rook g8 because he will have the intermezzo bishop e3 check. Yeah, so he basically invites, please take on g8. I'm gonna give the bishop e3 check, and after king b1, rook take g8. Yeah, Ding can't afford to give up the g file. He moves the rook to e2. But the problem is not only that white is pawn down and that black has this lovely construction, this b7, c6, d5, the white bishop on c2. And this pawn on f5, this is a horrible construction. Look at that lovely dark squared bishop for black on f6, sitting perfectly, making sure that white's bishop is not having any chance of attacking anything in this position. And even, of course, black does not need to trade all rooks, but even if the rooks were traded, this position has the potential of simply be winning for black. Ding is going rook d1, he's at least trying to double on the e file, but the position looks very bad.
And now it's an interesting moment because Magnus will decide if he wants to go for that double rook trade or not. He decides to avoid it for now. He's coming in with his rook to g4, also with the potential doubling up of the g file. It's the only other open file in the position, eventually infiltrating on the second or the first rank. I think for Ding, he knows it that this is an incredibly difficult position to defend. He needs a miracle to save this one.
And look at this, yeah, Magnus is now speeding up. Ding feels like his only chance is to play fast, yeah, because the position is objectively lost. But Magnus shows a lot of confidence, not thinking about how do I convert it. He knows that this is a winning position. Let me just make the most natural moves. The rook entered the second rank. How is Ding handling the situation?
He's trying to trade off a pair of rooks.
Yes, but at the same time, this means that the rook from e6, even after trade, would need to retreat, which would give back all the activity Magnus takes.
And now he can capture the g file, or does he go for a rook trade? He captures the g file. He wants to start putting pressure on white pawns. That bishop on c2, Ding's bishop, there are no targets. The pawn on f5 is coming in its own ways. If this bishop could somehow reach e6 at some point, you can imagine counterplay. And look at the way Black's pawns, Magnus's pawns, are taking away the mobility of the light squared bishop.
Yeah, but look at the clock situation. This is what I was telling, that somehow Ding has to slow down. There is just no need, no reason to rush. Yeah, that's why he missed this long short castle. He has 50 minutes, he has 60 minutes, but the position is lost. Yeah, you can't show your skills here. You have to make sure that you have all these kind of tricky moves which changing the character of the position, like these castles, which is so vital in this freestyle chess, under control. And you can only do that by investing enough time. He needs to calm his nerves down and slow down and take it much slower.
Because those 15.5 minutes on the clock will not help you in this endgame. It will not help you in this position. Magnus now rerouting his bishop. And I think that's really great technique from the Magnus touch endgame that he's showing. He doesn't go forward with his pawns just yet. He wants his pieces on the most ideal position. What Ding is really hoping for is to start pushing this pawn at some moment so that the bishop can come into play. Right now, the rook is under attack.
Yeah, basically bishop c5 almost forces resignation because it hits the rook. The rook has to stay on the second rank in order to protect the h2 pawn, but then Magnus is gonna go bishop d6, and there is no more f6 trick or whatever, and the h2 pawn will fall, and then Black will even, yeah, there is the handshake. Ding has had enough.
And that is the 5th loss in a row for the world champion Ding Liren in the freestyle chess. It has been a heartbreaking start for him. Magnus picking up momentum. Meanwhile, he started slow on day one, but with a win against Levon and now a win against Ding, Magnus is back.
Yeah, and look at his body language. Yeah, he immediately is a completely different Magnus. Yeah, he's the Magnus that we know, and it only took him one game to win yesterday, and he's in top shape.
Well, the world number 1 looking in top shape. Let's move over to the world number 2, Fabiano Caruana, who did have, when we saw it last, Nicholas, he did have a good advantage. We thought he should be very pleased with the opening outcome. Is he still putting the pressure on?
He is definitely still putting the pressure on Tanya, and his position is getting better by the minute. So we last left it around here, and in this moment, well, around here, and we already were talking about the weaknesses around the black king because g6, h6 has been played, the f-pawn is missing, so there is a lack of protection for the black king. So the knight is coming forward, hitting the bishop on g4, the bishop is drops back to e6 and knight d5, such a pleasing move to play, hitting the queen on c7. You don't really want to allow this knight on d5, but you don't want to take it either. So this is a really tough spot to be in. Gukesh moved the queen to a5, and now this is, I believe, the current position. That's right. So the question is, how can Caruana increase the pressure? He also has to be careful about moves like b5 because, of course, Black would love to open up the b file against the white king. This is a position with opposite castles, you could say, even though it resulted from a freestyle position. We see the king here on the queen side, the other king on the king side, and both sides try to attack the opponent's king. So one question, of course, is what about this pawn on e7? Can we maybe take this pawn? And this is certainly something that Caruana is considering. And it is possible. You could take this pawn. I'm not sure what Gukesh has in mind here as a response. Bishop g4 is a suggestion by the engine. but honestly it doesn't look that convincing. Maybe he wants to go b5. Still, just try to open up somehow the b file, somehow get something going. But honestly, it doesn't look like anything is going to happen there. So knight takes e7 is a good move. There are other moves also available. It's just luxury of the Caruana has a lot of choices here, so he has to figure out which one he the most likes. What do you think, Peter? Will he take this pawn?
Well, looking very promising. The reason why I like to take the pawn, not just because of taking the pawn, but I also see some knight takes g6 ideas then, and king takes g6, f5 check. Yeah, that's kind of my, for example, knight takes e7, b5 would be the human way of trying to create complications, and then, for example, knight takes g6.
Boom.
Boom, yeah, king takes g6, f5 check, seems to just win on the spot. Seeing this, then already knight takes e7 is all the more attractive. The move you mentioned, bishop g4, I did not have it on my radar at all. It's typical computer move. But knowing that knight takes g6 is a big threat, then already bishop g4 makes sense, because we are also threatening bishop takes f3 and the rook on e1 is hanging. Yeah, this is kind of one thing White needs to pay attention to. But I don't really believe that we take a pawn and then we worry about a tempo losing move like bishop g4.
All right, so critical moment here for Fabi. Does he go? Does he get greedy? Knight takes e7. It looks like a very direct line, right? Especially when you spot this idea of knight takes g6, that other pawn that you were pointing out on the king side. Because it's definitely I think it's about b5. This is from a human perspective the move that Black really wants to make. And from Gukesh, he just wants to create a chaos. He knows he can't just sit passively. If Black does nothing in this position, White will at some point, even if it's not about the e7 pawn, White will at some point get a stunning e5 push which will open up the e line. So for Gukesh, he can't sit passively. He needs to change the dynamics of this position. And the players are in a long thing. Fabi needs to make a decision really fast because he's gone down under the 5-minute mark. And the position's just starting to heat up for the players.
Yeah, it's move 16 right now. Yeah, he's thinking about his 17th move. Under 5 minutes, I'm feeling like he's already spending 3, 4, maybe even more minutes on it. That shows that there is something that he dislikes after knight takes e7. Yeah, we don't know exactly.
If you see knight takes e7 and you want to play it, I feel that Fabi would have done it a minute or two back. The more time he thinks, the more I feel that he doesn't want to go into these complications with the knight takes pawn. He's reaching out, or not. I thought he was about to make a move there, but Fabi, he's getting close to a time scramble right now.
Yeah, he's showing some signs of nervousness. Yeah, he feels that his position should be very good, but at the same time, he most probably is also worried that if I get greedy and take that pawn on e7 and it backfires, it gives Black enough chance of creating counterplay, I will regret it. So yeah, all eyes on Fabi. He needs to make a move. He's down to 3 minutes 36 seconds.
And also the more Fabi thinks, the more confidence Gukesh gets. He's getting that extra time to delve deeper into the position. And to my mind, I'm just thinking, what does Fabi want here? If it's not to go for the e7 pawn, if he doesn't want to get greedy, what are the ideas that would come to one's mind? One thing that I would really want to achieve in this position is a timely e5 break. Could Fabi perhaps be considering improving the position of his pieces and then striking in the center with e5?
Yeah, but it also gives Black the chance of going b5, yeah, creating some counterplay when, or again, e5 won't be really possible because then b takes c4 will be an issue and the knight on d5 will be hanging. But it's all about Fabi. He's under 3 minutes now. We have seen him on camera full focus that he's nervous. He just doesn't understand. Why can't I find the right way here?
Make a move, Fabi. Does it surprise you how long Fabi's taking here, Niklas?
It is surprising because nothing seems to be obviously wrong with knight takes e7. Of course, we have the help of the engine, which is telling us knight takes e7 with the idea knight takes g6 is perfectly fine for Fabi.
I think we get a move.
We have a move?
We got a move, yeah. Fabi actually played. He played the neutral bishop e3.
That was also one of the choices by the engine, but well, it's less direct. Improving the bishop may bring the bishop to d2 first of all, and then, yeah, I don't have it. Let me pull up the board real quick. I was looking at the game by Vincent because there's a critical moment as well, but there's so much action it's difficult to get to everything. So bishop d2, b5 instantly played by Gukesh. Now bishop d2, and the queen drops back to d8. And this is also looking good still. Just Fabi has to make moves quickly, since with so little time in such a complicated position, things can go wrong pretty quickly. Now f5 might be a strong move to finally open up the position, even though I'm not completely sure what is the idea if black just takes. Well, we see the pressure on e7, that is the point. If the bishop now takes this pawn, then white can take on e7. And once again, you don't really want to take here, because now the position is closed and black is definitely going to miss this light squared bishop. But let's go back to the current position of the queen d8. And 2 minutes for Fabi, 2 minutes against 6. This could be a huge time scramble, Tanya.
And I think that's the one thing that's working in Gukesh's favor right now. He's counting on that clock to put pressure on Fabi, hoping that Fabi goes wrong or isn't able to find the accurate way forward in a position that could get really messy. Because let's point out, if the attack for white doesn't work, black is coming. Gukesh is coming for the white king on the queen side. We see the move queen to e3 sidestepping, any pins along the diagonal, any threats once black was to capture on c4. And as you're pointing out, Peter, setting itself up with the bishop, eyeing that 8-6 pawn now.
Yeah, wow. First, when I saw the move queen e3, I thought like, wow, what? What's the point? And then I immediately noticed, yeah, Fabi is plotting something. Yeah, this f4, f5. And the battery, the reason why it's so easy to forget that the h6 pawn can be vulnerable, that white's bishop just a couple of moves ago when we discussed in details the position was still on g1. Yeah, so this bishop e3, bishop d2, queen e3, kind of very deep regrouping by Fabiano. Did Gukesh already react to it? Yes. Bishop g7, protecting the pawn. Yeah, that was a nice way of protecting and putting the pressure on Fabiano once again. Then, okay, you had your idea. What's in store next?
And with this last move of Gukesh, it almost feels like that was a one-move trap that Fabi set up, because Gukesh would like his bishop on g7. He anyway would want to place it there, defending that 8-6 pawn. It's a better square for his bishop. And now once again, the ball is in Fabi's court. He's under a minute and a half to try and continue the attack. And it's so many choices. You're thinking about pawn pushes in the center, f5 comes to mind, knight to h4, putting pressure on g6, the h-pawn moving forward comes to mind. But with just a minute on the clock, that's big pressure on Fabi to decide.
Yeah, I think that objectively speaking, I mean objectively, practically speaking, this is already a very double-edged position. This moment of white clearly being in control, now we can forget about the evaluation bar already, still showing that white is better. Fabiano is under a minute. Yeah, there is no objective evaluation anymore. You rely on your instincts, on your reflexes, yeah, that how you feel, how natural your moves are coming, and he still needs to make up and knight h4 on the board.
I like it, Peter.
Yes.
Because this is an idea you pointed out when knight takes pawn g6 was hanging, and you put the knight on the edge of the board with that same tactical concept. Knight into pawn is a big threat that Gukesh needs to be careful about right now.
Yes, knight h4, practically speaking, had to be played. It will also now force Gukesh to take quite some time, because you can't really play against your opponent's clock when your king is under attack. Yeah? How do you defend this pawn on g6? Do you go bishop f7, for example? Yeah, sidestepping any of these f4, f5 breaks, making sure that you step out of knight take g6. It's kind of a natural move. I'm most probably expecting the move bishop f7 also. It gives eventually us the chance of going e7, e6 next, asking that, challenging that knight on d5, please get traded.
It is a big moment for Gukesh, who's on the defense. The good news is that he's got those extra minutes that you need to think and calculate right now. There is fire on the board on the king side. Look at all of white's army. The knight on d5, the bishop and the queen lined up, the rook in the center, the knight on h4. Black's king definitely feeling the heat, and it will explode once one of the pawns, it might be e4, might be f4, might even be the g pawn moving forward. It will explode once there's a pawn break in the position, Niklas.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm really, really worried for Fabiano here, because it is such a complicated, such a double-edged position, and you have 50 seconds on the clock. Yes, he is getting 10 seconds with every move, but the time situation can really, really make a difference. And I think, even though objectively Fabiano is better, Practically, probably Gukesh has the better chance already, and I would expect him to go bishop f7 fairly soon because it makes so much sense. You stop this threat. As Peter said, you introduce ideas with e6 to kick this knight away, and already here, white has to go for it with e5 or f5 now, or his advantage is completely gone. And we will see in a moment if indeed Gukesh is going for this move bishop f7. And
no, he took on he took something.
He took something. He took on c4.
Wow, really asking for it.
He is asking for it, and immediately knight takes f6 the reply. And now the pawn should take back, because otherwise e5 will come with a huge effect. If one of the pieces take back, e5 will be very strong, opening up the bishop also against the rook. So e takes f6 should happen. And now this move knight takes g6. This was the whole idea behind knight h4 by Fabiano. No, knight takes g6 should be very strong.
So
but let's stay with the game. And back to you.
Yeah, we're getting the moves in. He decided to take with the knight, and the tactical motive that you pointed out is on the board, opening up that bishop on h1. And it looks like Gukesh is about to lose material here.
Well, I'm not really worried about the a8 rook. I'm worried about the position falling apart. That's the biggest problem. Yeah, d takes e5 played, and now Fabiano, did he make a move?
He's about to make a move.
Yes. Okay, he takes the rook because it also forces black's queen away. Queen takes 8, so queen takes e5 will be played. Yes, on the board, and bishop f7. Okay, still some compensation, but objectively speaking, this is looking very bad. White can also put the bishop on c3, total cemento. That's the move that changes everything, because otherwise, if that bishop from g8 comes to life, it's a whole different story. But with bishop c3 coming, White seems to be in total control.
I'd also be really worried about a move like f5 eventually landing on the board, and that white knight jumping onto g6, even if it comes at the cost of a pawn. Right now, you need to watch out for any diagonal threats that you're pointing out. Bishop c3, I think it has been played, Peter, so making sure that the black knight remains connected to this bishop, or there might be a bishop trade, which of course favors white because the king would start feeling even more unsafe.
Yeah, and look at the clock situation. Fabi was down to 40 seconds. Now things escalated. He could make a couple of moves automatically, and he's already back to 120. The position has stabilized. Gukesh has played queen to c6. Yeah, trying to activate the queen. It makes sense, but unfortunately this long diagonal issue, that's going to hunt Gukesh. Also his pawn structure, yeah, the c5, c4 pawn structure is not going anywhere. Imagine that pawn, instead of being on c4, would be on b5. There would be b5, b4 ideas kicking that bishop away. It's also not possible.
f5 on the board, I think. Striking, he gets the bishop, he gets the pawn going, and black would love to make the move g5, but invites the white knight to jump in. And this is the idea that we were talking about earlier. Even if it comes at the cost of a pawn, the light squared weaknesses, the e7 pawn, eventually at some point being such a huge weakness that will fall. The h pawn moving forward, h4 coming in, and the ideas that I'm pointing out are all after you do take, bring your king out. It looks like a king that won't survive for too long. You've got ideas of h4. Watch out for e7 at the right moment falling down. A check along the light squares around f5. It will be a very difficult position for black. But if not, I don't see how you can allow that knight on g6 to remain alive.
No, it's just a lost position. It's basically a hopeless position, not just lost, because sometimes it's lost, but you feel that, okay, you have some tricks available. Let's just yeah, Gukesh is moving the rook to 8, correct. You can't be giving up the light square bishop. Fabi captures the e7 pawn. Finally, that knight takes e7 is on the board, but captured with a different knight. Yeah, queen b7 played. Still the same issues. This pin is simply killing black. There are no tricks. The knight can only go to h5, but that's not the desired square, and there is no pressure on the e7 knight. Fabiano is very, very nicely controlling the situation. No tricks, no chances for Gukesh here.
It's impossible for Gukesh to put pressure on that knight on e7 with the dynamics of the white bishop and queen. And Fabi just keeps bringing more firepower, more horsepower into the attack. The rook joins up now. Look at the traffic jam on the e-file, and it all seems to work out. The only cars moving here are Fabi's.
Yes, absolutely. Also, whenever that knight moves to h5, then white can immediately push f6, opening up the Black's king, bishop takes f6 will be met then by a queen f5 check, and everything is opening up, falling apart. No moves to be suggested. Evaluation bar is also screaming, but here even our kind of instincts are more than enough. We don't even need the computer anymore.
And Peter, you mentioned this at the start of the stream that, you know, it might be the day of the kings over the jacks today. And this position, but not just the outcome, the way Fabi played from the start, it just felt like Gukesh never managed to create the kind of position and development you want with the black pieces, given the starting position.
I think that when we are talking about freestyle chess, Fischer random chess, then the opening phase is extremely important, yeah, because the players are so strong. Whoever gets the grip, whoever gets the control over the opponent is a heavy favorite. And yesterday the jacks absolutely shocked the kings. It's clear that the kings are adjusting. Yeah, bishop h5 is played, but this is all desperation. Also now already Gukesh is under a minute. He is not only having a losing position, but also a big issue with his clock.
Huge issues with the clock, huge issues on the board as well. Now Fabi coming in through the d file while Gukesh steps back, at least defending the bishop. Fabi looks like he's calculated it through. He leans in to make his next move. I wanted to play rook to d6, but I think the point is that the bishop on h8 allows the knight to jump forward.
Well, but look at Fabi's body language. It signals to me also that he wants to go rook d6. Yeah, he thinks like, why can't I go it and finish the game on the board?
And knight goes forward, and I think the queen can also jump into the attack. Do you see a finish here? Is there a knockout blow, Niklas, in this position?
Well, I don't think you need to do anything crazy. I would say, why not play queen e6? Is there anything wrong with that? Well, there's something wrong with it, yes. The engine tells me immediately. Oh no, queen e6, so what is wrong with queen e6? So is there some last trick? Bishop takes c3, bishop takes c3, pawn takes, and what happens now? Rook b8, that's crazy, isn't it? You feel like you have so many attackers close to the black king, suddenly you don't have a check, black is attacking and you're losing the game. Alright, so you have to be careful until the end, and so this might be a last critical moment for Caruana. Has he played a move yet? He should?
Yeah, he played queen e4.
Queen e4, yeah, that is a very safe, very safe choice. Trading queens, there's a threat of f6, and that should be it, because if you go into his endgame, you're just in exchange, a full exchange down, plus you have the worst position. So queen e4, a good safe move, and avoided any last tricks.
Yeah, but what a last trick by Gukesh. Yeah, we talked about being a completely hopeless position. He still pulled out bishop h8, bishop h5, knight g4, inviting queen e6. But of course, Fabi did not give him this favor, and now we are talking about an endgame with exchange up. Still a little murky, but objectively, it's completely winning.
He said it, that the young jacks are very tricky, and you're absolutely right. That incredible line that Niklas just pointed out, where it's Gukesh who's coming for white's king, completely unexpected. No checks on the board, but Fabi navigated the calculations correctly. He continues to do that, and look at that classy moves. He leaves the rook on e6 hanging. He knows that it's not about being exchange up, but about just converting this position. Look at black's pawn structure, and I think after bishop takes rook, you could capture with the pawn simply, but there's also ideas of knight f6, forking the rook and the king. So just tactics and tactics. It is resigns by Gukesh. Fabi takes the point in quite a dominating game with the white pieces.
Yeah, a very important win for Fabiano. And it's nice from Gukesh. You look at this. He designed what he's not running away, discussing the game. But we get a chance now to also look at the two other games, which definitely had been a fascinating battle, but we didn't have time. Where do we jump?
Let's take it over to another game where the king looks like it's absolutely without any shield in the position. A set of major pieces being traded off here. Levon versus Firouzja. This was fireworks from the start. Levon picking up the pawn. It's equal material, but black's king feels very unsafe.
Yeah, it's unsafe. On the other hand, thanks to queen on f5, rook on a2, he has quite a lot of activity. Levon making the correct decision of breaking the construction d4, d5, making sure that his rook from d1 automatically is activated by the opening up the d file.
Yes, and it's really true that how the rook on e2 and the queen on f5, they take away some key files, they take away some key positions for white's rook to attack the king. So Levon finds the way to get the king, to get the rook into the attack. We are seeing some trades happen, both players playing under a minute. Niklas, what do you make of this position? Is Alireza's king. Can that be a target here?
I think in practical terms, if you have such an open king and so little time, this is just so difficult to play with seconds on the clock. If anybody can do it, it is probably Firouzja, but practically Aronia must be the favorite here to win this position against this king. However, now the rooks are getting traded. This is, of course, big positive news for black, because without the rooks, the king feels much safer. So I think rook takes d5 was not the best way forward, and with the rooks off the board, I would expect a draw here. Peter.
Yes, on the other hand, the a4 pawn and the d7 pawns are both hanging after the rook trade, rook d1, queen d1. My first instinct was also, okay, wow, it's great news, but knowing Levon, he is always very smart. He has some ideas, and look
B5
at this.
looks strong.
B5,
nice.
yeah, takes, b5. These are the moves that are so easy to miss, and Alireza, with 30 seconds on the clock, is clearly super sharp, finding that move. And thanks to this move, he should survive, but queen
e2, queen e2 is there.
Exactly, yeah, putting the pressure.
He doesn't find it.
Wow.
It was a tricky move, and maybe we can just show that idea really quickly. Queen e2, if you take the pawn, then the queen comes in with a check and picks up the pawn. Instead, Levon, keeping more pawns on the board, pushes the pawn. It can be picked up, but at the cost of the d7 pawn falling. It looks like it's closer to a draw now.
Then it's a draw. By the way, we have seen the game between Abdusattorov and Vincent has just ended. Probably it was a draw. Vincent was pressing and he was shaking his head. He was definitely not happy that Abdusattorov, and there is the handshake. There is nothing to play for. What a missed opportunity, this queen e2, this queen endgame. I wanted to highlight during I have done so much commentary, and Magnus was always the one who was making the most out of these queen endgames. Yeah, with queen e2, asking question, because c takes b5 is a big threat, and after b takes c4, queen takes c4 is a check, and the pawn on a4 is falling. So black probably has to rely on the very fast counterplay with the d pawn, and of course the queen endgames are crazy, but white should have winning chances.
Oh, quite a big miss, and it comes down to having those seconds on the clock as well. And queen e2 is an easy move to miss for the players, and instead we saw a repetition on point there, which concludes our first round of the day. 2 decisive games, 2 draws. Magnus versus Ding was a topsy-turvy fight where we really felt that Ding got the better out of the opening, but then a few inaccuracies, and you just can't afford that against a player like Magnus Carlsen. Magnus was so precise in converting that one. Meanwhile, Fabi versus Gukesh felt one-sided from the very start. Fabi getting the opening advantage and never really letting go of that. Gukesh putting up the tricks to defend his own king, but Fabi super sharp and managed to convert it without too much difficulty. There was one game, Niklas, that we did not get to see. It was Nordebek versus Vincent. It ended in a draw. What did we miss there?
Yeah, there was a very exciting moment, actually, a very critical moment where Vincent could have achieved a huge advantage. So let me just take you there for a moment. So it was somewhere, we were so occupied with the other games that we couldn't really get to it. So in this position, Vincent with the black pieces had a really nice tactical shot, and he invested a lot of time. I'm sure he saw the move, but there was something that he didn't like about it. It was the move bishop takes b2. So instead of protecting your knight on f4, you play a counterattack hitting the rook on c1. So first you might ask, well, what happens if white just takes this bishop? And then we see the idea behind it. Black takes the pawn on d3 with check, collects the rook on c1, and here black has a rook and 2 pawns against the 2 minor pieces, but there's another problem. This bishop after b6 will probably be trapped. King c7, king b7 is next, and maybe difficult to stop, and black is completely winning here. So if you don't take the bishop on b2, well, what else are you going to do? If you take on f4, I take the rook and then take the bishop. And I'm guessing maybe rook e1 was the move that Vincent was not sure about, I could imagine, because you have a lot of hanging pieces. But here also there are solutions. Black can take on e1 and, for example, now play the move bishop c3, counterattack against the knight on e1. And black should definitely be better here, being a pawn up. So this seems to have been a critical moment. Also in the game, Vincent had some advantage, but he couldn't convert it, not a big hold. So that means Vincent stays on top with 4 out of 5, and Nordebek is right behind him on 3.5 out of 5. The youngsters playing a really high-quality game. In the end, no winner. A draw was agreed. Tanya.
That one ended peacefully, but a big fight, just as we expect from the youngsters playing here and the kind of chess that we've been seeing in freestyle. We've got two big rapid games coming up to decide the seedings for the knockout phase, the classical time control knockout phase. And these were our score lines of round 5 of the round robin. Magnus Carlsen taking down Liren, Fabiano Caruana getting the job done against Gukesh, Vincent ended peacefully, as did Levon Alireza after a topsy-turvy battle. Let's bring up our standings going into round 6. Vincent at the top of the table. He is in sole lead with 4 points. Right behind, hot on heels at 3.5. Then we've got a bunch of players: Gukesh, Fabi, Magnus, all at 3. Alireza 2.5. Levon Aronian currently with 1 point, and Liren yet to get started on the leaderboard. The finish of the round robin will determine the pairings going into the classical knockout stage. The player who finishes at the top spot, the player who finishes first, will play against the number 8, the number 2 plays number 7, and so on. The action continues. We will be back with round 6 in just a few. Get your refreshments, get your tea, get your coffee, and we'll be back with all the freestyle action in just a few.
Eight days, 8 players, and 1 event. With the Freestyle Chess Greatest of All Times Challenge, we're entering a new era of chess. Located in one of the most exclusive locations in the world, the private nature luxury resort Weissenhaus in Germany. For this event, no costs and no efforts were spared. But what exactly is the main reason for this event?
This format is completely new. This is classic long-time chess for freestyle chess, and so we want to begin a new era of chess. And we are looking forward what will happen in the next days here, and then also probably we can make a tour or something like this.
Many tournaments that have many more players goes longer and so on, but it is maybe the most exclusive because we are putting everything on the maximum quality. It should be the best product that we can have, and we are mainly doing this as an internet broadcast, next year maybe as a television broadcast, and on site we have a very limited amount of people who can see it, and media and so on, so it's basically made for being broadcasted and distributed.
It's the first day of the tournament. The matchups were drawn the evening before, determining who plays against whom. The Freestyle Chess Tournament regulations are according the Chess 960 rules. Even if the starting position are randomly set up, there are starting position requirements and castling rules. Also, Magnus Carlsen himself has contributed a new and innovative idea to this tournament.
It really happened today. The idea we had 2 days ago with Magnus at the dinner, let's have a group of the white and the black players discuss, and then they even developed it further because we said, yeah, they shouldn't touch the pieces, but then the 3 white players, they were around the board and they moved the pieces and so on. It was so exciting. First time that you can see into the heads of a player before a game starts. Afterwards you can analyze, but before a game starts, what is he thinking? Because he shares these thoughts with his other colleagues who he doesn't play against right now, but they have the same color, and I think this is a spectacular thing that we have discovered today.
Compared to normal chess tournaments, players tend to make mistakes in an early stage of the freestyle chess games. Even for the greatest grandmasters, this tournament is challenging. However, Vincent, Gukesh Domaraju, and Nodirbek Abdusattorov end the first day of the tournament with great success.
This is a unique tournament, with a different format and different time control. In normal classical tournaments, players didn't talk with each other, before the game, so it's kind of unique. We analyze together, with some players, and I can imagine players, talking to each other, like in a classical game, preparing before the game. So that's kind of that's what I like.
A great start into a great event. The first day is over now, but 7 exciting days of a new chess era are following. Stay tuned. the world of chess in a completely new light. We call it freestyle chess, played according to the rules of chess 960. Random 960 ensures surprising games from the very first move. The games are played with classical, long-thinking time. Why? Because the arrangement of the chess pieces is drawn at random before the start of each game. Players can't rely on memorized opening strategies, but must think from the beginning and manage their time for 40 moves instead of effectively 20. In total, there are 960 different basic positions. The pawns remain as usual in the 2nd and 7th rows. The arrangement of the pieces in the 1st and 8th rows is random, but symmetrical. The only condition, the king must always stand between the rooks and the bishops on different colors. The super grandmasters see positions they have never seen before and must still make swift decisions under time pressure. From the 3rd tournament day, the super grandmasters then have the chance to play high-class 960 games because for the first time in the history of chess, they get the time to do so. Chess in a new dimension, to be experienced at the Freestyle Chess G.O.A.T Challenge 2024.
Welcome back, everyone, as we go into round 6 of the Freestyle Chess G.O.A.T Challenge. This is the round robin where each player plays the other once to determine the seedings, the player seedings, the player rankings going into the classical time control knockout of the Freestyle G.O.A.T Challenge. We've had quite the start of the day. Magnus Carlsen took down the world champion, the reigning world champion, Liren, and we're going to just in a few moments be revealing our next position. We see that the arena is ready. Let's head over and get into the action.
So we now have 7 jokers. We haven't found one yet. Is today the day? We will find out. So it's number 368. We can show it to the camera, number 368. Thank you very, very much, and I will see you again later. Please give them another round of applause as the position should be ready any moment. The players, as always, will have 10 minutes to prepare for the games. So you can, for the guests, you can walk around and take a look at how the players are teaming up, how they are preparing, and I'll hand it back to the studio.
And we've got our position for round 6. The king in the center in its starting place of standard chess. And it's always the first thing that one has to think about in freestyle chess are hanging pawns in the very start of the position. And in this one, we see, Peter, the h7 and h2 pawns can quickly become targets. Is that something that the players, you're expecting them to go for early on?
Well, definitely in their preparation. Yeah, they have to make sure that, for example, if they are playing from the black side, then if white plays the move c4, hitting that pawn on h7, we can't yet do any analysis, I believe. Yeah, the pawn on h7 is hanging, watch out there. Black will have to react to it. Now, this is the position that we, for the first time, see that white's king is in the center on e1, and this resembles some normal chess type of position, but because everything else is different, it would be very scary tactics to rely on the usual kind of strategy. This is a very unique position. Yeah, there you are highlighting already a c4, bishop takes h7 a threat. So if after c4 you play the most natural, maybe knight g6, yeah, just to develop the knight, then white might be able to try to occupy the center, but be careful. And the theme that we have already seen yesterday, that if white is not careless and goes d4, actually the move is good, but watch out for c5, because after c5, d takes c5, bishop takes h2 would win the exchange. Yeah, that's the thing, but luckily that the rook is on d1, so after c5 we might just play knight g3 instead of d takes c5, and after c takes d4 we can capture back with the rook on d4, but then we see that black might be able to develop his bishop with a tempo on e5. I'm not a fan of this from white angle, yeah, so it did look like with c4 white was getting a big tempo, but since he's unable to occupy the center with d4 very nicely, I think we'll give black the chance to stabilize the position.
Nicholas, I want to hear your first impressions as well, as Peter is delving deeper into this one. I think this is the first time that we've got a starting position with the kings in their original standard chess e1 square.
I believe so as well, and the king feels quite out of place. In other positions, starting positions that we saw, the king was already tucked away safely, more or less safely, on the king on the queen side. Now you have it in the center, so you really have to be careful about not allowing the opponent to open up the center and attack your king head on. And, well, also the first move that came to my mind is, of course, the move c4 to open up the bishop, immediately creating an attack. And I was also wondering what happens if maybe black just copies white and says, all right, you play c4, I play c5. If you take, then I take, I just copy you. But maybe now after bishop takes g8, I take back because I have some time to take here on h2. I think this is also maybe a line that the players will consider if they can just copy. Or alternatively, if we go, oh no, I pressed the wrong button, I think. Yeah. So now I've lost the position, I have to refresh. So back to you for now. So after c4, knight g6, the question is if white can continue in any powerful manner.
Well, you and Peter are advocating for the direct ideas of c4 opening up the bishop. I'm also looking at a potential, while trying to get a standard king's pawn opening structure here, Peter. We see that the king and the rook shot side castle comes to mind. So I'm wondering if we might see an e4, an early knight jump, the queen stepping up in front of the king, and eventually a shot side castle.
Yes, it's a very interesting idea. I want to highlight that we can get a Sicilian position, yeah, e4, c5. Now, for example, knight g3. And one thing that I really dislike in black's position is that the black knight is unable to reach the c6 square. Yeah, because in the Sicilian it's normal you go c5 and knight c6 in all kinds of close Sicilians. And when you continue your plan like going queen e2 and short castle, then you might even start pushing f4 and expand, and you play like a close Sicilian without me having the central control, yeah? So
I'll push my pawn to b3, I'll develop this bishop.
Exactly, b3, c4, and both bishops are eyeing. Black has to be careful, so I don't really believe that it's a clever strategy to play this e4, c5. Let's just forget about the Sicilian. This is not a real Sicilian after all. And if we have this in mind, then e4 is very much a move.
Yeah, I'm predicting e4, at least in one game.
Yes, because e4, queen e2, short castle. Otherwise, there is this very awkward situation with the queen on f1. By the way, black is facing similar issues, yeah, with the queen on f8. So if it's white very quickly able to get a quick castling and ready to open up. Look at this rook on d1, ready to break with d4 against e4, e5 structures, yeah? I think it's a very scary position for black. e4 might be the best way. I'm thinking that is b6 a move, just trying to win a tempo, and after queen e2 maybe d5 to challenge like this. Is this a way? It's a possibility at least, because also white is not able to jump with the knight to c3. Yeah,
and
that's important.
I want to just point out, I wish this was a black queen so that my rook would have opened up and attacked it, but now actually black can just trade off the rooks and white would be very unhappy with that. So it might be the response to the move e4, and there we see on our screen the board where in just a few seconds Alireza and Vincent will take their seats. We're predicting c4, we're predicting e4. Tell us in chat what you think about the starting position and what would be your first move in the Freestyle Chess G.O.A.T Challenge position for round 6. There we've got our pairings. Let's just go through them one more time. It's Gukesh versus Nodebek, a fight between the generations. A clash that has a lot of history, Peter.
Yes, of course, everywhere. Yeah, everywhere. Yeah, Gukesh and Abdusattorov, Levon Aronian, Liren, Magnus Carlsen, Fabiano, Alireza Firouzja, Vincent, no matter where we are looking, these are prestige duels.
Yes, but I just want to point out that when you've got Gukesh versus Nodebek, I think the first thing that comes to everyone's mind is the 2022 Chess Olympiad, the India versus Uzbekistan, which pretty much was the game that decided the medals. A heartbreaking moment for Indian fans. So it's always been a rivalry that I'm sure we'll see for many years coming.
Yeah, that's for sure. I mean, both these players are extraordinary. They have the potential to be top 5 players in the world. What after happens, yeah, if one of them becomes world champion, not this we can only see in the future, but certainly they have the potential to be fighting for the crown.
And one player who did fight for the crown and win it is on our screens, Liren. But Peter, when you're in this situation that Ding finds himself in, it's just hard to imagine. It's so difficult for him right now. 5 losses in a row right now at the bottom of the board, the leaderboard. He has to stop the bleeding. I think it's not about trying to win, trying to get a full point. Just end the tournament, try to get started. A draw would be an ideal result for Ding in the next round.
Yes, for sure. I mean, something that he can relate to and get power for the knockout stage, yeah, because you just have to at least find some hope, yeah, that okay, I'm feeling, but I think the first start is to get the time management right, yeah, don't rush, take your time, make sure that after move 5 you have a position according to your liking. We have seen in the previous round Magnus Carlsen making the nightmare of every single player who plays the freestyle chess when a short castle changes a castle, unexpected castles, changes the course of the game, and it had such an impact. Castles, knight h3 just in 2 moves. Magnus completely psychologically crushed Liren, and you should never let this happen.
And he does play against Levon, another player who has been struggling in the round robin. Niklas, what do you think is going on in the player's mind? What kind of a fight are we expecting from Ding and Levon in this one?
Well, in fact, if Levon wins this game, then Ding will be definitely stuck and will be in last place for sure going into the last round, or even if he wins the last round. And even if the game is drawn, then Ding would be able to catch Levon still. But in either case, it seems quite likely that Ding might end up in last place, which is not the end of the world. Let's remember the seeding is determined, but nobody's knocked out so far. So just the seeding is determined. I think the most important factor is that Ding gains some confidence, that he wins a game. I mean, he is the reigning world champion. For him to lose 5 games in any kind of discipline, whether that is rapid, blitz, classical or freestyle, is pretty much unheard of and must be a very new situation for him. So it's quite important that he can play a good game and maybe at least get a draw, maybe even a win, and we'll definitely keep an eye on that. And Aronian, of course, he would like to also get another win in this tournament, or has he even gotten one so far?
Levon's also been struggling. He's currently on 7th position, and there in front of us we see the 2 players who haven't been struggling so much. They had a bit of an up and down start on day 1, but it is world number 1 versus world number 2. A rematch of the 2018 World Championship match, and this time in freestyle chess. No opening preparation. It's a fresh position from the start. It's a battle of absolute skills. And I think we're getting first moves in, Peter.
Yeah, Magnus shadoops his pieces. I'm not sure if he has, yeah, he hasn't decided yet. This is his trademark. Yeah, before making a move, he makes sure that everything is settled perfectly. Also playing with his opponent nerves, yeah, that he is shadowing, is he going to play a move? He hasn't played it yet.
And so far on 3 boards, we've had the move 1c4, starting with that bishop pawn on the queen side. So perhaps the player's going for that idea of that 8-7 pawn that is hanging. c4, c5, so Vincent on that extreme right board, we see Vincent replies with a counter-attack on the h2 pawn. Meanwhile, Magnus still hasn't made up his mind on the first move.
Yes, and I think I like this strategy. By the way, they have both been struggling, but now they are +1 already. Yeah, they are climbing. And I really like this, because it's sometimes these 10 minutes might not be enough for you yet to determine your move, and you shouldn't be rushing. Magnus is taking his time.
And
yes?
Peter, I was about to say, while Magnus takes his time, I think we should rush over to the Alireza Vincent board, because what on earth is happening?
Wow. Okay, exactly the line what we discovered, or
Let's
Nicholas,
just show how this happened.
yeah, Nicholas highlighted that, yeah, what if? Yeah, that was the big question. What if black just sticks to symmetrical play and knight g3 played? Wow. Yes, exactly, because, okay, now the rook on g1 should most probably be taken. Yes, you have to take, otherwise the rook runs away. And probably black should play the move knight g6, yeah, just forcing also white to take on g8. And then we get an opposite colored bishop position with symmetrical structure. Clearly, if white will be able to grab the initiative with a very energetic extra move, then white can hope for something. Otherwise, black should be able to neutralize white's pressure.
It's been copycat chess by Alireza and Vincent, and now for Vincent, does he go for the symmetrical knight g6? An early opposite color bishop will be arising in it, but the queens are on the board, and the big question, Nicholas, is going to be, can white make the most of this extra tempo?
Yeah, that is indeed a question, and if we take a look at the current position here, as you pointed out, knight g6 would also force white's hand, as now the rook is threatening to move, so white has to take. And the position is completely symmetrical here. Let me just get there again. The position is completely symmetrical. But white has an extra move. What can white do with it? And this move f3, which the engine suggests, makes a lot of sense, because you're immediately opening up the queen, attacking the pawn on c5. Let's say b6, that also seems very sensible, protect the pawn and develop the bishop. And now white can play immediately in the center. And this seems to give white a bit of an edge. So this seems to be better for white. And this also might be the reason why, in the current position, in this one, Vincent is taking a think. And there are better moves available to him. He could play b6 first and let this be still going on with the bishop and rook situation. And now after f3, trying to transpose into the other line to play e5 and stop white from going d4. e5 is a committal move, but it seems to be quite important here to not let white take over the center. And in this way, the position would remain equal. So Vincent, I expect him to think about this for a little bit. Difficult decision.
Yes,
Peter.
I also have this feeling like maybe this is one of the very first games where we see that someone has fallen into opponent's preparation. Because c4, c5, Alireza has definitely expected the move c5. He had analyzed this position, he was focusing on this position, and probably he discovered that this extra tempo can be very crucial. And Vincent, on the other hand, had to take care of so many other aspects from the black side and he goes for f6. He plays the move f6 after spending 3 minutes. Kind of very interesting strategy from Alireza, that knowing that, okay, I only have 10 minutes, let me fix my attention on one specific position that might look harmless, so my opponent might even not pay too much attention to, but there is poison in it.
Very interesting approach here by Vincent. He pauses, he realizes that playing copycat chess would not have helped him and decides to play f6. This one is going to be fireworks from the start, given this exchange on 8-7 that's happened. White will White doesn't need to rush with picking up that rook on g8 just yet, because that rook isn't going anywhere. But I think we need to rush to some other openings that I've got my eye on. And if we just pull up our bird's eye view of all the 4 boards, and I want to go over to I want to go over to Levon versus Ding for just a moment, because we were discussing their tournament situation. And look at that approach by Levon. This could win the best design prize. There's a 3 connect on the queen side and a connect 3 in the center of the board. A2, B3, C4, D2, E3, F4. What do you make of this pawn structure?
Wow, actually I was really scared that not like White will play a move like bishop h5 and win the game on the spot. But luckily the bishop is on b1, so yeah, White is having a wonderful position but is not threatening to win on the spot yet. But I'm liking White's construction. Also, this e3 f4 pawn structure is restricting Black's bishop on b8. Yeah, this attracts my attention. Also, the knight on g6 is somehow feeling awkwardly placed, but there was this tremendous pressure on the pawn on h7. Let us even go back. By the way, queen f2 had been played. Just to understand what happened here, queen f7 was the answer by Ding. So c4, knight g6, yeah, taking care of that h7 pawn. But White gets energetic with f4, c5, e3, that's how we first get this construction. And after b6, b3, Black plays the move f6, perfectly understandable. Also blocking White's diagonal, long diagonal bishop. White plays queen f2, Black plays queen f7, g4, very energetic. Basically, Levon sensing that after queen f7, clearly Black's intention is to castle short. After g4, I have the feeling that Black will somehow change his mind, and he breaks in the center with d5.
Oof. Yeah, it was a game about pawn chains from the start, and now it's about getting to each other's king. I want to highlight another point of the move g4. We've often spoken about having a knight behind a pawn being much stronger than having the pawn behind the knight. Now when the knight lands on g3, jumping onto f5, h5, it will have more firepower to it. So I really like that approach by Levon to play g4, not only preempting a short castle eventually by Ding, but also making his development more powerful. Ding rightly recognizing it's the time to strike in the center. Traditional chess wisdom here. Your opponent plays in the flank, you play on the center. Some standard chess principles can be applied.
Yes, they definitely do, and we have seen Ding actually quite quickly making up his mind. And I want to highlight one very interesting point. Yeah, like after d5, c takes d5, for example, yeah, queen takes d5 on the board. If White plays knight g3, there's also this tempting option of knight from g6 jumping to h4, eyeing the f3 square. Of course, be careful because White actually has bishop e4 winning material, but even if, let me just put it, it's very funny, that I would love to sacrifice my queen for 2 pieces. Yeah, forget about the evolution, but I want to highlight something. Takes, takes. If the knight on h4 would not be hanging, I believe Black would have fantastic compensation on the light squares. But of course the knight is hanging, then we have to design. Just so many intrigues, so many things to pay attention to. You never have any safety.
Really nice concept pointed out by you there, that the piece activity often supersedes the material, and we see Levon is in a think now. We are expecting him to develop the knight from h1 to g3, and I think he hasn't yet made a move. While Levon's in a think, Niklas, what do you make of this very dynamic approach by both players early on?
Well, quite a bold and a double-edged approach by Levon to go g4 here. He didn't have to play like this. He could have, for example, castled. He could have played knight e2, knight g3. And personally, I think g4 was a little bit too much. Of course, I can also see the engine evaluation. But the problem after g4 is, where do you put your king now? If you castle short, your king side is very much opened up, is quite weakened, and your king will not find safety. But castling queen side seems also a little bit difficult, or rather also there are some weaknesses as White has played c4 already. So that's why I don't like so much about g4. It is a very aggressive move, but it definitely has its downsides. And after queen takes d5, he played h4, continuing in his style. He really is going for Liren's neck here, going for his throat. h4, pushing the pawn further forward, gaining some space, and most importantly, taking this idea out with knight h4. I think this is what it's all about. If he had played knight g3 and the queen dropped back, this knight h4 idea would be still looming in the air, and that would be quite uncomfortable. So h4 followed by h5, I think this is what he's going for. I would like to switch now, if that's okay with you guys, to a very creative opening approach by Magnus Carlsen. We saw him taking a think in the first few moves, and I would love to cover this, what happened here. c4, c5, so far so good. So now the question is how to deal with this pawn on h2. We saw Alireza took on h7, knight g3 would be another option, and Magnus goes g3. And at first you might say, what is going on? The knight on h1 doesn't have any squares anymore, and we're going to see the idea very soon. Caruana actually keeps copying, so also his knight is now trapped. And here we see the idea, very interesting play, queen g2 to stop the bishop from being developed. Since the pawn cannot move, the bishop could be taken by the queen. So I just want to show this to you guys because this is quite unusual. And after knight d6, Magnus followed up quite powerfully or quite dynamically, goes b4, sacrificing a pawn. C takes b4 to push the knight away from d6, goes c5, the knight has to move somewhere to c4, and now bishop e4, developing the bishop, hitting the pawn on b7. And guys, Magnus is really playing creatively here in this game against Caruana. Tanya.
Piano-shadowing the queen and then getting the structure. I love this. This is some another planet level of creativity, Peter.
Yes, it's stunning, and that's why I'm always encouraging everyone to slow down. You have no need to rush. Yeah, there are so many incredible finesses available, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, now Magnus going for knight b3, targeting the b7 pawn. Yeah, he wants to eliminate that knight from a5. That decision was actually taken quite quickly by Magnus. We do see the evolution, but not exactly liking it. On the other hand, we don't know concretely the lines behind what the players are having in mind. I would like to highlight that we mentioned that the knight on h1 was not stuck, but the same applies to knight on h8. And can we just bring back the second? Yeah, knight c6 played. It's the human move already. Computer is not happy about it. We'll be coming back. I just want to highlight another deep idea behind g3, and the reason why Fabiano has played the move g6, which he definitely did not like. First of all, if he plays a move like f5, that might run into queen h3 double attack, hitting on f5 and hitting on h7. That's already kind of scary. Enough reasons not to think about it from Black's perspective. And if you play knight g6, then it's the typical famous classical idea against the g6 knight, g3 h4, and already you have this awkward threat of h5. Again, something that you dislike. So Fabi played g6 and then queen g2. Ever since that, I believe that Black is on the receiving end. Now let's head to the current position. Knight b3, knight c6 had been played, d4, f5. And I'm loving White's chances here.
I'm just stunned. I'm absolutely stunned. And once again, I'm going to go back to this point, Peter, because I think this move by Magnus, it really shows his class. It is so counterintuitive to take away the developing squares of the knight. But the ideas that you pointed out, apart from blunting this bishop, so now bishop takes h2 is no more a threat. White is threatening on h7. And just the structure that Magnus went on to create for his pieces, fianchettoing the queen, bringing eventually this pawn sacrifice to dislodge that knight from d6 to take control of that e4 square, so the bishop comes in front and Black is never able to open up with his own b pawn. I mean, this is just incredible to see, and it just leaves Fabi doing this knight dance from c8 to d6 to c4 to a5, only eventually to fall back on c6.
Yes, and now Magnus occupies the center with d4, f5 played in order to also develop the knight to f7. Still, Black will have this awkward question. Okay, knight comes to f7, where does my queen go? Yeah, from f8. It can't really go to g7 into the long diagonal. That would be way too scary. On the other hand, the only good news that I see for Black is that if White puts the bishop back on f3, then White will never be threatening d4, d5, because Black will have knight e5. That will be like a very nice defensive resource from Black side. I would love to get f4, bishop f3 in from White side, then I would have perfect grip. But it's obvious that Fabi will never let this happen.
I'm still in awe. with this game. I feel like this has been just really incredible to see, because it's not an approach that will come to anyone's mind, right? You really want to get this knight out and to figure out this setup. You've got minutes before the start of the game. This just shows Magnus's class, Nicholas.
Absolutely, and we were talking about it yesterday. He wanted to play creatively. He was always looking with Aronian to find some brilliancies. And talking of brilliancies, I just want to show one very interesting moment here. After knight b3, Black could have actually taken this knight, and here you might think, well, now I cannot defend this pawn on b7 anymore, and this is probably what Caruana was afraid of as well. But check this out. Long castle is possible. In this position, you defend the pawn on b7 and the bishops are there to protect the king, and suddenly maybe Black is already a little bit better. But these moves are just so difficult to spot, since it's just not intuitive for us chess players to look and say, all right, well, the king can just skip over the rook and get into the long castle position. So now after d4, f5, Carlsen is taking a think. He should drop the bishop back to d3 here, and he definitely has good compensation for the pawn, but it's such a wild position. It's probably one of the most unusual positions we've seen so far in the whole tournament, Peter.
Well, and I'm already very much looking forward to the classical portion, because this is what we are talking about. This is what Magnus had been talking about, that come on, freestyle chess, Fischer and Dom chess, chess 960 needs to, the players needs to get time in order to get into the essence of every single position. Yeah, we are seeing in Ding-Liren, he has incredible class, yeah, but he's not managing his time correctly, he's rushing with his decisions, ending up in positions that are not easy to handle afterwards. Yeah, making sure that you can spend time, and I'm pretty sure in classical section, some player might be even taking 20 minutes of his time for his first 1-2 moves, and it will be completely justified to get the control. The players are so strong, once they establish the control, it will be so much more easier, so much more natural to continue.
Yes, and in this particular position, it's perhaps not so easy for Magnus to continue, because the move that you really want to make is bishop to f3 here. You want to keep that bishop on this diagonal, but because of the reasons that and he does decide to keep the bishop on this diagonal, but I think it's going to be kicked out really soon with that e-pawn moving forward. e6, the rook on g8 is hanging. Once it goes to e6 again, it will be about, does Magnus fall back to c4 or to f3? Because you want to play bishop to f3, but then that limits your d4 pawn. You don't want your bishop to come under attack. The knight on h1 will not come into play. The only way that I see that knight on h1 actually coming into development will be with this pawn either moving to f3 with ideas of e4 eventually, or the idea that you suggested, not all the way to f5, but to f4. But once the bishop was to fall back to f3, you really take away the future of this knight. So you're just expecting that perhaps after e6, Magnus is looking at bishop c4?
Yeah, probably, but once bishop c4 happens, then Black will have the chance of trying to open up that long diagonal, yeah, with b6. Yeah, that was the whole point, what Magnus wanted to avoid right from the start with this brilliancy with g3, queen g2. I also would like to praise Fabiano, because it would have been so easy to get into a state of shock after g3, g6, queen g2, seeing that, oh my god, I can't develop my bishop, I can't play the desired b6 move, and then coming up with this knight d6 and so-called falling into the gambit with b4, with c takes b4, and then this knight c4, knight a5, knight c6, creating chances for himself. Yeah, e6, bishop f3 had been played, and I'm trying to understand, why did Magnus really feel that this provoking e6, is he hoping to get some d4, d5 direct ideas there by opening up the d5? I don't really understand it yet.
Let's point out why Magnus didn't like the natural looking bishop c4, and you mentioned this, I just want to show it to everybody, that this would allow the bishop on a8 to come into the game with a tempo against the queen, and this is what Magnus wanted to avoid, so he instead has made the move bishop to f3. He could have made this on one move earlier, but he has provoked Fabi to go e6, and Peter, this is what you were considering. That why provoke your opponent to make the move e6 before falling back? Nicholas, do you have the answers for us?
I don't have the answers in this game, but I want to jump to another one where we really have a critical moment right now, and that is the game between Aronian and Ding-Liren. And there's a huge possibility for Aronian here to sacrifice the knight. And let me just back up a little bit to just see how this all came about. We saw Aronian pushing forward the pawns on the king side, and he's really going for it. And now he played knight f5. Here maybe black should have traded the knight. Instead, Ding played rook to d7, defending the pawn on e7, but allowing the following shot. Knight takes g7. This is not on the board. Oh, it is on the board now. It is on the board now. Aronian just played it. Knight takes g7, and this is a very powerful shot. And it seems like that Aronian is on the way to win his game here and maybe inflict a 6th loss in a row for Ding Liren. So what is the point behind knight takes g7? If the king takes, then white goes g5. And look at the pieces, the long-range pieces, the bishops on a1, b1, lined up against the king. The rook lined up on the g-file. And it's just too much firepower here for black to defend. I don't even know what to suggest as a move. White takes on f6 next, gives a check on the g-file. Rook somewhere, but okay, this is the position will just be opened up, and no, this just looks completely lost. Queen g3, the queen is coming in. This is game over.
My thought was like, can I play king h8? Is that a move? Or
king h8 and then move the e pawn. Yes?
Yeah, and then you just double on the g file and deliver checkmate. Yeah.
Queen g3.
Wow, and
yes.
Knight f5, you're gonna go queen g7. Wow,
well, now it's probably time to sacrifice. Yeah.
Yes.
It is time.
What was wrong with? Oh, okay.
And then king g8,
oh,
bishop
h7. Takes h7.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Oh
yeah.
my goodness.
This is what I was expecting. Yeah, it's
that would be
terrible.
absolutely insane if this was played. But after knight takes g7, either way, Ding is in a very tough spot. The probably still best is to go knight e4. And here white has different choices, can exchange the knight on e4, can just move the queen to g2, line it up as well, play g5 next. And I feel like this is exactly Levent's position as well. This is what he wanted when he pushed his pawns forward, so he must be very happy. And Ding, how is Ding looking right now? He is calculating and trying to find a way out, but objectively, it seems like there's none. Tanya.
He's in a state of shock.
He can't believe it.
Look at this. Yeah, no matter what he does, there is no safety. He cannot play a single game of chess because he always runs into some trouble.
Right out of the opening so many times. He's just not managed to get a position going. It's kind of heartbreaking to watch this, Peter. And for Levent, early on, he finds his target. He's going for it. The attack isn't stopping. Everything is ready to strike on black's king. Meanwhile, most of Ding's pieces will not be able to help in the defense. G5 is coming up next. This is busted for Ding.
Yes, this is. We have been talking about this in many of the freestyle chess positions. Yeah, whenever the bishops are aiming towards the king, that can be very dangerous from a1 and b1. And Levent very nicely sensing that my king is safe in the center. Let me try to attack black. And with this stunning knight take g7 sacrifice, Levent is just crushing Ding's position.
Peter, what do you think is going on? And
look at this.
That.
Yeah,
you can see it.
It tells it all. Yeah, he's shaking his head. He's holding his head. He's frustrated. He just, you know, he's in state of shock.
Now, this is difficult to watch because we all know just how strong Ding is, what he's capable of. He's one of the very few players in the history of chess who's broken the 2800 barrier. He's world number 3, I think, at his peak. The world champion, won the candidates. And the kind of chess, the Sinkfield Cup, the kind of chess that we've seen him play, he's just such a big fan favorite. Peter, what's going on with Ding?
Well, okay, there are many things, but what is happening with him in this tournament is that he is not able to step his foot in the tournament. Yeah, if once, I think he's now saying, just give me one stable position, yeah, that I survive the first 50 moves and it's like a chess game and I'm gonna play a long game where I get a feeling that, aha, everything is okay, this is normal, I can play this. Right now he has zero confidence, yeah. This is the biggest issue. And blows like knight takes g7 are not helping him.
So the knight was taken, by the way, and g5 is on the board.
Yeah, it's, we'll just get our position. So he did grab the knight and g5 played. Levent is coming for Ding's king. pawn takes pawn is a big threat. Yeah,
E5
and
was played.
we are getting moves in. Ding going in with e5, so at least he blocks the diagonal. And now do you just continue with the attack? Do you take on f6? Is that the way forward? What's the knockout blow here, Niklas?
Well, taking on f6 looks natural and strong because obviously you cannot take back with the king. Just running into, for example, another double check, and if I want to, I just take back the piece. But this is not even the strongest continuation. So I'm guessing his idea must be to go back to h8. And now queen g3 looks very natural to threaten checkmate on g7, which is not so easy to stop since you cannot play rook g8. I just take this rook. What do you do? Knight h6, knight d8, knight h6.
But
Once again, knight f5. There's this idea that we already highlighted. On knight f5, I can just take here. So, yeah, you see, I'm
but also
out of
after
words.
knight h6, queen g7, no, isn't the same?
Queen g7.
Because you have king f7 somewhere after bishop takes pawn.
Queen g7
Okay,
this time doesn't work as well with the idea of bishop takes h7 because
King f7?
black doesn't have
king
to
F-
take
yeah.
and can still go to f7. Even here, white is better, but it is there are better options available. For example, the very simple f takes e5. How many pawns does white has already?
Oh.
4 pawns? Is that right? No,
Those
3 pawns.
monstrous
But
bishops.
I mean, you only one look at the position tells you everything. This is
And right now
completely
g
over.
takes, yeah, g takes f6, king h8 on the board. And
Yes.
Levon is taking his time, yeah, that how do I deliver the brilliancy prize, yeah, because it's really about this, yeah, you know that you have the chance to do something very special.
Yeah, and maybe, Peter, we can just quickly go back and see how Levon managed to create this attack because it feels like we're heading towards another miniature. And I just want you to take us through.
But
the moves,
hang on,
or
he
maybe
already
we might have a...
Yeah, he already made up his mind.
Queen
Queen
G3.
G3, and I believe that the queen sacrifice on G7 will appear. It's simply so tempting. You don't really get the chance to do this too often. And when you have the chance, the players usually have this incredible sense of aesthetic, yeah? So they want to please the public. It might not be objectively the strongest move, but if it's good enough, then you just want to play it at all costs.
All right, we will perhaps do a quick recap of this after it's over, but it looks like it's actually going to be over really soon now with a mate in one being threatened. Ding needs to answer that. I think you have to move this knight on f7. There's absolutely no other way to defend against queen g7. I don't even see a move here.
Yeah, knight h6 is kind of strictly the only move. Okay, knight d8, but I don't see any benefit. Knight on h6 just in case covers the g8 square one more time. Niklas already highlighted that by no means queen g7 check is the strongest continuation. And then we might be, now it's the right time to ask Niklas, what did you have in mind?
Well, I was suggesting simply taking the pawn on e5 here. So take on e5 and then attacking the knight on d6. And, well,
Knight df5.
knight
Okay,
df5 looks very sensible, and maybe queen to f4, hitting the knight again. Also threatening maybe e6 and f7, just opening up the bishop with tremendous effect.
Yeah, let's just put that on the board. Yeah, I play queen f3 because I'm a human. I'm trying to trade queens.
Queen f3.
And then you just deliver.
Take. I can even trade queens, play e6, and f7 is coming. The rook is
And
attacked.
let's just highlight that bishop on a1, right?
Yeah, the bishop on a1. Let's just put it on here from the corner. Almost giving checkmate. Well, the game is pretty much over.
And let's not forget that bishop has not moved in the game, right? The bishop that delivers the checkmate was there right from the start on a1.
Yeah, both of them, and both of them are playing a huge role in this attack.
We've got a move
We have a move.
in Niklas. So instead of knight h6,
Knight d8 was
goes
played.
the other way, knight to d8.
And now this sacrifice can actually be played. And the difference is, we were looking at this already, the difference is that now after king h7, and Peter was mentioning it, if the bishop takes h7, king f7, white doesn't take on f8, but can play g8 queen. And here the knight was necessary to defend the square one more time. And now if the rook takes, bishop takes, king f8, bishop takes d5, bishop takes d5, let's make a material count. White is up 2 exchanges, takes another pawn on e5. You might as well resign. So I think this will happen. Queen g7, as you said, if you can play it and if it does win, then you just want to play it and get the brilliancy prize for this game. And Aronian sees this in a blink of an eye, and I'm sure he will play either this or bishop takes e5. I mean, there's so many winning continuations. And this, well, guys, it is the most crushing defeat for Ding yet, and the 6th loss in a row.
Yeah, I think that we should keep the camera on, because it would be so nice to catch that moment when Levon goes, no, he takes on, he just captured the pawn, which is professional.
Yes.
He just, what did he play?
Bishop takes e5.
This is even better than Queen g7 objectively, but all right, we're talking between +10 and +9, so it doesn't really make a difference.
The Queen g7, it just felt like such a Levon move to play to the galleries. But then this is the professional approach. He doesn't go for anything too complex, doesn't require too much calculation, just keeps everything, every plus on the board. There's f7 coming in, ideas of Queen g7.
Could still happen.
Exactly. Basically, the point is that f7 checkmate is threatened, so if black plays the move rook d7 to f7 to guard that, then Queen g7 comes already with an extra tempo. After takes, we do exactly the same like before. Take on h7, we queen with g8, and we have already even captured the e5 pawn.
Yeah, I mean, this might even be the moment that Ding just decides to resign and end this, and kind of just wants the whole thing to finish, this round robin to finish, one more game to go, and is already thinking about the classical knockout stage.
Yes.
This is the current position. Levon Aronian with a crushing attack. We are seeing, I think, the final moves of this position. Queen g7 this time will be on the board.
Yeah, he moved.
He played rook to f7, the move that we were looking at.
Yeah, well, look at this.
He's going to do it, Peter.
Levon can hardly hold himself back, yeah? He already wants to go Queen g7 and then this g8 queen check. That's why my intuition was, okay, put that knight on h6 at least to cover that g8 square. But yeah, poor Ding is, I think he is just not there anymore. He's just in a state of shock. He doesn't know what's happening with him. And I really hope that for the knockout. And there we go.
It's on the board. A queen sacrificed by Levon. Queen to g7. And it's resigns by the world champion. Levon takes the win in an attacking masterpiece.
Yeah, everything. All this e3, f4, e3, and then g4, h4, h5 was setting up all these possibilities. He was dreaming about it, and he made it happen.
And Ding Liren, the disappointment continues. One more game to play before the start of a different tournament. I think he's already dreaming about it. He wants this one to end. For Levon, a much-needed confidence boost as well. He goes up the leaderboard. He goes up the standings in the round robin. This one, a miniature. We will maybe just see this one more time because I think it's one of the most beautiful finishes that we've seen so far in this tournament. But what catches your attention? There's a lot of live action on, and I think we have to rush over to the Magnus Fabi board. And maybe, Nicholas, you could take it from the top and see how we got here really quickly.
Yeah, there's a lot of action happening. We're so focused on the Aronian game that we missed a few moves here, and it really has heated up. So last we checked in was after bishop f3. Now b6 was played to involve this bishop as well. And we see the idea of Carlsen behind provoking this e7, e6 move a few moves earlier. He goes d5 now to open up the position, and this is his best choice. Knight e5 was played, a move that Peter already highlighted, trying to trade the knight against the bishop. Carlsen takes this knight, the bishop takes back, and now d takes e6. Allowing a check on c3, which was also played. First the take on f3, and now the check on c3. The king cannot castle anymore, goes to f1, but when the king lands on g2, it is almost like a normal castle. And here it is quite wild, because black doesn't want to take back this pawn. The queen could come in, or the rook could be traded. Queen c6 would look very strong, I believe. So queen e7 was played. Good move by Caruana, who navigates this position well. C takes b6, pawn takes back, pawn takes d7, rook takes d7. We have almost caught up with the current position. King g2 and castle. There we go, castle in the 18th move finally. Castling here. and Carlsen goes a3. So let's take a breather. A lot has happened. The white king is safe. The black king is kind of safe here on the king side. f5 has weakened the position a little bit, but let's talk about the knights. Let's talk about the knights. This knight is completely dead. It cannot move, and it will also not move anytime soon, whereas this knight can come into the game. a3, a good move to try to undermine this bishop. So it seems that Caruana is a little bit better here because of the different knight positions. Then again, the king is a little bit more open. However, with the bishop, I feel like it is still very comfortable. And maybe Caruana can try something, but it is still quite equal. What a game so far, Peter.
Yes, I perfectly agree with you. This final position, yeah, it's all about that knight on h1. If that knight could suddenly, by the way, yeah, knight f7 had been played, could jump to f4, white would be claiming a very nice positional advantage, because then his pawn structure, we could be talking about his pawn structure, which is preferable to black's pawn structure. That b6 pawn doesn't really make much if white reaches the d5 square with his knight, but this knight is so far away, and Fabiano is actually also eyeing to hit that queen with a tempo, knight g5, knight e4, activating, putting the pressure, opening up the queen side is also kind of tricky, yeah, because after some a b4, eventually queen takes b4 can target the knight on b3. Magnus has played the move, yeah, a takes b4, now bishop takes b4, blitzed out by Fabiano, making sure that he doesn't, because the idea what I mentioned, that we play queen takes b4, then black should have given up the d file, and yes, it's tempting to go after the b3 knight, but giving up the d file, it's kind of not what you want to do in a rapid game. Give your opponent activity. So AB, bishop b4, you know exactly with black that you are perfectly safe. Probably you are the one, if someone can be slightly better than it's black, and white still has this horror situation with the knight on h1. And look at this, Fabiano's body language signals me that he's actually hoping to get something going. Yeah, Magnus's knight move back to c1, trying to cement knight d3, give me some stability, give me some time to bring that knight from h1.
Fabi looks like he's up on the position, and he's up on the clock with a 5-minute advantage as well. Magnus on the defense, and it all comes down to the knight that both of you, Peter, Nicholas, you pointed out. It is an eyesore on h1, and it's far away from coming to the game. We can only imagine the alternative of moving the g pawn forward, but that would create havoc on the f file. It would create a lot of problems for white's king, and the move f4 will take a lot of time, because first you have to get out of the way with your queen. Meanwhile, the knight has fallen back, even if it was to land on d3. Black, we always talk about taking away squares from your opponent. You can think about falling back to d6, controlling some of the key knight square jumps. Maybe the knight will jump to e5. I'm also liking Fabi's position a lot here. For Magnus, the long-term problem is going to be about the knight. Fabi also thinking about perhaps where to place his rook. Does he double up on the d file? Does he double up on the c line? The one trick that you want to watch out is that there might always be a check on b3. So always look out for these tactics, and I just want to point out how that could work. For example, it's not that easy, but let's just show that if you were to go knight e5, maybe rook into rook is possible because I hit the queen, and now you can't take with the queen because queen b3 check would win the bishop. So there are these tactical motives that you have to watch out, which are possible because of the overextended pawns on the king side.
Yeah, and look at the body language of Magnus. Yeah, he's not enjoying he knows exactly, yes, I have a solid position, but I'm on the defensive. Yeah, and you can read it from the body language. Yeah, there is no energy coming from Magnus that, yes, I can build up the pressure here.
And one player is leaning forward and the other is leaning backwards, and you can feel like the dynamics of the position and the way both of them are seated. We try not to read too much into body language, but very often there are these small giveaway signs that we can look into. Knight c1 by Magnus. This is going to be a long defense haul for white. Meanwhile, some hot action on the Gukesh Nodebek board, where we're getting an update that there has been a big miss by Gukesh, Nicholas.
Well, a big miss for Gukesh, or rather he has stumbled into a lost position. And let's go back a few moves to understand what has happened. So, well, they're already on the 17th move. So after rook d5, d6, white is worse because the black knight is well placed, the queen is active, and the white pieces are somewhat passive. But it is still defendable if you play a move like king h1, maybe bring the rook back to d1 to get rid of this queen sooner or later. Instead, Gukesh played queen h3, and maybe he missed that black can actually castle here. And that's exactly what Abdusattorov did. He castled short, immediately putting the rook on the open file, bringing his king to safety, and this knight is under a lot of pressure. The check came in on e6, rook f7 was played, rook f8 is next, get the king out of the pin here, or the rook out of the pin, and then win this knight on f2. This is the plan. And after king g2, actually Abdusattorov played queen e2. He has many different choices. He could also play rook to f8, queen e2, keeping this knight pinned, and already introducing ideas like knight g4, knight e3, hitting this knight one more time. You can see the evaluation by yourself. It is all black. That means the position is completely lost for white, and it seems Abdusattorov is going to take another win here and maybe catch Vincent in the lead. Peter, this is looking pretty bad.
Yeah, it's looking horrible when you can highlight a knight on e5, and there are all kinds of pins from the queen on the second rank. There is the pin along the f-file. Black is ready to play rook df8, king g7. Also this tactic with knight g4, queen takes g4, rook takes f2 check is hanging there. Very much the motive like Abdusattorov has beaten Alireza yesterday. Wow, this is looking terrible.
And Peter, maybe you can just break it down for us that why after queen e2, Gukesh can't take on d6. Because I think for many people watching, rook into pawn, rook into rook, queen into rook is a line that we'd want to know what's going on here. And I'm guessing it's something to do with the pin on the board.
Well, knight g4 comes, yeah, and it's game over because you only have one check. Yeah, rook, queen d8 check or queen b8 check, and I can even decide, will I play rook f8 or will I play king g7? After queen d8, clearly king g7, and the pressure on the f2 knight, it's unbearable.
And knight e3
as well.
To the boot.
Yeah.
So it's impossible for Gukesh to actually take that d6 pawn that might look on pre because of the pressure, which is why the move queen e2 by Norderbeck, very, very powerful move. And Gukesh on the think. He lost the previous round, and it looks like this one as well is going to be a big task to hold it. I don't really see a way with all the ideas that were pointed out by Nicholas, doubling up on the f-file and eventual knight g4 at some moment. This is looking very difficult for white.
Yes, no, this is basically borderline lost. And talking about Nodir back then having the chance of catching Vincent, I think this would be maybe a good chance to catch up with the current action in Alireza Firouzja against Vincent Keimer, because we haven't really been talking much about this game. And Vincent is leading the tournament. We have to do justice for him and for Alireza as well.
Let's do it. Let's do a deep dive into this position. So, whoa. Whoa.
Good moment.
Good moment, Nicholas, because the last move by white
was knight e2 to f4.
Voluntarily putting your knight on a square that it can be captured. What on earth is going on here? It has to do something with what ideas? You want to play d6? I first thought that maybe he wants to jump in with the rook to h8 if you take, but all that doesn't work because there's a knight on f7.
Yes, exactly. But the point is that he wants to give d6 check, and if you capture e takes f4, then there is no intermediate with e5, e4. So now after d6 check, this opens up the diagonal.
d7.
And d7 is coming. Okay, we see the evaluation bar is not impressed. We are impressed by the beauty of the idea. But the silicon monster says that, okay, and so what? I don't know. Let me just put that king on a6. Is that a move? If d7 comes, I don't really mind. Okay, I will move that rook somewhere, because also, let's not forget, if I really would love to capture with the queen back on c8, I don't know how to do that.
Okay, let's just put the rook on an active. Let's go rook e4 here.
Rook e4. And for example, d takes c8.
Let's take it back.
Just to highlight it, queen takes c8, and we feel that, okay, black is stable, black is solid.
And I have to agree with that. I mean, it looks really beautiful, this move that we were pointing out with that knight f4 jumping in over here. And we see Vincent has decided to go for this line. So we might be seeing the follow-up of this. d6, d7 on the board. The players have just blitzed out this continuation. After d6, rook e4 was played immediately.
Yes,
which
D7.
makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, D7 blitzed out because after D3 there will always be knight G5. Yeah, so that's why Black does not need to worry this pin. However, before we delve into more action, look at Vincent's clock. He's under 2 minutes in this razor sharp, crazy position. So Alireza has tons of tricks at his sleeve. Vincent has to concentrate, and look at this, he's concentrated, he feels the tension, he knows that this is a very critical, decisive moment.
Very critical moment. He's up a piece. Vincent is up a piece right now, but look at the amount of threats on the board. That pawn on D7, super strong. The bishop and the rook lined up. Make sure that the knight on F7 really doesn't have that much freedom. You can't really allow Rook H8 at an opportune moment. The biggest resource for Vincent is this move, knight G5, as you're pointing out, with the arrows. White can't win material currently. But Peter, if you can't win the material back, I mean, Vincent might just end up being up a piece right now. Knight D6, what's the follow-up for White?
Well, but this is the trick, yeah, that he has so many options and he's just down to a minute, yeah. If he would not have any option and just move his king, yeah, just evocate the king and then he gets a stable position.
He plays King C7.
He plays King C7, okay, but this is a move I did not like because I felt like the king should run away. This king on C7 is very much in the scope of White's bishop on A1. It can eventually land on E5. Also, the rook from H1 eventually going to H7. It's a little bit scary.
But really quickly, Nicholas, what was the problem with knight D6? Because to me, it felt like the most natural move in the position.
Yeah, let's have a look. Knight d6, especially now that Firouzja is probably thinking, he has a lot of time to think, almost 10 minutes. d3 was the problem, now hitting the pinned rook, and after knight g5, just moving the queen back, because you still, now that the knight has moved from f7, you have this idea of rook h8, which is quite powerful, supporting the pawn to promote. So for example, if the rook drops back now, let's say to e7, then rook h8 is coming in and you have to give up the queen and you end up being in a lost position. So a very tricky play from Firouzja, probably also looking at Vincent's clock and therefore complicating matters here. King c7, as Peter already pointed out, felt like a step in the wrong direction. King a6 would have been safer. There are also some other choices here. So King c7 was played, and now d3 was already played. Rook e7, the rook drops back, and now White can take back on c8. The position has simplified a little bit, but still feels like with the king and the queen well placed, the bishop may be coming in over the dark squares, that it is Black who has to be careful, especially considering the time situation. So I'm a bit worried for Vincent right now.
Yeah, and we have this position on the board. This is the live board right now. Rook has gone back to e7. I'm also seeing the f4 pawn eventually drop with a check. He first picks up the knight on c8 as we see Firouzja making his moves. And let's just bring up... He made a knight, by the way.
Did he?
He just under-promoted. Let's just have that one more time. Quick action replay. Takes it in style, under-promotes to a knight. It has to be captured. And now, can he just pick up the f4 pawn with a check?
Yes, okay, but if you pick up the pawn, at least my king starts running the right direction. King b7, get me into safety. That's all I'm asking from this position. And I don't think that White should even maybe bother collecting that pawn, because the queen on f3 is kind of stopping that king from finding safety. But luckily for Black, the bishop on a1 is kind of still controlled by the knight on f7 and rook on e7, this construction, and just give Black... but when Black plays the move queen b7, which I wanted to do, then queen takes f4 check will be kind of annoying, because then Black's king is unable to go to the desired b7 square. So Alireza is taking his time, he's sensing that, okay, Vincent has little time on the clock, objectively I also have chances, and... what happened here? Yeah, I think Gukesh probably resigned.
Yes, we're getting a result in Nodebek. Abdusattorov takes a win. We left it last with big pressure on Gukesh. All those pins on the board. But I think we're going to stick to this position as the players are playing on about a minute on the clock. And very soon, we will move on to the Magnus Fabi board, as that one is also heating up.
Wow, yeah, we have so much action.
So Queen C8, let's just see how Alireza reacts here. He is taking his time. Nicholas, keep us to the good. Let us know when is a good moment. Perhaps this is a good moment.
Yes.
It might be time to switch over to the Magnus board.
Just a second, yeah, Alireza played the move bishop f6, which I thought like it's the main move. It's played and it's all up to Vincent how he will handle this.
And Peter, we will come back to this one, but just for a moment, let's go back to this because look at that knight on h1, which we were talking about being such a horror story in White's position, has landed on d5. Take us back. How did it get to d5, Nicholas, and what's the current evaluation of the position?
Well, I was also surprised for a moment, but actually I believe it was this knight on c1 which made it to d5, and the other one was traded. However, quite a transformation of the position compared to when we last checked in. Here we see Magnus trying to get this knight into the game and already actually has taken over. Objectively, he's a little bit better now, but the position is quite difficult to play for both sides. e4 even, playing in the center, queen f6, and now knight e2, bishop c5, and knight f4, and the bishop is traded against the knight, but Carlsen did not take back. Instead, he puts the knight on d5, forking the queen and the rook, and wow, there was a very strong move here, but for a human, very, very difficult to find. Rook to c3. What a move!
Good luck finding that.
Rook to c3, counterattack on the queen. And the point is, if you take either of the knight or of the queen, in the end, I can take the rook on g1. We end up in an equal endgame. White can play queen b2 instead. But all right, let's focus on the game. Instead, queen e6 was just played by Caruana. And here we see the idea behind Magnus knight d5. He wants to get rid of the queen so he can put his queen on this diagonal. Queen b2 check looks very strong now. Queen e5 needs to be played because otherwise I can just take the rook on c7. So just to highlight the idea, right now the knight is pinned, so by going queen b2 check, I'm stepping out of the pin, threatening to take. So queen e5 should be played because in the end, if we go into this endgame, still the rook on g1 is threatened, but here White could go queen takes f2, still keep this very strong knight on d5, bring the rook in next with rook g1. The king is a little bit less safe, the pieces are better placed, especially the knight position, so this looks like a very comfortable edge for Magnus if he finds the next
he has found,
he
exactly.
has found, yes.
Yeah, this is now
Yes,
all on
this
the
is
board.
on the board. So this is a clear advantage. How's the time situation? About even. Magnus is looking to take maybe another win here. Getting on a roll.
Yes, he took down the world champion and he might be on his way to take down his 2018 World Championship challenger, but it's far off from that. He's got a very pleasant position and I think it's not the time to write off black just yet. With the rook on the open c-file, there is tension on e4. It's still a game that anything could happen. I'm loving that knight on d5, a very stronghold piece. To me, I think we just come back to that point. Magnus was able to get rid of that h1 knight with a trade, as Nicholas showed us, and that was the key point. That was what was making his position so bad, and with that knight gone, I think his pawn structure, his piece activity, his king safety, just all feels like a position for two results right now.
Yes, that d5 knight, I was highlighting that if White ever gets a knight to d5 in this structure, yeah, this is typical, yeah, that basically this extra pawn on b6 does absolutely nothing to the position because we are not talking about any endgame. There is a real middle game going on. White is also planning to simply include that final piece into the game with rook g1, and then it will target the queen. It will set up ideas like e takes f5, hitting the queen, and queen takes f5 will be met by queen b2 check, which is incredibly annoying. Because where do you go with the king? Most probably black will have to run towards h6. Very scary spot. I'm not surprised at all that the evaluation bar gives quite a big advantage, not a small torture. This is serious trouble for Fabiano.
Fabi, in a think, he's touching the 2-minute mark. And while he takes a think, should we get a quick update on the other board? We left it when the position was blowing up. There are only 2 games remaining. And Alireza against Vincent. Bishop f6 was played when we checked it last. And perhaps if we just go back to that moment, Peter, bishop f6, just a few moves have happened. Vincent sidestepped with the rook to d7.
Well, Vincent is down to 12 seconds first of all. That's why I felt like whenever some danger is coming, it's basically impossible to handle it with little time. And we see rook h7, g5, queen e2. Now g4 had been played with 2 seconds on the clock. Yeah, you just make a panic move. You can't really do anything. That king had to run to a6, yeah? I told you that after king c7 with 1 minute on the clock, you are into some big trouble, queen e6 on the board.
Oh, and all of White's army is jumping in. The rook is attacking the knight. Rook f7 was hanging. He moves in, and it looks like it's a big... Is it walking into some pins with eventually bishop coming to e5? First, you defend your queen, and bishop e5 to follow?
Yeah, it's over. Yeah, rook h8. There are pins everywhere, yes, so you have to play queen b7. What else can you do?
5 seconds, Vincent has to make a move. He goes queen to b7, so at least putting some pressure on the g2 pawn.
Yeah, but this is not survivable. Yeah, bishop
Bishop
e5, bishop e5, and then the threat of bishop takes d6. If rook d6, rook h7 will be simply checkmate. So queen c6 has to be played, but we are so packed and we are in so much trouble. White might just simply start picking up all the pawns on the king side, and we will be stuck forever.
Also, queen g8 ideas at some point, but trying to deliver checkmate on black's king. And Alireza Firouzja has so much time to figure this out.
Yeah, here the time management finally went on to hunt Vincent, but he had some opening problems. Yeah, that was the problem. Yeah, bishop e5, queen c6 on the board, and look at this box. Yeah, nothing really moves. Every piece protects everything, but you clearly now at the moment black wants to go king b7, but I don't think that's gonna really happen here.
Maybe you can go queen g8 because king b7 can be met by queen to a8 check first. You force the king back to c7, and then there's a checkmate on b8.
Yes, yeah, queen g8 is basically almost game over. It could easily be a game over. Just to highlight, yeah, we would love to run, give me one more tempo, king a6, but queen a8 check, king c7, rook c8 is checkmate due to the pin.
Oh, that's a more beautiful checkmate. I was thinking about queen b8, but rook c8 is more aesthetic for sure.
Yeah, also queen c8 check is a mate, checkmate. Yeah, it just goes on to show that black is completely paralyzed, black is pegged. All eyes on Alireza, he still has 3 minutes on the clock, and knowing what a kind of aggressive attacker he is, it's just impossible. Imagine him not playing queen g8.
And he's thinking, I think he is going to... Maybe he wants to be a bit more fancy and go queen e8.
That's also a possibility, but sometimes I feel like better not to be fancy.
You were the one who was suggesting queen c8, rook c8, checkmates, Peter. Well, Alireza slowed down, so I think he's just thinking what move, and whoa.
No, he picks it up, yeah,
I'm slightly surprised with this.
Okay, but it's completely winning, yeah, he just takes bishop takes f4. He just wants to enjoy his dominating position. I was highlighting that nothing moves. King b7 runs into rook h6, for example. Yeah, complete paralyzation. Black cannot do anything. Vincent down to 5 seconds.
I'm not sure who it was, but a great player once said, if you see a checkmate, you see your winning material, go for material, because sometimes the checkmate might not be a checkmate. But in this particular case, queen g8 just felt so straightforward. And now Vincent is trying to create more luft, more breathing space for his king on c7.
Yeah, but there is just none. Yeah, this dark squared bishop. Yeah, this dark squared bishop came to life. Yeah, Vincent was basically using the whole game trying to control that bishop ever reaching some kind of a dangerous diagonal. Now finally it reached there. Black is paralyzed. I also like Alireza that he takes his time. He's not rushing, yeah, because he knows that he's winning. You shouldn't be playing on your opponent's time.
Takes on b5. Black can just never... But bishop into knight, bishop d6, rook d6, queen c8 is checkmate.
Okay, not checkmate immediately, but
oh, sorry,
wins
that's
the
king
game.
b6, yes.
Yeah, but rook h7, yeah, this is...
And picks up the rook. And let me just point out that what I felt earlier, but black does have this square, but this one delivers a check, wins the material, wins the game for Alireza Firouzja, and we have a resignation from Vincent. Meanwhile, Magnus Carlsen has managed to win a queen for a rook and a knight. A lot has happened, and perhaps, Nicholas, you could quickly tell us how did this even appear on the board?
All right, let's have a look. Already 3 decisive games so far in this round, and this might as well be another one. Magnus Carlsen on the brink of victory. So after queen takes f2, we left it here. Rook g1, very natural and very strong to align the rook, bring the rook into the game. And here king f8 was played. Now e takes f5, queen takes f5, and g4. g4 suddenly, and forcing Caruana to give up the queen, because otherwise the queen could not defend the f6 square anymore. For example, queen g5 looks sensible at first, but here you even have the choice to go h4 or even take on b6 already. Knight takes b6. What a beautiful shot, because after rook takes b6, you can now follow up with h4, and the queen cannot keep the rook on c5 defended. Take this rook next, and that will be all. So after g4, Caruana rightly so recognized that his best chance to holding this position is to take on d5. But after rook takes d5, rook takes d5, this should be a technically winning position. I assume rook e6 was played, but there's still some defensive hope for black, although the time situation is also quite worrisome. So let's keep an eye on this one, obviously, as it is the last one running, and I give it back to you guys.
Yeah, I think the big question will be, does Fabi believe in fortresses in this one, and can he manage to set up one? To do that, the first thing would be to try and trade out one pair of rooks to ease the pressure on black's king. So Fabi with rook d6, trying to get that exchange in, but I think even without that, it's very difficult to imagine an actual fortress in this position. That said, I'm expecting Magnus to keep that rook on the board and to try to put more pressure on black's king. What would be your choice, Peter?
Well, but his last move was rook e6, kind of inviting rook d6. Yeah, it's that's why for me it's very difficult to judge. I somehow feel like the logical follow-up would be something like rook d6, knight d6, and then activate the queen. I don't know, via d4 or via g3. Both are very tempting options. And then most probably black will sooner or later lose that h7 pawn. Yeah, Magnus goes for it. Rook takes d6, knight d6. Where does he activate his queen? That's the only question right now.
Queen d4 looks so tempting, but perhaps black keeps everything under control with the knight just falling back to f7, because queen h8 would be a big threat. So Magnus goes the other way around, now eyeing f6, h7. Black can't really... Can you go king g7? Because at first I thought you've got queen e7 check, but the knight falls back to f7.
Yes, the knight falls back to f7. It's still very far from a fortress.
Under 10 seconds, Fabi.
Yeah, it's very tough.
He avoids the checks, goes with the king to the light square, so there is no queen e7 check, but Magnus can still step in with the queen. He's reaching out.
Yeah, basically he can pick up the b6 pawn by force, yeah, going queen e7, knight f7, queen c7. But then some g5 and then h6 ideas with the knight on f7. Is that then a fortress? g5. g5 looks tempting. Black should play g5 and then h4, h6. And I'm holding.
So this is what we were discussing. Are there fortresses in this position? So imagine if the pawn was to reach g5, h6, you put the rook, well, maybe even on f4. f4, f6 with king to g7. How is white?
Well, if I get there, but of course white will also break with f4 quickly. There are still problems, but at least Fabi has something to play with. He has now 24 seconds, so at least he's not running the risk of losing on the clock and not finding a move.
And the point that I was trying to make, Peter, was that if black is allowed to get the setup, the fortress that I wanted to show was that this idea, you put your king, and imagine if this rook can land on the f file, either on f6 or on f4, you just keep everything defended. But you, as you said, that white will not allow that easily. At some point, Magnus will have to break in with f4 to make sure there's no fortress on the board.
Yeah, and then the question is, do you include h4, h6, or do you go f4 immediately? Do you go for some... I somehow intuitively felt, yeah, and h4 on the board, because the g6 square is also now weakened, yeah? So there is this potential check idea, queen g6. But yeah, Magnus just goes king g3, allowing rook d6. Hang on, one more move, and black will get rook f6.
But maybe you give a check first, queen b8. And the thing is that even if you go queen b8, Magnus reaching after the queen, he doesn't go for a check. He controls the f6 square for now, so he's stopping that fortress that we've been discussing.
Yes, he's stopping that. But okay, black should just now pass. Yeah, rook e6 played.
And I don't think you can still go f4 because there's a check, and then perhaps Fabi just captures on f4.
Yeah, first queen c3. Of course, you don't need to rush. Yeah, there is no power in the world that can stop white from playing f4 if the rook is not reaching the f file. And then black will have to make another pass. Yeah, these kind of pass moves are very difficult. So, by the way, watch out for queen c8 check. At this moment, it's threatening to win the rook. Black plays the move rook e5, and is this a fortress? Yeah, f4, gf, king f4, is queen takes e5 a big threat? The pawn endgame should be winning for white. That's why it's not a fortress. The rook has to move.
And Fabi has about 30 seconds to judge that pawn, king-pawn endgame, and realize that he can't afford to allow queen e5, and he does so. He moves away from the rook, but the pieces feel like they're a little loose right now. He hasn't been able to achieve that fortress number 1 that we were discussing. He needs to make sure that the white king can't cross over. So he keeps the rook on the 5th rank, cutting off the king. How does white make progress here? Nicholas, your thoughts?
Yeah, it seems like the pieces are too loose now, and especially the rook needs a stable position. And if the rook cannot go to e5 because of the pawn endgame, I mean, that is a big question, but this pawn endgame is lost indeed. This pawn endgame will be won by white. Then the rook is always hanging there, and you always have to watch out for checks. So after king e4, which was actually played, Caruana responded with rook b5, and maybe objectively it is possible to hold, but it feels like in practice it is really, really difficult.
But now Magnus is down to 10 seconds as well, and Fabiano has accumulated quite some time. Yeah, now there is a chance to give rook e5. Magnus is setting up this idea. Rook e5 check, king f4, king g7, then queen c3, and I'm getting this spin, and I might force you into some pawn endgame, losing pawn endgame. Be careful.
That's a sneaky trap being set up by Magnus, because you are attacking the rook, and he couldn't have taken on b5 because of knight d6 check. Let's just quickly show this. The rook was actually not on pre. This would have walked into a fork. So a counter sneaky trap by Fabi. The king sidesteps it.
But hang on, then rook b4, rook take g4. If rook e4, no, king f5, rook
Queen
b5.
f6 was coming.
Yeah, but now rook
This
b5
is
check.
insane. Peter, this is how tricky the knights are. What a crazy endgame. And forcing Magnus to fall back. And Magnus is smiling. He reacts as well.
Yeah, he cannot believe. Yeah, he cannot believe.
He knows that no one will live down the Magnus. Do you now believe in fortresses?
Yes, and he had to play king e3 because king f3 was running into knight e5 check with a fork, winning the game, and king g3, rook take g4 was a check.
And this is what you're pointing out. This would have won the queen, won the game for black.
And king g3, rook take
as well.
g4.
Rook into pawn, inviting that fork on e5. But instead, the g4 pawn has to be given up. And for Fabi, he will indeed set up that fortress. And you can see it on Magnus Carlsen.
Yes, of course. Yeah, queen c3 check played, king h7, the last trap, because now king g8 was running into queen c8 check. Be careful, but now after queen f6, you can play already king g8.
How tactically sharp do you need to be in these positions? It's absolutely insane. The queen jumps in. Watch out, the knight is attacked. Also, at some point, watch out for queen f5 and h5 if you fall back. So he needs to be a little careful.
But now king g8. King g8 gives the perfect harmony. Yeah, this is on the board. King f3 played. And the last question, where do we place that rook? Rook c4 played.
So Fabi's really trying to cut off this king, stopping it from crossing over to the 4th rank for now, making it as difficult. Oh my God, that little scramble with the rook and the knight was so cool, Peter.
Yes, and look at that knight on f7. Yeah, he just guards that king and handshake. There it's a true fortress. And look at this, Magnus complaining that no, this was fantastic. This should have been won for me.
The knight is the king's best friend when it comes to defending these positions. And it's been Fabi's best friend setting up all these tricks that we saw over the last 10 moves. And of course, the players, I think they equally enjoyed playing this endgame. For Magnus, a bit of a disappointment. I think he felt it. He was so close to the win.
Yeah, it should have been winning. Also, Fabi was down to 10 seconds. Maybe if Fabi would have had more time on the clock, Magnus would have been focusing more on the position. Yeah, he got carried away. And he allowed this, yeah, when suddenly I saw that black gets the chance to play g6, g5, then I already really believed, yeah, I couldn't really hold myself back, that this could be a potential draw.
And it was at this moment that we saw this happen, first taking control of the king side, the pawn moves forward, g5. Magnus does not allow the first fortress, he broke open with f4. But Nicholas, this is where I want you to take over and take us through those scrambles that happen with black setting up the knight forks and the rook sacrifice.
Yeah, absolutely. So after Carlsen won the queen, as we saw, it is most likely a winning position. So the first decision that he took, rook, to allow the rook trade was possible, but then he was too focused on winning this pawn. And this allowed black to get the harmony and to set up this fortress, which seems to hold. Instead, in this moment, to play the move f4 here to get the pawns going instantly would have been a better choice. Let's say, for example, also knight f7, the queen is being activated, queen d4, and let's say black goes king g8, and now white improves, plays king f3, and we see that white is able to create a passed pawn here at some point without trading too many pieces. And if this pawn, this f pawn, at some point goes forward, let me just make a few moves here, goes forward to f5 and then maybe to f6 later on, then it can be very dangerous. Of course, still white has to be careful, but this should be a winning position, at least from what I can judge, and especially practically with Caruana having so little time and having no clear way to defend, as we saw in the game here. Carlsen should have gotten the win, and that's why he's probably a bit disappointed right now.
Yeah, and I wanted to really highlight the moments that happen around here. By the way, we see the players still sitting. They've got one more round to play, but it was such an interesting position that I think Magnus is trying to think what he missed. Fabi with all these tricks. And we got the analysis board in front of us, and this is when we saw all those tricks around the night.
But look at Magnus. He's still sitting there.
He's still thinking about it.
He still cannot believe how I did not win this. Because if you asked me before, yeah, there when we saw this rook e6, rook d6, I was already saying that I don't know if I want to trade the rooks. But he already played rook e6, then okay, we're gonna trade the rooks. But even after that, just bringing the pieces like Nicholas highlighted, if you asked me that, I would have told you that I can bet my whole house, everything on that I'm actually not a bettor. Yeah, so this is something very special that Magnus gonna win this game. And then draw like this, clearly I'm completely shocked. Then imagine how disappointed Magnus is.
Yes, but I think full marks to Fabiano Caruana to keep the resources, to keep the tricks coming, and it just went on to show how tricky a rook and a knight combo can be. As the players themselves, they can't believe this position, the kind of intricacies, the kind of subtleties and the traps that were there. And Peter, this was a moment when Magnus played queen to c6, perhaps thinking that he's breaking through. Either the king, white king will eventually go forward or end up winning material. There are checks over the board, but Fabi, he found a really cool resource. You can't pick up the rook because there's a knight check coming in, winning the queen. Magnus sidesteps that fork, and then Fabi gave a check, eventually with the same idea, and winning the pawn on g4
well,
once more.
just to highlight one thing, that after king g7, of course, Magnus should have, yeah, just here, should have given queen c3 check, yeah, forcing black to move with the king. And then he can play king f4, and he still has excellent winning chances. Yeah, he just stumbled. Okay, it might be a fortress, but there are winning chances. He stumbled into this tactical trick, after which it's a direct blow. That's why he's so frustrated.
Both these players had 12 classical draws in their World Championship match, and what a fight this was today as well. And of course, again, a legendary rivalry between the world number 1, world number 2, and it eventually ended in this position when Fabi, with his rook and knight combo, and all the folks around managed to win the g4 pawn, and then it was elementary for him.
Yes, yes, what a save and what a disappointment for Magnus. Let's see, because there is only one more run today, the final run, the 7th run after, but we should also be probably taking a look at the standings.
Let's first bring up our results. We've had 3 decisive games and 1 fighting battle that ended in a draw. Gukesh lost to Nordebek. It has been a disappointing day 2 for Gukesh. Nordebek getting that point. Levon Aronian, an absolute destruction of a game with the white pieces, takes down Liren. Magnus, Fabi, the big fight that we saw in the end. A fortress prevailed. Fabi saved the draw. Alireza Firouzja with an up and down game, a complicated fight, eventually winning in Alireza's favor. Vincent just did not have enough time to keep things under control in a very difficult position. And this is our leaderboard going into the final round of the round robin rapid, which will determine the pairings, the seedings for our classical knockout. And at the top of the leaderboard, we once again see one of the youngsters, one of the, well, I wanted to say rising star, but he's already a superstar. Nordebek Abdusattorov, followed by Vincent at 4 points, Alireza Firouzja alongside Fabi and Magnus with 3.5. Gukesh stumbling down with 0 out of 2 today. He's on 6th position. Levon, who won his previous game, and for Ding, the nightmare continues.
Yes, the nightmare continues. There is a tremendous fight for the first position. Yeah, now that Nordebek has won his game, he's +3. Vincent has lost, so he's back to +2 only. And there are Firouzja, Fabiano Caruana, and also Magnus Carlsen with +1. Let's take a look at the final pairings. And wow, yeah, there we have it. Nordebek Abdusattorov playing against Magnus Carlsen. Vincent against Gukesh.
And we have it in front of us, the pairings on our screen. And you were pointing out, Peter, that it's a fight. It's quite the finish that we would have hoped for, because we can expect leapfrogging in the standings.
Yes, for example, if Magnus beats Abdusattorov, then he is also catching up, because Abdusattorov is 1 point ahead of Magnus Carlsen. Vincent came with white against Gukesh. That's also kind of, if Vincent wins, that's a huge step forward. But Alireza Firouzja has also the chance to risk, with the black pieces against Ding-Carlsen. Ding-Carlsen has been suffering. Also having chances, Fabiano Caruana playing from the white side. Every single player from these guys can still get the #1 spot.
And each player wants to end the day on a high. They want to go out of this round robin feeling confident about the big battle that will start from tomorrow. We've got the final round coming up in just a few moments. We will be back with all the action from the Freestyle Go Chess Challenge happening in Weissenhaus.
Eight days, 8 players, and 1 event. With the Freestyle Chess Greatest of All Times Challenge, we're entering a new era of chess. Located in one of the most exclusive locations in the world, the private nature luxury resort Weissenhaus in Germany. For this event, no costs and no efforts were spared. But what exactly is the main reason for this event?
This format is completely new. This is classic long-time chess for freestyle chess, and so we want to begin a new era of chess. And we are looking forward what will happen in the next days here, and then also probably we can make a tour or something like this.
Many tournaments that have many more players goes longer and so on, but it is maybe the most exclusive because we are putting everything on the maximum quality. It should be the best product that we can have, and we are mainly doing this as an internet broadcast, next year maybe as a television broadcast, and on site we have a very limited amount of people who can see it, and media and so on, so it's basically made for being broadcasted and distributed.
It's the first day of the tournament. The matchups were drawn the evening before, determining who plays against whom. The Freestyle Chess Tournament regulations are according the Chess 960 rules. Even if the starting position are randomly set up, there are starting position requirements and castling rules. Also, Magnus Carlsen himself has contributed a new and innovative idea to this tournament.
It really happened today. The idea we had 2 days ago with Magnus at the dinner, let's have a group of the white and the black players discuss, and then they even developed it further because we said, they shouldn't touch the pieces, but then the 3 white players, they were around the board and they moved the pieces and so on. It was so exciting. First time that you can see into the heads of a player before a game starts. Afterwards you can analyze, but before a game starts, what is he thinking? Because he shares these thoughts with his other colleagues who he doesn't play against right now, but they have the same color, and I think this is a spectacular thing that we have discovered today.
Compared to normal chess tournaments, players tend to make mistakes in an early stage of the freestyle chess games. Even for the greatest grandmasters, this tournament is challenging. However, Vincent, Gukesh Domaraju, and Nodirbek Abdusattorov end the first day of the tournament with great success.
This is a unique tournament, with a different format and different time control. In normal classical tournaments, players didn't talk with each other, before the game, so it's kind of unique. We analyze together, with some players, and I can imagine players, talking to each other, like in a classical game, preparing before the game. So that's kind of that's what I like.
A great start into a great event. The first day is over now, but 7 exciting days of a new chess era are following. Stay tuned. The world of chess in a completely new light. We call it freestyle chess, played according to the rules of Chess 960. Random 960 ensures surprising games from the very first move. The games are played with classical, long thinking time. Why? Because the arrangement of the chess pieces is drawn at random before the start of each game. Players can't rely on memorized opening strategies, but must think from the beginning and manage their time for 40 moves instead of effectively 20. In total, there are 960 different basic positions. The pawns remain as usual in the 2nd and 7th rows. The arrangement of the pieces in the 1st and 8th rows is random, but symmetrical. The only condition? The king must always stand between the rooks and the bishops on different colors. The Super Grandmasters see positions they have never seen before and must still make swift decisions under time pressure. From the third tournament day, the Super Grandmasters then have the chance to play high-class 960 games because for the first time in the history of chess, they get the time to do so. Chess in a new dimension, to be experienced at the Freestyle Chess G.O.A.T Challenge 2024.
Welcome back, everyone, as we're about to kick off the final round of the round robin. We've had so much dramatic action, so many great fighting chess. It's been topsy-turvy. We've seen the time scrambles. We've seen the creativity of the players bringing it on in the opening from move number one. It's been awesome, Peter.
Yeah, absolutely stunning action. I'm still under the influence of what we have just seen. Alireza tricking Vincent in time scramble. Yeah, it's also kind of a very nice example that against the youngsters, especially against such brilliant tacticians like Alireza, you have to control your clock. You can't really rely on your seconds because you will be tricked. A big win there for Alireza Firouzja. And it hurts Vincent, yeah, because now Nodirbek Abdusattorov, after delivering another great victory, is already now leading the rapid section, the round robin section, with an undefeated +3 score, just fantastic performance. But we have some incredible pairings waiting for us in the last round today. Just anything is possible.
And there we have it, the final round matchups that are coming up. And Peter, you spoke about it hurts a player where they end, but I think it's also about at the end of the day, when we've got the matchups, the pairings that will happen for the classical knockout, maybe there are players who don't want to face Magnus Carlsen in the first knockout match. So where you end up on the seedings, there might be players who might not want to face Abdusattorov with the kind of run that he's having. So there's so many dynamics at play right now. They're just focusing on the game. They're just looking forward to what's the next position. What's online, what's at stake for these players is going to be about who gets to play. Who gets to play, who's the opponent in the knockout phase, in the quarterfinals that starts tomorrow. And this is the prize fund, a lot to fight for. The player who's knocked out in the quarterfinals goes back with $8,000. And as we can see, it moves up to $20,000 for the players who make it into the semi-finals. And the winner goes back home with a very cool $60,000. And of course, as always, we will have a brand new, fresh position possible out of 958 positions, I want to say, Peter?
Yes, I think it's correct.
And the reason for that is that Chess 960, freestyle chess as we say it here, it is 960 positions are possible, the starting position, and we will be drawing one of those positions. The original, the standard chess position is number 518?
Probably, yes. That's what I keep hearing here, yes.
It's actually the first time I found that out as well, that 518 is the position to remember. And that's the number that's been taken out of the draw that decides the position, as well as one of the 960 positions, Peter.
Yes, when the king and the queen is wrongly placed, which I'm very happy about, because one thing that drives me crazy when suddenly official starting position is suddenly mistakenly, you know, the king and the king is mixed up. I feel like, okay, this is total Pacerski, you know, you just can't look at this, you know, it's not chess anymore.
Yeah, and you're talking about the king from E1 is put on D1, the queen from D1 is moved to E1. It is a freestyle chess position, but it is not in our mix. So we will very soon find out which will be the unique position, the fresh position the players will be starting for. They're not discussing with each other anymore. They're in there, in the players' booth, just trying to find their way forward, trying to think about how they want to approach these fresh positions. And I have to say that each one of them that we've had over the last how many rounds? Last 6 rounds, Peter, has provided maximum entertainment.
Yes, all of them. And what I really like that there wasn't a single position where we had the feeling that, oh, this is now very unfair. Yeah, because there are a couple of positions we do know that White might get the upper hand right from the start, and that would be very unfortunate for any of these super guys to be facing such a situation. It did not happen, and we have seen, yeah, all the games had been extremely fighting, and Magnus Carlsen he seemed to be like unstoppable. That yesterday he won against Levon in style. He has won his first game today, and he's about to win Fabiano. But now this disappointment that he did not convert this winning advantage after turning the tables beautifully in the middle game. Let's see how he will handle this critical situation against Abdusattorov.
Yeah, that's the final game, and he's playing against a guy who seems invincible right now. He's at the top of the leaderboard. He's had quite the run. Abdusattorov, known for his creative style of play when it comes to standard chess, his fighting chess, always taking chances, and that's exactly what he's shown in freestyle as well. Again, Magnus versus Nordebek is also a matchup that we speak so much about. The two have played so many awesome clashes. The Vaikanze and Tata Steel, where Nordebek took that win in a very Magnus-esque fashion in that queen-pawn endgame. They've played some incredible games between each other.
Yes, Nordebek is one of these players from the youngsters who is the most dangerous for Magnus. Yeah, it's always quite intriguing. Yeah, because there is so much psychology, and I believe that those youngsters who suddenly feel that aha, I can compete against Magnus Carlsen, yeah, because in my direct encounter I was successful, then that helps psychologically, yeah, while if you are dominated by Carlsen, then it's so difficult because Magnus is so strong, yeah, you always get this impression that, yeah, okay, the guy is so strong, he plays brilliantly, how do I have chances? But once you have already settled yourself, then I think it's much easier.
Well, the GOAT will be challenged one more time in the rapid round robin, and it will be Nordebek Abdusattorov, the tournament leader currently, the round robin leader, taking him on. We see there are standings. We're just waiting for the reveal of the final round position. Vincent at number 2 there, Alireza Firouzja, Fabi, Magnus with 3.5 points. They managed to catch up on the leaderboard on day 2 after having a shaky start in day 1. Gukesh, meanwhile, has struggled a lot today, Peter.
So far, I think he hasn't had a single draw. Yeah, he has some crazy results. Yeah, a lot of ups and downs. He hasn't stabilized yet. Otherwise, I think in classical chess, he's famous for having things under control and playing from strengths. He has shown some brilliances and also some slightly weaker moments.
And there we have it. We are ready in our players' arena, and we're ready to head over straight to Fiona for the position reveal.
Final round of this rapid portion from tomorrow on. We will be playing classical, so I would like to invite to the stage, please, Holly and Teresa Sarah. We now have eight jokers. Let's see. Let's go. Which number is it gonna be? Is it gonna be a number? Is it gonna be a joker? Number 207. So the final position for this rapid portion is position number 207. It should show up very shortly. Thank you so much. Thank you, Holly. Thank you, Teresa, Sarah. Give them a warm round of applause. As always, the players will have 10 minutes now to prepare. So back to the studio. Have fun and good luck.
You want it on. We see our position for the final round, and we in the studio were just discussing because it's such a moment, it's such a revelation because it's a fresh position that, of course, nobody has seen. And I believe it's position number 207.
Wow.
Out of 958 possible positions, this is position number 207. Peter, what stands out to you?
Well, what stands out immediately that I really enjoy the bishops in the corner, bishop h1, bishop g1. We have already seen the previous round when it was bishop a1, bishop b1, mirroring. But one thing that stands really out in this position that we haven't seen before yet, I think that White's king is on d1, which is an awkward kind of square for the king, but the rook is next to it on c1. So if White wants, can actually solve the castle issue right away by going long castle on move 1. That's also something we haven't seen yet happen here.
And I would love to do that, but the only thing I think about is those bishops that you're pointing out. You know, even with the black bishop staring down on the queen side, the big question is, where do you feel most safe with your king? Perhaps, yes, long castle is possible on move 1, but the players might feel safer to be able to do short castle after a little bit of development. Nicholas, we're trying to understand where is king safety. What are your thoughts on this position?
Yeah, king safety, of course, is always a very important factor. But one thing that stands out, which I also believe we haven't seen before, is that the queen is in the corner. Have we seen this so far?
No,
I don't
not
think
yet.
so.
Yeah, it's very correct.
So the queen is in the corner on A1, and that is also something that Vincent mentioned yesterday. One important factor is you don't want your queen to be left out of the game, and you want to have it involved. So there is the potential that, well, either we could open up the bishop by going a move like G3, and the advantage obviously is that we activate the bishop and also stop the queen from getting into a game anytime soon, but probably black will do the same. Or we could say, well, we could activate the queen first of all, also pinning this pawn and not allowing black for now to activate the bishop. So in this direction I'm thinking right now, what do you guys think? What will be our first move?
You have to answer that question first. It's prediction time. What are we seeing on move number 1, Nicholas, according to you?
All right, let me just go with G3. Now that you put me on the spot, I'll just go with G3.
G3 makes a lot of sense. So Nicholas predicting the move G3 to appear on one of the boards. What about you, Peter?
Well, first of all, I had a technical problem. I'm still not getting the correct
Maybe if you
starting.
go to one of the other games, it could be already with the Fabiano against Aronian. Ah, yeah, there we go.
Yes,
there we have it.
Okay, thank you.
So let's highlight G3, suggested by Nicholas as the start.
Yeah, it's a very solid, stable move. Yeah, this is very tempting and very annoying from black side. Yeah, that your queen is on A8 and it's already targeted by the bishop. You can't really push the B pawn anymore. I do believe that black would be mirroring. Yeah, that if you are causing me so much pain and headache, let me do the same to you. There are also arguments for going, but I don't know, G3 or G4, and the same applies that do we go B3, B4 if we want to activate the queen? That's kind of a very big question. Another issue is that can we, for example, forget about all these subtleties and try to occupy the center? And by occupying the center, we are somehow cutting off the enemy's pieces, but I'm not yet seeing that how easily we can do that. Yeah, because whatever, if D4, then maybe B5. Yeah, let's just highlight that. If D4, B5 is the move that really disturbs me. We have been seeing that B5 backfired in the game between Magnus and Levon for black, but here I think it's justified. I don't want to do that. Yeah, let's stick to classical principles and go G3.
All right, so Peter and Nicholas here predicting the move G3 to appear on the boards. Chat, tell us, what would you play in this very unique position, starting position on move number 1? I'm trying to make up my mind. I agree with you guys. G3 feels like such a natural move that you want. I don't know what's natural in these positions, but the move that you want to make, you want to open up your bishop on the diagonal. But I want to also think about what are the other alternatives that white might be thinking about, how to place the pieces in this position. And I'm just wondering if perhaps there is something to be said about opening up the other bishop. Oh gosh, this is difficult. This is so difficult because I want to play the move F4 to try to get my bishop into the game. And I want to make that prediction, but I also see I'm leaving behind this E4 square that eventually the black knight can find itself into. Yeah, G3 feels like the move that we're going to see in maximum number of boards. I have to say that. But you know what? I'll take on F4.
Okay, well, that's kind of a risky choice, I would say. Yeah. We are very professional with G3. We might finally eventually not see any of it. And let's just highlight me one thing. Yeah, I really want to highlight that whenever we are talking about D4 or F4, my hand is automatically moving from the black side towards B5, right? So if I'm so obsessed with the move B7, B5, then the question appears, why don't we do it from the white side immediately? So if Nicholas picks G3, then I'm going to go with B4 just to make sure that we are covering more ground. And Tanya, do you still stick with your F4?
Yeah, it's not, I don't know, I just, you know what, yes. I stick to f4. So, Peter, you're changing your prediction to b4 now. Nicholas is on g3. I say f4. Chat, we want to hear it from you. What do you think will be the first move that we'll see on the 4 different boards, or at least one of them? What would it be that you would play here with white? And this is what we love about freestyle chess, right? That from move number 1, we have no idea what's going to happen. We're trying to think about setups, how to develop our pieces. It's a lot of fun.
Absolutely. I think the only moment when the fun stops is when the clocks are started and your clock is ticking and you only have a limited amount of time. Yeah, because there are so many things and so many ideas that come to your mind. You see that, yeah, I should be opening up my bishop, but I also should open up my queen. I should take care of my king. I should control the center, and then you have to give some priorities to some move. Yeah, it's very difficult.
Yeah, and I also really like the concept of actually developing that queen on a1, like with a move like b4 or b3, as you're pointing out, simply also pinning that bishop on h8. And the reason for that is if black gets the chance, the opportunity to make the move g6, how are we actually thinking about getting our queen into the game? Which can be a bit of a challenge, because eventually, imagine black takes a structure with g6, f5. That bishop on g8 will control the a2 square for the queen. The bishop on h8 stops the b pawn from moving forward, and suddenly you might be stuck with your pieces on the queen side.
Yeah, but the same ideas you have from the white side. Yeah, f4, g3, and then you are targeting as well. We see that Ding-Liren.
We see Ding-Liren there
getting
with
some support.
I think that's Miss Angola right there, who's here, and we're so happy to have her here with us, doing the drawing of positions. And Ding, he's just so focused. He knows that this is the very last game, his final opportunity to try to get a bit of that confidence back, get that rhythm, find that rhythm within himself. Ding-Liren is not only fighting his opponent, he's fighting himself right now. It's an inner battle for him.
Yes. On the other hand, we talked about that, yes, it's a psychological shock. However, if he can, yeah, there is the handshake between Ding-Liren and Alireza Firouzja. If he can forget everything that happened in the round robin and start with a completely new mindset in the knockout, I'm not ruling out the chance that eventually Ding-Liren is knocking out the winner of the round robin section. Yeah, so whoever wins, yeah, it's clear that at the moment everybody wants to target Ding-Liren. It's very logical, so they are very much fighting for that first place. But don't think lightly like this. I really believe that Ding will be fighting the classical portion like a lion.
And that's the Ding that we want to see as well. Ding at his best. But there's one more rapid round to go. And I am just waiting to see the first moves of the players. Will anyone play the f4 that I suggested? It is such a risky move. I do agree with both of you that perhaps g3 will be the move of choice. It will be the popular move on most of the boards. And as the players get ready to start as well, we see there a certain Magnus Carlsen. He takes off his dark blue jacket, Peter's favorite, after his own. Keeps that aside. He's getting ready for his match with the black pieces. Nodebek, we see the handshakes there. A clash of generations.
Yes, we have seen it already quite some times. And yeah, Abdusattorov is not intimidated by anyone. Yeah, he has incredible confidence. And what I would highlight that so far, to me, it looked like he was the one who was playing the most universal chess. We have seen him in some great attacking games involved, but also if we remember that game against Alireza Firouzja, which was like a strategical masterpiece that looked like a close kind of Sicilian, where he very beautifully defeated Alireza, but we already have live action. What?
Is that one f4 on the board?
What?
Peter, you're shocked. I'm loving it.
But here we still have just a second. Let me get that right.
It is one f4 by Nodebek Abdusattorov, the tournament leader.
Wow, and another f4.
By Ding-Liren. I mean, what can I say?
Okay, at least some g3. Come on, b4. Fabiano, save my day.
We have g3 on the board. Peter's b4. Come on, Fabi. You gotta play Peter's move. It's the extreme left.
Help me out. Help me out,
Fabi,
Fabi.
you've got to do this.
Fabiano is doing what Magnus did last round, taking a think, yeah?
Yes, I like it. And then he comes up with d4, yeah, the deep concept on the board, on the board. There you have it. You see, if you think little longer. Yes, yes. That's what we love to see. Okay, fantastic. Yeah, b4, f4, 2 times f4. So after all, you are the winner, Tanya, of the prediction. And g3 is there, so we are sharing second place with Nicholas.
But you're absolutely right. The player who actually stopped, took a pause, went deeper into the position. He does go with Peter's move, b4 played. So we're going to have a varied action on the board. I love it. But the most important point was to get this g3, f4 structure. You open up both the positions and both the bishops. And we see that on our 3 boards. Nodebek, Ding, Liren, Vincent taking the same pawn structure.
Yes, and look at this, that Ding already is rushing again. I just don't like this. Don't do this. Yeah, look at this. He's already on move 6, and Alireza is very tricky. He has tremendous amount of experience in this freestyle chess. And Vincent is also doing the same idea with a4. So it seems like we were talking about this, that how do, and Abdusattorov also goes for it, that what do you do with your queen when those bishops are eyeing the long diagonal? The same applies for black. Magnus ignores it for the moment. He says, no, I don't want to just follow up according to your plans. Let me have my own. But he's running a risk of, he's setting up some bishop d5 ideas.
And Peter, I think we have to pull up the analysis board here as you're pointing this all out. Let's deep dive into Nodebek versus Magnus Carlsen. And this is the position that we're looking at. Peter, the bishops are open. As you're saying, they can be challenged. Bishop to d5. Magnus can start looking at ways to develop the queen on the other flank of the board.
Yes, so basically this is what he's hoping for. Let's just go back to the very beginning to understand what happened. It's just a move order issue. In this game it was f4, in some other game it came with g3, f4, g6, g3, f5. We get the same position, a4, creating luft for the queen. And then Magnus going knight f6 with the intention exactly after a5. I'm pretty sure that Magnus wants to go bishop d5, because if you don't play bishop d5, give white one more move to get the knight to c3, controlling that d5. How on earth ever will black activate that queen on a8? Yeah, it's such a scary situation.
I love this approach by Nodebek. It is combative, it's aggressive, and it takes away a lot of key squares for that black queen. As you pointed out, not only the fact that the bishop is stopping b6, but also the pin that will happen along the a file. Bishop d5 played, yes, you solved one of the problems, but the other one to play b6, which will be a takes b6, and you can't recapture with the a pawn, is still in the air. This is fireworks from the start. Nicholas, what do you make of these opening moves?
I love it. I love Nodebek's approach to spend another tempo here, to go a5 to restrict the black queen further, because you have to play against the specific elements in a certain freestyle position. And here one very important element is that the strongest piece, the queen, is stuck in the corner, whereas this queen can already come out to a3 or to a4. So Carlsen now played bishop d5, but as you said, Tanya, yes, you get rid of this bishop, but still, let's say after bishop takes d5, knight takes d5, say a move like d3. Still, if you play b6, you cannot take back with the a-pawn, and you would, if you do play b6, you would, well, taking is not even the best option, but there's the potential white takes on b6 and tries to target the a-pawn, and you might end up with a worse structure. So I really like the first opening moves by Nodebek, and now we have some more moves. Knight f3 and b5 was played. Yeah, maybe knight f3 was not the best choice, because now you are in this pin, and this bishop is quite well placed. And after knight c3, it can maybe drop back to c6. So it seems that Magnus is getting his queen into a game. That is a very important thing in this position. Peter?
Yeah, I feel like knight f3 was a very ambitious move. Yeah, trying to keep all the pieces on the board, but I felt like Magnus is so relieved that he's able to push b5 and that queen on a8 is already sitting perfectly. I'm trying to really struggling to understand what Abdusattorov has in mind, yeah, that why he felt like he is not worried about this b5, because now one can argue that this a4, a5 was a waste of time. Black played b5, okay, he can still go for example, a takes b6 and then trade the queens, but then certainly he is giving up the initiative, and Black has absolutely zero problems.
All right, well, this one, quite the entertaining position from the start. Players trying to get their pieces out, trying to solve the problem of the queen on the A file. And we see Nordebek there reaching out. He does trade on B6. In this particular case, I think it is possible to take with the A pawn because I don't really see follow-up tactics. Yes, you can trade queen 8, bishop 8, and the bishop on 8 will be a hanging bishop, I want to say, but there is no great knight jump because the bishop on h1 is also pinned. And Peter, you're pointing out...
Yes, after AB, I'm not going to take on 8. I'm first going to win that tempo with knight c3 on the bishop, yeah?
I think we should show that on the board because that's a really cool intermezzo that you're saying. You want Black to trade on your terms. You want Black to take on a1 so that your rook can slide over and take control of the open a file. You're developing with tempo, always a good idea in chess.
Yes, but I still believe that Black has basically solved all his problems. The big question is also that how much is this, for example, the planned idea by Nordebek? Yeah? We know that he's leading the tournament, and basically if he makes a draw against Magnus Carlsen, then only Vincent can catch him. Yeah? This is also kind of a very tricky spot. There is no reason for Nordebek to be taking too much risk in this game.
I just want to point out one thing for newer chess audience who might be like, wait a second, is this a glitch? Did the players just make an illegal move? It's not an illegal move. This is an en passant capture. It's called the streamer's move in chess. Very fancy, very stylish to make, where the white pawn is able to capture a pawn is able to capture the other pawn in certain situations when there is a move 2 steps up, like we see in this one, pawns next to each other, and then suddenly you can go a takes b6. This is the en passant. Read up on it. It's a move that is often missed in online chess.
Really? Wow. Okay, I'm always paying attention to all kinds of en passant simply because the name is already so intriguing. I loved it as a child whenever they told me. And look at this. Magnus Carlsen is taking his time. He's not playing a takes b6. The reason why he's doing it, and he took cb6 because he knows that he needs to win this game to try to win the round robin stage of the tournament. So he's taking immense risks. Yeah, he's spoiling his structure. I'm not liking it. He did not like it either, but he simply believes that he has to try to win this game at all costs.
And when you want to try to win the game, you are looking for imbalances, but is this a double-edged sword and can this backfire for Magnus?
Absolutely it can, and it's not a move that he was happy to play. And I believe he should have just played this endgame, which could have arisen after a takes b6. Instead of the c takes b6, knight c3 was played. And I feel like the next moves are pretty natural for white. So queen a3 or queen a2 looks very sensible to immediately put pressure on this pawn on a7, which is now a target for the white pieces. And we should not forget about the bishop here all the way back on g1 as well, pointing towards the pawn on b6. So if you ever move this pawn, then this pawn is also attacked. And there's a direct question now what to do about the threat of rook a1. So I'm not a fan, the engine is not a fan, Peter is not a fan, and Nordebek is probably quite happy to see this development. He was expecting a takes b6 and maybe try to play a slightly better endgame, and now he has the better structure, and the next few moves should be fairly logical. Queen a3, rook a1, maybe move the bishop so you can castle short eventually. That seems sensible and a comfortable position for white.
All right, Nordebek Abdusattorov with a reasonable start out of the opening. He's managed to get his queen out as well on the open file. Magnus taking a lot of risks to create winning chances. Let's zoom out, get a bird's eye view and overlook onto some of our other boards. And I see very similar ideas employed on a certain other board. Gukesh against Vincent. Look at that. Vincent also going ahead with that a-pawn, and that's the extreme right board on your screens, where we see the a-pawn has gone down to a5. So a similar approach like Magnus by Vincent in this one. Meanwhile, on the extreme left board, a very different outcome where both players have actually found king safety on the king side.
Yeah, but I want to highlight, yeah, that if you just look at the evaluation bars, then you see that in every position white is kind of in control. The only game where suddenly the evaluation bar is saying that black is maybe already fighting for advantage is where Fabiano has played my suggestion b2, b4. So I don't know if that was the reason why it backfired, was that this first move was a little bit too aggressive. In any case, this is the only game where black is doing really well.
Peter, I'm going to let you pick which one we deep dive into next.
Okay, maybe then Vincent, because we haven't been covering him so much. He is still on second position and he is still trying to challenge Abdusattorov. And we already have also this team, yeah, that we already discussed with the pawn on a5, just to highlight how did we get there. So g3, g6, f4, f5, the same position as in the Magnus game. a4, d5, that's kind of a shocking move because this is some kind of a stone wall structure, yeah, with this e5 square, quite weak, the dark squares. Vincent immediately grabbing space, again creating the same trouble for black's queen on a8. Gukesh going for knight d6, Vincent going knight c3. All right, so trying to provoke c6, yeah, c6 played. Okay, so Gukesh is trying to get his knight to d7 and he says, he signals that, you know what, if I get knight d7 and I'm controlling the e5 square, yeah, I might have later the potential of breaking the structure with e5. And let's forget about the queen on a8, everything else is perfectly placed, yeah, so it's a very tricky situation. I see some ideas from white that maybe somewhere to activate that queen with queen a3. It of course can step eventually into some knight c4, but I'm just highlighting ideas because this is white's trump, yeah, that his queen is more active than black's.
What do you mean forget about the queen? No one puts the queen in the corner, Peter. I don't think the players can afford to forget about it for too long. And I do like what you pointed out about Vincent's ability to actually activate from a3. Not only is it a more active square, it actually fights against black's primary idea of breaking in with e5 by putting pressure along the diagonal, pinning that knight to that f8 rook. Also, I want to point out that that white knight from e1 can actually jump on to either d3 or via f3 to that key e5 square. I'm really liking the stronghold that Vincent so far has managed to create in this position against Gukesh. It's early days, but I think a pleasant outcome for Vincent.
Yeah, probably, but it very much depends on the next couple of moves. Yeah, if white will be able to get everything he wants from the position, then it will be nice. If Gukesh will be the one who gets the harmony and gets a good break in, then things can turn. What I like from both players that they are taking their time. Look at this, it's only move 5. They have already invested more than 6 minutes because it's so essential and they are so quick, they can handle many situations with the 10 seconds increment. I really like this approach of making sure that you first control things.
All right, we will keep our eyes on this game. It, again, is just the start. It's just the beginning of, well, we are on move number 5. Things will get heated up eventually. But Nicholas, I want to turn over to you. As we see the opening phase develop in these games, what has caught your attention?
Well, one thing we can mention quite briefly, that Firouzja and Ding are absolutely racing through the game. So they have already reached an endgame, and it seems that this game will end in a draw very, very soon. Probably Ding will try to trade the remaining pair of rooks with rook a7 now, and the opposite colored bishop endgame will be a draw. So both of these players seem to be fine going for a draw, and they did not waste a lot of time really racing through the moves here. So we're not going to focus on this game. And, well, I would like to go back to the game between Abdusattorov and Magnus, because it is definitely one of the more interesting ones and also very relevant for the standings, because we have the leader, Abdusattorov, taking on Magnus Carlsen, who's 1 point behind him and could potentially catch him. So knight a4 was just played, and there's the threat now. Well, actually the knight was taken. There's the threat to take this pawn on b6, which is a weakness. So Carlsen took on a4. But this is a move you're really not happy to play, to leave this light squared bishop, the bishop on h1, without a counterpart so that white can take control of the light squares. The engine doesn't improve, wanted to see b5, but also not a move you're happy to play. And I think it all goes back to the decision of Carlsen earlier to take back with the c-pawn on b6, which is now causing him some troubles. So now b5 was played, the queen can drop back to b3 or maybe give a check. White has the bishop pair, solid position, no weaknesses. This is looking good for Nordebek, Peter.
Yeah, looking very good, and I would like to just quickly come back to the moment that we left off. Yeah, so knight c3, bishop c6, and you highlighted this very powerful idea of moving the queen and then targeting that a7 pawn quickly. And look at this. This is exactly what Nordebek has done. And also after a6, he's going immediately after the weakness. Yeah, he just does not give Magnus the time to somehow stabilize things. It's clearly not a happy choice giving up the bishop. b5, queen a5, check, king e8. Now, this king can never castle anymore. Yeah, the king has moved, so we can forget about all those magic moments that Magnus was turning the tables in some of his other games with short castles. And yeah, the Ding-Carlsen and Alireza Firouzja game has ended. No surprise there, this opposite colored bishop endgame looked dead draw. Ding-Carlsen gets his first draw. Psychologically, maybe it's very important for him before the knockout stages. Starting from tomorrow, I really hope, and I think everyone is rooting for Ding. We want to see the real Ding.
That's definitely a sigh of relief for world champion Ding-Carlsen there, getting that half point, just finishing the day off, getting ready for tomorrow. But this position, really interesting, as you pointed out, that with that last move, Magnus loses the right to castle for the rest of the game. In freestyle chess, the king and the rook should not have moved for them to be able to legally castle. Nordebek, very impressive play. First, he puts pressure on that a7 weakness, forces Magnus to push it, and then changes his attention to the b6 weakness, further forcing Magnus to push the pawn to b5, creating these dark square holes that we're seeing on the queen side, which allowed Nordebek to get to Magnus's king. Now he places his bishop on a really nice diagonal, making sure that Magnus's bishop from h8 can't start targeting the b2 pawn. There are ideas now, with that bishop on h1 being defended with the rook on f1, there are suddenly threats of knight jumps, of discovered attack on black's queen. To me, it looks like Nordebek has played this clinically so far.
Yes, yeah, Magnus is jumping with his knight to e4. Yeah, probably he had to do it. But it's looking simply terrible for black. The good news for Magnus that after bishop takes h8, rook takes h8, otherwise one could argue that he's losing the right to castle. He already lost that right with his previous move king e8. Yeah, so that's already not something he really has to watch out for. But it's terrible. It's just a very sad position.
But Peter, does he need to watch out for ideas of kicking that knight out from e4 and then some kind of a discovered attack? I'm looking at the line after the trade that you're pointing out. Yes. Can I just push the d pawn? I'm targeting your knight, and I'm just trying to find if there's a good knight jump. First question to Magnus would be, where do you retreat with your knight?
Yeah, that's already a very unpleasant question. Well, knight f6 would be the most natural move. On the other hand, the knight was coming from f6, but we can also argue that, okay, but the primary aim was to eliminate that monster bishop from d4. So knight f6 could be a move. Knight c5 could be some kind of a move in order to try to protect that pawn with the knight on c5 so that we will be able to try to develop the other knight. But watch out, with knight c5, knight c6 construction, suddenly a move queen c3 comes with a double attack, hitting the rook and hitting that knight on c5. Let's just put it on the board, for example, knight c5.
Let's move the knight g5, knight c6.
Yes, knight g5, knight c6, and then oops, queen c3. And suddenly we win the game on the spot. So there are all kinds of craziness, all kinds of tactical possibilities looming in the air. So that's why my feeling would be that after d3, let me just go back to f6 and then maybe try to trade queens with queen c7. But this is already acknowledging that c takes b6 went horribly wrong.
And look at Nordebek on the camera. Just look at his determination. He knows that he's managed, well, at least the opening battle has gone in Nordebek's favor. And now I don't think he does. Okay, part one, bishops have been traded off. Magnus recaptures. Is Nordebek going to go for this approach that we're pointing out, or does he have another plan? I do like the move d3. It feels very natural to push this knight out of e4. and then you try to think, do you jump in with your knight? Do you continue with perhaps finding a better square for your rook to f1? Let me also point out there are ideas of rook e1 and e4 eventually later on in the game. But of course, the first big thing that white would be thinking about is tactics along the diagonal. We've been discussing this position, Niklas, and d3 on the board. Have we been on the right track?
Absolutely, and this is natural and strong, kicking the knight out from the wonderful square here on e4. The knight has to drop back somewhere, let's say to f6. And it seems there's no immediate advantage of doing a discovered attack along the long diagonal by moving the knight from f3. You could play knight e5. You could also play a slow move like c3, so the pawn is not attacked anymore, and you're preparing castle. So for example, let's say black cannot castle anymore, so black plays like this, we can go castle, and now we have reached a somewhat normal position. At least white is looking somewhat normal. Black is still looking a little bit strange. There's this weakness here on a6, there's a strong bishop, white has a better center control. This is all looking very comfortable for Nordicbeck, and I think we're going to head in this direction. Yeah, knight f6 was played, so c3 or maybe also knight e5. Good options for white, and Nordicbeck is having a clear advantage and looking good. Peter.
Yes, he is leading the tournament. Yeah, basically the reason why Magnus played that strategically very risky and terrible move c takes b6 was based on the tournament situation, heavily backfired, because looking at this position, well, if Magnus plays perfectly, does not make any mistake, and somehow will be able to, yeah, knight d4 is played, able to hold this position is already kind of an achievement from this position. But why did he ended up in this? Because he did not want to play the simple symmetrical endgame, which would most probably have led to a draw. So lot of mind games here. Magnus, we also know that in the previous game he missed that big chance against Fabiano. He has slowed down. Okay, it's still torture time. Just to let me highlight one thing. c3, king d2, eventually knight c2, knight b4, targeting that a6 pawn. How do you protect that? Once I set up something like this, king d2 already played, we are also ready to double on the a file. This is, don't be fooled, guys, that the queens are traded off, so black's problems are over. No, it's a very unpleasant endgame.
It's the kind of position, if Magnus Carlsen's playing with the white pieces, we think, oh my god, black is busted here. This is such a Magnus position. We're going to see another Magnus endgame. But can Nordicbeck actually convert this? Can he show that kind of technique that's required to bring down Magnus in Magnus's style here? Because that's the level of chess that will be required. You're pointing out all the trumps in white's position. Meanwhile, Magnus trying to improve his own king, getting that rook.
And look at this.
Peter, your idea, great call there. And great rerouting and understanding of where the pieces belong by Nordicbeck as well. He figured this is the weakness that you want to get to. He brings the knight from f3 to d4, retreats only to go forward, striking on Magnus's queenside weaknesses. Meanwhile, look at white's pawn structure. There's nothing. There's no target for black.
Exactly. Let's just highlight this. What a lovely construction. No weaknesses. The bishop on h1 is already beautifully placed, and there is this clear target. I want to see him. Yeah, look at this. Look at Magnus on the camera. He's disgusted. Yeah, he hates this position because there is no active counterplay. There is also no clear way of protecting that pawn. He can just lose this game without any fight. He needs some incredible defense. But where is the defense?
And you're pointing that out because, yes, you can move one rook to a7 to defend it, but when there'll be three attackers, when white's second rook from f1 will join the a rank, the a file, black will not be in time to bring his own rook to the defense because the knight from b8 can't move ahead. You will lose the a6 pawn. The knight from b4 will be guarding the c6 square, so black will never be able to do a rank defense. This looks like an endgame. That's a lot of arrows on our board, Peter. But I think it just explains the essence of the position. Magnus Carlsen is in trouble.
And look at the camera.
You can just see it on him.
Yeah, no, he's just so frustrated, yeah, because he took that decision. He knew, he spent like the only time that he spent during the game was almost like c takes b6, that yes, I should try it, don't like it, I hate it. It's not my style, not to spoil my pawn structure, but yeah, I have to try to play for a win. And here is the result. He's suffering.
And it's going to be quite a long suffering for Magnus Carlsen. Will Nordbeck be able to grind this one out? We will zoom out from this. It's an endgame. Magnus is going to put up resistance. It's never easy against him. Let's bring up our bird's eye view and check in with our other action as we zoom out of this position. And we've already had a result. Alireza versus Ding has ended in a draw. And while we bring up that bird's eye view, Peter, is there a game that catches your attention? There it is.
Well, actually, I was still so much focused on this endgame that I did spot some ideas for Abdusattorov how to break Black's construction. But okay, let's focus now on the other games. So my main question is, of course, in Vincent's game, because this is kind of very important. Yeah, if Vincent wins, but if Abdusattorov wins, that would increase the pressure on both these guys. At the same time, Gukesh is trying to bounce back as well after having a tough day. Let's check out what happens in this game between the two jacks, the two incredibly young players who has stunned us so far in this event.
And this is the live board. Vincent playing with the white pieces. Got a lot of... We've been focused so much on the Magnus position where pieces have been traded off, the A-file's open. This is such a complex position. Not a single trade has happened yet. Not a single pawn is off the board. All the pieces on the board. The dark squares look like gaping weaknesses here. White's knights jumping into E5. To me, it just looks like this stonewall kind of structure that Black was aiming at, that Gukesh wanted. I don't think it's working out in his favor. Notice how this pawn on D3 takes away... The pawn on D3 takes away some key squares from this from the Black knight right now. The only thing in Gukesh's favor is this long diagonal in this position. But White can simply sidestep this queen. I'm liking Vincent's position. Nicholas, break this down for us. Too many pieces and pawns.
Yeah, not a single trade, as you mentioned, and White has a very nice grip on the dark squares, and certainly his idea is to play bishop d4 next to trade off the one defender, or one important defender of the dark squares, this bishop in the corner, which is also right now pinning the knight. However, the computer is not that unhappy with the position. It says, for example, let's go bishop f7, bishop d4, and let's trade. Knight takes, let me play castle, let me organize my pieces. And in fact, it is not that bad. There are potential breaks, e5, c5 looming in the air. And yes, it looks ugly, but according to the computer, it's
Can
still...
White go g4 here? Or is that crazy?
g4.
It's probably you don't have enough pieces.
Yeah, maybe it's a bit early, but these breaks are definitely in the position to try, and you probably want to play f5 next?
Yes,
or?
but that was the idea. But the rook on f1 is pinned, and I just feel like White doesn't have enough firepower for the attack.
For now, it is too early, but this is definitely an idea. But it seems that maybe White has to take care of the king also first, or think about these breaks. And while it doesn't look pleasing optically, it's still very much okay for Black. So this is the current position. Now bishop f7 was played, makes a lot of sense, preparing short castle. The king jumps over the rook, and we will most likely see bishop d4, because what else to do here? Cannot just allow this pin. So we'll probably head down this line we just saw, and then the question is, can Vincent do something with the weaknesses in the position, or can Gukesh eliminate them or get enough active counterplay for it? Peter?
Yes, I have the same feelings because I'm a strategist. Yeah, I'm a positional player. So whenever I see a d4 square like this, like it happens in the game, the bishops are traded. Lovely knight on d4, the pawn on b4, this pawn on f4. But my feeling was also like this, that it's not a one-sided affair at all. First of all, the knight on c3 is doing absolutely nothing. The knight on c3 is out of the game. White's queen on a1 is not ideal, especially because it's blocked by the knight. Black will clearly play castles. Black has very clear-cut play, yeah, eventually somehow getting that rook c8, e7, e5 break in. And if after f takes e5, knight takes e5, or even rook takes e5, Black gets counterplay, most probably White will have to castle short. But this is a complex position. I can't just rely on this d4. I have this d4 square, I have dark square control, and I should be better. No, it's still a lot to play for.
A lot to play for, and we will keep an eye out on this one. But we have to rush over to perhaps what is the most important matchup of this round. Tournament leader so far, Nordebek Abdusattorov taking on Magnus Carlsen. And Peter, I had my eye out on that game. Nordebek has managed to win that a6 pawn with the exact plan that we were looking at. Magnus trying to create activity, but it all comes down to the fact that Nordebek's pawn structure is so compact. There are no weaknesses on the board. Knight g4 does have a threat, though, on the h-pawn. I'm expecting White to try to defend this pawn. He's first inviting maybe Black's knight to f2, but I feel that knight might get trapped. You don't want that. White will play h4 maybe eventually, defend that. But the big question is, how do you get out of that pin on the a file? Are you expecting b4 at some point?
Well, it's a very intriguing question because, yes, the move knight f2 is kind of risky, but I think it's probably the move that it's called for because I really want to hit that pawn. If you play h4, I will always have this eternal g4 square. And it would be very tempting just to play something like king e3, knight takes h3, and then trap it with rook h1. But then, what you highlighted, the knight on a6 is hanging. Yeah, there is this problem along the a file. And if we play b4, we are still not threatening. Okay, we have this knight c5, rook takes a5, knight b7 check stuff. But if we are losing the pawn on h3 in the meantime and Black is creating counterplay and it's on the board.
He goes for it. Magnus doesn't back down. He is inviting these tactics on the board. Provoking. Does Nordebek defend that h-pawn with h4, giving up some key squares? Or will we see this line followed up? Peter, maybe we can show it on the board. The idea, the drawback of going king e3.
Yes, okay, king e3, knight takes h3, and we would love to trap that knight with rook h1, but then we lose our knight on a6. That's not a good trade. Black is out of the woods.
And king f3, you don't have time because of g5.
g5, yes, exactly. We can't be simply trapping that knight so easily because Black has this g5. Okay, one could argue that then we play king g2, provoke g4, and then this knight is stuck forever.
What is happening? One knight there, one knight here?
Yeah, then we're gonna go b4, and then we're gonna slowly set up this. Maybe we even go d4 and then knight c5. Provoking rook takes a5, and we might even have the chance of taking ba. We get this extremely powerful passer. Looking at this position, I very much like this strategy.
And we've just kind of, you know, accidentally bumped into this position, making the moves and understanding them as they appear on the board. But Nordebek has to evaluate it from the current position. He has to perhaps understand.
And he played h4.
He didn't go for this line because it's really difficult to
And
evaluate.
knight h1, blitzed out by Magnus. Look at this.
Wow.
Immediately going for the rook endgame, a pawn down, but he wants to change the character of the position.
And I think you have to do it. You have to take that knight because you can't defend the g3 pawn. If you go for rook takes h1, Black wants, and let's just point that out, rook h1, you go in for a pure rook pawn ending, and let's say the rooks get traded off. Perhaps White has the time to strike with h5.
Yes, it's still a very unpleasant rook endgame, but knowing that the position was already very bad, and we see that Magnus actually was happy to toss this trick with knight h1, because if you are in a worse position, you want to change the course of the game. Yeah, you want to change the dynamic. And that horror scenario that eventually White gets time to play b4, d4, knight c5, and then forces Black to take on a5 and White gets that a pawn, that was too scary.
Yeah, and the dynamics that you were talking about, maybe we can quickly show it, because as the players are thinking, I just want to point out how Magnus has managed to change these dynamics and how he's jumped in with the knight, creating these chances. And perhaps, Nicholas, you can take us through how Nordebek won that a6 pawn and the ideas that Peter has been highlighting with b4, knight c5.
Yeah, let's take a step back and see how he has gotten into this wonderful position that he has right now. So going back to the moment after knight c2. So here, what the computer wanted, how the computer wanted to defend was to play actively. To go rook hc8, knight b4, and now play d5, give this pawn, but at least you have the option to get rid of this weakness by going b4, and White cannot take because the rook would infiltrate on the second rank. So White should play rook c1, defend the pawn, and White is up a pawn, but at least Black doesn't have any more glaring weaknesses. However, in the game after knight c2, rook a7, now here it slowly but surely went downhill for Magnus. Knight c6. Bishop takes, pawn takes. Here the pawn on a6 is dropping, plus you still have another pawn island here. You don't have an ideal structure. So this is making position really bad, as you can see with the engine evaluation. Now, after knight takes a6, knight g4, h3, Magnus is getting his trick in with knight h1. White also had other options here, b4, maybe king e3 as you talked about, maybe c4 as well, but he went for h4, knight h1 here once again. So did he take already?
Yes, this has happened. It's all on the board, h5.
All right, so he's going in the rook endgame. There were other options, but this rook endgame is also very, very nice for white. h5 was taken immediately, all right. G takes, h5, rook takes, rook a2, king c2, and rook a7. Well, there's the saying, all rook endgames are drawn, but this might be an exception to the saying. Of course, this is exaggeration anyway. However, here, not only is white a pawn up, but white also has a clearly better structure. Black has to stay passively, and this should give Nordebek very good winning chances and is probably objectively winning already. Peter, how do you see Nordebek's chances here?
Yes, it looks very promising. Pawn up, better pawn structure. The only issue is that, whenever we play king d2, black will go rook a2, targeting that b2 pawn. That's the only headache. Now, black also wants to go rook g7 when we can always retreat with the rook to h3. It's not an issue. And then already we will have the chance of bringing our own king probably to f3, guarding that g3 pawn, and then breaking with e4, creating a weakness on f5. And if black will be forced to take f takes e4 after e4, then after d takes e4, we will have the winning structure. Then white's kingside pawns are just marching forward with g4 like you are highlighting. So this is a simple strategical plan. The first question, the question is, however, that what is our first move? Do we strike with e4 immediately, or is it that little premature because our king is still not in the game? That's the thing what Abdusattorov is trying to figure out.
And he knows that he's close to taking down Magnus. He can smell the blood and he goes for it. It's e4 on the board. Abdusattorov is going for the direct attack, trying to create more weaknesses. Magnus not going to go down easy. He is counter-attacking the g3 pawn, taking advantage of the fact that the white king is still far away. We're getting moves in quickly. Nordebek uses the rook to defend, but that rook is also a very active one, always eyeing the h7 pawn. The next few moves are so easy for Nordebek.
Exactly.
Peter, your plan of just getting the king to the center, eventually getting it to defend the g pawn, freeing up his own rook.
Exactly, and after king f3, we're already settling rook h5, The rook is going back because the rook on h5 was perfect. We just had to take care of the g3 pawn. In such positions, patience is very important. You always have to ask which piece is not yet participating in the game. We have to activate the king. The king is coming towards the weakness. Magnus absolutely correctly tries to create some counterplay on the queen side with c5, and he's gonna go c4 next.
Yeah, because of the plan that you pointed out, it's impossible for black to just sit and wait passively. White will just steamroll his way to victory with this plan of attacking the f5 pawn eventually. So Magnus trying to imbalance the position, and Nordebek continues with the idea of activating the king. The king is arriving to e3. Is this the time for Magnus to strike on the queen side? Is he eyeing some break with c4 immediately? I think we're getting some moves in. No, Magnus is still thinking. Nicholas.
Yeah, he's pushing.
It's there. It's on the board. c4 on the board. How does Nordebek react here?
Well, let's have a look. I would like to go to another game in just a moment, but let us finish up our analysis there because we have some huge developments in Keimer against Gukesh. So let's have a look. c4. There are different approaches he can take here. He can still activate the king. He does take. That's also one possible continuation. Now king e3, activating the king further. And, well, it seems you cannot allow the king coming to d4 here. This would be very, very strong. So king c5 seems sensible, but now the exact idea that Peter was talking about, the king defends the pawn. Now the rook is freed to attack the black pawns, the pawn on f5, maybe the pawn on e6. And it seems to me that white has excellent winning chances here. All right, should we go over to the other game? Because the position is completely blown up in Keimer against Gukesh. In this position, we're expecting the trade, and this also happened. Now we expect the black castles and solidifies, then maybe goes for a break. Instead, Gukesh went for the break right away, going e5, and that was too early. That was premature with the king still in the center. And Vincent showed very nicely why it was too early, because he made a break on his own, e4, very, very strong, opening up the position. And after d takes e4, maybe quite a shocker to Gukesh, not the pawn took back, that would be also good, but even more powerful was knight takes e4. And now Gukesh is in a lot of trouble. As you can see, white is winning. The move f takes e4 would be answered by knight e6 check, and suddenly everything works perfectly for white. The rook is opened up, the queen is opened up. If you take this knight, then the rook takes the rook on f8 with check. There's a trade on c8, and then in the end I'm going to pick up the knight on e5, and if we count material, white is up an exchange. So after knight takes e4, you cannot really take this knight with the pawn. If you take it with the knight, then d takes e4, and again the pressure here on the center. And let's not forget, white can castle at any point. The king and the rook haven't moved. It's the same for black. However, especially the queen is much better placed here, exerting pressure on the long diagonal, and it seems that Gukesh is in a lot of trouble. What a turnaround here in this game, or not a turnaround, but what a change of events in this game, Tanya.
Absolutely. Really exciting battle in this one. Complete tactics with the kings in the center. But we have to rush back to the Magnus Nordebek matchup. We've got the moves coming in, and this could decide the player who finishes at the top of the round robin. And it looks like Magnus has managed to create counterplay, Peter.
Yes, but how much is it? Is it enough?
Also, I just want to quickly go through how we got here. Maybe you can just start from that moment when c4 happened, and it was right here we left it.
Yes, king f3, rook d7, yeah, black gets active. E takes f5, e takes f5, rook h5, very natural, very normal. Rook d3 check, king g2 check, king h3. We see the evaluation bar hates this move, king h3, but it's the most natural. I mean, if you ask a human, what do you do? Of course, I play king h3. So I will not dare to criticize this move. Rook takes b2. And now the question, how do we pick up? Because rook takes f5, yeah, on the board, it's so tempting, yeah, that we are simply hitting that pawn, forcing black's king back to d6. But the c3 pawn is kind of falling. There is no way of protecting that pawn, because if white plays rook e5, rook e3, then there might be rook d2, rook d3 ideas with counterplay. And usually if we are technically winning, we are not really enjoying if we have to start calculating some crazy pawn races with rook h5, rook c2. Let me even get it on the board. For example, rook c2, rook takes h7, rook takes c3. One feels that this pawn is advanced. Black will have this extra tempo with rook c1, c3. Black's king is perfectly placed, so white will even have to lose some time to get the rook behind the pawn. These are very good drawing chances. For Vincent, actually, it would be very important if Magnus holds this position, then he would be tying with Abdusattorov. There are so many crazy scenarios here. On the board, rook e5, rook d2.
It's incredible the kind of resistance that Magnus has put up in this game. It just felt like white had the steamrolling plan in the center, but finding c5, c4, making a timely break, and there we have it. It will end up being a race between the pawns of Nordebek on the king side and that lone pawn of c4 once c3 is picked up. Rook d3 is coming in next, and perhaps that's why the move king to h3 that was played earlier felt wrong, because it takes the king away from the c-pawn.
Yeah, but the alternative was to bring the king back to the first rank. Yeah, everybody is told that never ever do that. Yeah, so it's crazy, and we are talking about rapid chess. You rely on your instincts, yeah, you play the move king h3 without any hesitation, yeah, and there you have the result. Yeah, suddenly black is back.
And Nordebek is back on the board as well. Look at that focus. It's under 4 minutes. Nodibek is up a pawn. We can see the evaluation bar saying that the position is level right now. But for the players, they have to fight this out. For Nodibek, he feels like he should be winning. There has to be something. And then suddenly you're faced with this situation where your opponent has an active plan. And psychologically, you have to adapt to the fact that how are you fighting c4? He's reaching out for the rook. He falls back. He's fighting c4 by attacking it. But this does invite Magnus's king forward. Goes in with rook e7. Rook d3 is still possible in the position.
Rook d3 is still possible, but this was very clever strategy by Abdusattorov, because when he picks up the a7 pawn, he will be immediately able to bring his rook back to c7. Magnus at the same time can say, but I got the king d5 tempo. Yeah, the king anyway should probably support the c pawn. Yeah, we're gonna see the race.
The race is on, and it was an intuitive decision. Nodibek is preempting an eventual sacrifice for this rook for the c-pawn, and then trying to get enough time to get his pawns on the king side rolling. That's why he provoked Black's king with a check to d5, so that eventually he can land with the rook to c7. And Peter, I think at this point, calculation is so difficult because you're down under 5 minutes. You kind of just have to rely a lot on your intuition in these positions.
Yes, however, humanly I would say that I would like to remove the evaluation bar and to say that I still feel that Magnus needs a miracle to survive this from a human perspective. Yeah, that pushing those two pawns are so much more natural. As you highlighted, the white rook gets behind the pawn. Rook e3, a very nice move. I think this is very key, because the point is that if white plays rook c7, black pushes c3, suddenly after f5 there are ideas like rook e4 check, king g5, rook c4, and that changes everything. Yeah, the move rook e3 is stunning, and look at this. Nodibek is not happy about Magnus finding this very strong move.
Well, earlier Nicholas said all rook pawn endings are a draw. It feels like all rook pawn endings are so rich and complex and difficult. And very often players might feel that, you know, oh, this is a rook pawn ending, it's going to be a long, boring game. But actually, they can be so exciting and entertaining, and often a race.
Yeah, absolutely. For example, the reason why I'm highlighting that rook e3 is a stunning move, that it would have been so natural to just push the rook to c1 and push the pawns. But with king on g4, and we see the update after rook e3, that's why Nodibek gives the check. Yeah, seemingly losing a tempo, but he wants to step away from this c3, rook e4, rook c4 idea that I already highlighted. Now it's up to Magnus to decide where does he go with the king. So one of the strategies that sometimes asking questions to your opponent is so important, because Magnus has now, should I go king c6, hitting the rook? Yeah, he goes king c6. He could have also played king c5 or maybe even king e4. Yeah, but asking those questions.
And he wants to not take that much time, even though he's got 16 minutes on the clock, because he wants to put pressure on Nodibek's clock. The more time Magnus thinks, the more time Nodibek gets to think as well. So Magnus keeping one eye on the clock, full focus on the position. And I think the fact that Magnus is so much ahead on the clock is good news for him. It's really such a critical point in the position to have those extra minutes, and a difficult decision for Nodibek now, where to place his rook. Do you try to defend this pawn, eventually aiming at a sacrifice from, well, not an ideal passive square, but it does allow you, it gives you time to start pushing your own army.
Yes, but it comes at a cost. Yeah, that black gets also very quick counterplay. I'm feeling like Magnus is on the right track holding it, but still it's tricky, and the good news for him that he has the 16 minutes and Abdusattorov the 2, not vice versa.
Well, Peter, if you're down to 2 minutes on the clock, and you have to play more on intuition, I was going to ask you, but I think Nodibek is going to answer the question. He attacks the pawn, but he's inviting Magnus to step up with the king with a tempo.
Yes, but his last move was also rook d7 check, when basically black could have played king c5, so he's clearly setting up king c5, rook d8. Yeah, that's his idea. He definitely wants to make sure that his rook will not stay passive. The rook will start to target that pawn from behind. Magnus pushes c3.
Whoa!
Okay, also logical. Yeah, we see the evaluation bar saying this is almost like a decisive mistake, but you had the choice between king c5 and c3. He opts for c3.
Why is this so bad? Nodibek pushes his own pawn. He wants to go king f4 next, push this rook out. Magnus made a natural move c3, although king c5 to me just felt like an intuitive decision there. King f4 is a threat.
Because hang on, king c5, can we play? No, we can't play f6. No, we
Maybe you just go
move the
back
rook.
rook
Yeah.
d8.
We move the rook to d8 and
c2 is not possible because of the check.
yes, we still rely on the same defense. I think that it's really looking good for Nodirbek.
And Magnus slows down now. He played c3. I think he senses that it's kind of hard for him to set up his king and rooks in a position with this pawn assisting it ideally. Can he still go king c5? You go rook d8.
Yes. And then, okay,
Rook e4 check.
Before, yeah, we relied on this rook e4 check, but now f8 queen will be a check against the king on c5. That also could be quite a decisive factor, yeah, when we get into some pawn race. Maybe it's not time to jump to Nicholas for the final truths because we don't have time to speculate.
Nicholas, what's going on here?
Well, the engine is also not really sure what is going on. So before it said king c5 was the only drawing move, but if you make just a few more moves like rook d8 and c3, this is just a transposition. And now the bar is also getting bigger and bigger for white. So maybe the position was already anyway winning now for white. And it is very difficult to figure out, but what we can say for sure is that Nodirbek still has chances, and if he plays this accurately, he could end up still winning this game after all. So this is the current position. King c5 looks very logical. What else are you going to do? The rook goes all the way up. That also looks very sensible. And now the computer is suggesting a move like rook e1 to support slowly but surely going forward, but c2 is still not a threat because of rook c8. So I would say we can also push, keep pushing, f6. Rook f1 makes sense, king g5, but it seems to be too slow. It seems to be too slow. If we continue, king c4, g4, c2, this all looks very natural, king d3, and now king g6, only winning move, but also, again, very natural to continue pushing forward, and it seems black is probably one move too slow. If you continue this variation, rook takes, and now f7, rook f1, let's say, and g5, king goes back, king g7, and here, well, king e5, and we don't promote already because the rook takes, king f5, so g6, and then in the next move, white is going to promote rook takes, king takes, and g7, g8 next. All right, we're very far from the game, so let's get back. But just as a sample line, and it seems to me that there is nothing that Magnus can really do against this. However, he's very tricky and resilient, so he will find some more ways to prompt a challenge. And you have to give credit to Nodirbek also to find this way to pose problems with the rook maneuvers. That was very, very impressive. Tanya.
Very impressive and done in just minutes, with just minutes on the clock. Magnus Carlsen in a deep think now after f5. And I think you really explained the basic concept of this position really well there, Nicholas. White wants to eventually, at the right moment, sacrifice the rook for the c-pawn, but it has to be done in time that the black rook and the black king cannot come to the defense of that f and the g-pawn queening. So there's so much calculation involved in these positions. King pawn endings, rook pawn endings. You have to have all of these different sacrifices in mind. The players taking their time. Meanwhile, a huge result coming in. Peter, Vincent scores a win against Gukesh. That's Gukesh's third loss today. He's lost all his 3 games, but this means Vincent leapfrogging into the standings. And now, depending on this game, on the result of Nodirbek, we'll have our final top position.
Yes, and Magnus just played the move king c5. So we have live action here, rook d8 played. And Magnus going for rook e4 check. Yeah, he will be relying on this rook c4 idea, or?
Did you see that speed with which Nodirbek played? Which just goes on to show that while Magnus was thinking about his move, Nodirbek was also calculating these lines.
Of course. Okay, you are calculating like crazy, like a maniac. And this is the point, that after rook c4, we're gonna go for a race with f6, c2, f7, and f8 check comes with a queen. And I believe that white will simply checkmate black's king. There is no way that black can survive that.
Point well taken, that in a queen and rook versus queen and rook position, the side that gives a check first is the side that will, in most cases, end up delivering a mate. And in this one, it will be Nodirbek, even though he's the one who queens one move later. But coming in with the check will be decisive. Magnus, how does he keep the game going? How will he keep fighting in this position? He's looking away.
Yeah, he's very upset. He might have felt like he had a chance there, yeah, because first it looked like it's a completely hopeless look endgame. Then out of nowhere he created chances, but real credit goes to Nodiebek. Yeah, when it looked like it's almost savable for Magnus, he's setting up all these problems. We don't know that objectively it was winning or not, but practically what Nodiebek has done was fantastic.
And it's not just the end game, right? From the very start of the game, from that one decision that Magnus took of recapturing on b6 with that c7 pawn, Nodiebek first played this strategic masterpiece, eventually winning one of the queenside pawns, going into this rook pawn ending, then striking in the center, seizing every opportunity, giving the checks at the right time, creating maximum pressure on Magnus. I have to say, another fantastic technique so far by Nodiebek.
Yeah, Nodiebek so far in this tournament, okay, anyway, he is very impressive, but what he has shown here, he's showing so many different skills, yeah? When it's required attacking, when it requires technical thing, when it requires some nice strategic way of punishing aggressive play by Alireza. In every single territory he has been shining.
All right, Peter, we're deep diving into this position and we're pointing out that queening immediately lands into trouble for Magnus because f8 is coming in with a check. Nicholas, I'm going to turn to you. I know that you're also deep diving into this position. Where are Magnus's best chances to save this?
Yes, there are definitely still chances for Magnus, and I think he should go for rook e5 here, pinning the pawn for now. And if white plays g4 or king g6, it doesn't really matter, to now play king c4 and to block checks from behind. So, for example, now rook c8 check, black can go rook c5, and now there would be a trade. And yes, now we once again have both sides queening. However, this time you don't lose immediately. Still, the position is lost, but there's still some chances in this queen endgame, which I believe is objectively...
And Nicholas, rook e5 on the board. Please continue, yeah.
Rook e5 was played. Magnus is very resilient. So this queen endgame should be winning for white, but still a lot of work to do, and Magnus will really try everything to make the task as difficult as possible. After rook e5, I'm not sure if there's any difference to king g6. I think also here king c4. Yeah, this all leads to the same queen endgame. No matter how we do it, it always leads to this queen endgame. So we might be in for a long game, guys. If we get this queen endgame, it could be easily another 50, 60, or 70 moves.
I would love to see it, Peter. I would love to see this played out till the very end, and I think we will see it reach that queen endgame. Magnus Carlsen is known as, well, not only the strongest player in the world, but especially when it comes to these queen endgames. He's won fantastic positions, saved them, but it was against a certain opponent. Nodiebek Abdusattorov, that he lost one of the most fantastic queen endgames that I have ever seen in my life. Peter, I think the players, they have that in their mind. You know what? This has happened before. It's a deja vu.
Yes, it was in the Warsaw 2021 World Rapid Championship. Yeah, when Nodiebek stunned the world by winning the title at the age of 17, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, just incredible. And yeah, okay, it's very intriguing to see. But Nodiebek goes for rook d1, he goes for the other approach.
Yes, that is stronger.
Yes, he wants to rely on the 2 pawns. He does not want to get into this queen endgame, which is always very drawish in, of course, good winning chances, but it's like the 50-50 kind of scenario. He relies on the pawns, he wants to sacrifice the rook and keep on pushing those pawns. King g6.
King g6 or king h6?
King g6
Both.
will be played.
Sorry?
Both, you can do both. Both win.
But humanly, of course, you do king g6. No one ever on the planet will play here the move king h6 unless it's a mouse slip.
I think the only thing that would make you play king h6 is that you feel it also leaves the g pawn open, but completely agree. King g6 is the hand move, especially with a minute and a half on the clock. The f pawn is coming. Magnus Carlsen in big trouble. Wins the rook, but he might be about to lose this game. f6, and now it's all about these 2 pawns. Black king is extremely far away from the defensive squares.
Yes, it's way too far. I do remember that Magnus actually shockingly survived against me one of these crazy positions. It was in 2008 rapid match in Miskolc against me, I was sure that my 2 pawns are queening, and he, like if here his rook could go to f4, and this rook on f4 somehow slowed down my 2 pawns, and his king was just in time to reach, and he played that like in 2 seconds, and I got a heart attack that the completely winning position actually just resulted in a draw. But his rook from e5 cannot jump to f4.
And it's such a bad square for the rook because the f5 square is also taken away by the g4 pawn. Once this pawn moves forward, it's just going to be difficult for black to actually defend it. So he had to move the rook away to a square where you can eventually come behind it, but it wastes a very crucial tempo for the king to start its march back.
Yes, now it's...
f7, can you win this immediately with f7?
f7, rook f3, king g7, king d3. G5, king e4, g6, and the king cannot, yes, the king cannot run further because then we queen the pawn.
And that's the calculation that Nordebek needs to do. The way he's played, he's definitely going to find this one, Peter. He starts with g5, but I don't think it changes anything.
I think it's also the most natural, and I also like to push those pawns combat. And king g f7, king g7, g6. Yeah, no reason to rush with any of the pawns. Yeah. f7, rook f3, king g7, and then g6.
Only move. Magnus Carlsen, he plays it. The king moves forward. Black's king not in time. Look at Nordebek blitzing his way to victory, and he does it. He takes the win against the GOAT. Wins the round robin, finishes at the top of the table in grand style.
Yes, absolutely. +4 undefeated in this field. And also when looking at his games, yeah, those results are absolutely justified. Okay, he was lucky to serve against Vincent in the very first game of today, but he has played incredible chess.
Just fantastic play there by Nordebek, start to finish in that game. We've got one more game remaining, so let's quickly...
No, just finished, but we don't know how.
Go to that action, and we are getting
Fabiano
an update.
has won against Levon.
Fabi with the white pieces takes the win. Let's just bring up the very last final position of the game. And it's right here. He's up in exchange, but also the black king. There isn't much to fight for. I think you could have gone king f8, but perhaps just a move like rook e1.
Yes, it's basically checkmate is coming, and white is also up material. Black has only 12 seconds left. Fabi finishing today on very high note, scoring 2.5 out of 3, if I'm not mistaken. With a +2 score, he finishes the event. He just shows that, yes, don't count me out.
Just unbelievable. Fabi finishing it off in style, but Nordebek, he's got to be the star of the moment. Not only winning it, but winning it with a final round victory against Magnus.
Yeah, and here we have the final standings, and look at this. 5.5 points out of 7 in this field, undefeated in Fischer Random, just incredible.
Just amazing. There's no opening preparation. It's all about the chess skill from move number 1. And Nordebek Abdusattorov scores a mammoth 5.5 points out of a possible 7, where you've got the world number 1 playing, where you've got the world number 2 playing. You've got the best players. You've got the world champion playing. All the rising stars. What an incredible performance it has been. A huge congratulations. But Peter, the real stuff, the big stuff, comes up tomorrow.
Exactly, it starts tomorrow, and also big congratulations to Vincent on this fantastic performance, basically scoring 5 out of 7 in this field and then finally not winning the round robin. It's kind of also shocking, but as I said, kudos to Nordebek. He has played some incredible chess and he has won it absolutely deservedly.
And if we can just have our standings up on the screen one more time, because that does determine our pairings going into the classical time format, the knockout stage. Nordebek has taken down world number 1 in the last round, and he starts the first round against the world champion tomorrow. It will be the first player against number 8. That's Nordebek against Ding. Vincent will play against Levon, and so on and so forth. Fabi against Gukesh, and we once again get the very spicy Alireza versus Magnus.
Yes, incredible. I mean, what a matchup. And here comes also the catch that let's not rule out Ding-Liren. Yeah, there could even be this shocking comeback by Ding-Liren and knocking out Abdusattorov, whom we have been praising like the player of the round robin. The tournament is just starting.
It's just starting, but what a start it has been for the Uzbek phenom Nordibek Abdusattorov, finishing at the top of the leaderboard. Vincent with a great performance as well. He was so consistent. He finished day one at the top of the leaderboard and finishes it eventually on second position. So really good stability there shown by Vincent. Fabiano Caruana keeps the old guard going. He's the gatekeeper right there, finishing at third place. And once again, another youngster. Peter, in the round robin, in the rapid play of freestyle chess, it feels like the younger generation outperformed the established elite.
Yeah, absolutely. We have been seeing that, yeah, at least Fabiano has saved the honor of the Kings. Yeah, the only player finishing in plus score. Yeah, Magnus had his powerful moment, but that game that he did not convert against Fabiano went on to hunt him. He took extreme measures against Nordibek, making that C takes B6 structure, and then Abdusattorov just showed some brilliant technique. And yeah, Magnus was fighting, but the result was kind of almost certain that Nordibek will win this.
We're extremely excited because we are being joined by the man of the moment, Nordibek Abdusattorov. After that incredible last round victory, he's in the studio with us. Nordibek, congratulations, not only winning the round robin, but a really nice final round victory.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it was a very nice tournament for me. You know, everything went very smoothly. I had a couple of dangerous positions throughout the tournament, but overall my play was good, and yeah, I'm satisfied with my result.
How confident were you about this rook pawn ending at the very end against Magnus?
Yeah, I got.
Yeah, let's go there together so we can have a look. You took over very early on, and then somehow Magnus was fighting as he always does. Did you feel like it was slipping away from you at some point, or?
Yeah, we can start.
Where should we start?
Yeah, like from the first move, like.
From the first move?
Yeah, I mean here after A4.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I thought A5 is
sensible
natural,
move.
yes. But okay, I think Magnus wanted to unbalance the position, so he went knight F6.
Were you surprised about this moment?
Yeah, I mean AB looked natural, but obvious that White had a little bit advantage in the endgame, but yeah, after CB I immediately saw that after knight C3 he can't go bishop B7 because of knight B5, so he has to go bishop C6, which is already misplacing his bishop on C6, and knight is bad on B8, and your structure is weak. So yeah, I went queen A2.
Yeah, queen A2, and now the moves also flew pretty natural for you. Knight A4 was a nice move. He gave up the bishop, which he maybe shouldn't have done, and you go into this endgame soon. And the endgame just looked really, really good for you. If you jump to this moment, really instructive how you regroup the knight to C2 and to B4. And,
the engine doesn't approve that, but okay.
Well, okay, but for him it was very difficult to
very
defend.
difficult, yes.
And then we get into this rook endgame, which I guess you were happy to go in. You saw this move, knight H1, coming in here, or how was it for you?
Yeah, I kind of saw knight H1, but I thought, rook endgame should be winning for me, just healthy pawn up, and, I have a breakthrough with H5. So, I also considered, instead of H4, king E3.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Knight takes?
Yeah, takes, and apparently knight D1 is also.
Knight D1 is there,
yeah.
But we actually looked at something similar. King F3.
Yeah.
We looked at this exactly to have
but
the knight
I
stuck.
wasn't sure. After GF, king H3, rook G8,
Oh,
black gets,
rook G8. Wow.
Black gets counterplay, and I didn't like this.
The idea is after GF, the
rook
rook,
G7
and then suddenly it's a draw already because all the pieces are on the other side of the board.
Yeah, so
I guess it would
H4
be
is
possible
natural.
to play. To play this kind of idea in a different way. But anyway, what you did with H4 was also good.
Yeah.
Then in this endgame, did you feel like at any point it was a draw? Even the engine wasn't sure about it.
Yeah. I wasn't sure at all about what am I doing. So, after we get to the point that I took on F5, he took on B2.
So here,
yeah.
Rook H5.
Rook E2,
Here
yeah.
the engine wants to go King F2 or King E2 even
King E2.
immediately. King E2
just
and play this position. But well, it's not obvious
yeah,
that this
it's
is
not
winning
obvious,
at all,
yeah.
yeah?
Yeah.
So you...
No, I wasn't sure at all. Like during the game, I thought, I messed it up, and I have to.
We thought so too, but then you just played really, really nice rook maneuvers here, rook e4, and then coming up here. And honestly, I think it would require maybe a deeper analysis because Magnus was playing all of the right moves. And here, another really nice check by you. You really found some very precise moves. And I believe here actually... No, it is actually we check King c5. It is also losing. The engine doesn't even realize yet.
Okay.
So maybe it was winning all the way, yes. So this would require a deeper analysis. But one can say that this was quite a convincing win for you against Magnus. And a really, really strong finish to the tournament, obviously. What do you think was your secret today, or in this round robin that you played so well? +5 against this field is amazing.
Yeah, I didn't expect myself to perform that well, but yeah, everything went smoothly. I scored 4 victories and made it 3 draws. Yeah. It's like dream performance for me. Yeah, but besides, it's important to note that this round robin is makes a little bit, it does make a little bit sense, in. So yeah,
it's a warm up.
Yeah, it's a warm up. Yes, it's a rapid. It's everybody is not fully into it. So yeah, I think tomorrow will be the first serious day. Yeah.
So you're playing against Liren, who had an absolutely terrible tournament, half a point out of 7.
Yeah.
So you're going to play against him now. What are your feelings about that?
No, I feel very bad for him. It's just. I think he's playing well, but he's just something is
off.
Something is off. Yes,
things are not going right.
Yeah, even I can say that in my game against him, I got an advantage after opening, like big advantage, and then we played on, and at some point he started to play really well and defended, found the defensive resources, and apparently objectively position was like equal, but then after a couple of moves he just blunders and just falls apart. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it happens. Yeah, but I think it's going to be tough match. So yeah, really looking forward.
Right, great, awesome. Tanya and Peter, do you have any questions for our winner of the round robin here?
Yeah, Nordebek, it was a great round robin for you. And also, I was thinking about the 22 Fisher Random World Championship, where you had a really good run until the semifinals. Tell us about your thoughts about this format, about freestyle chess. Do you enjoy it?
Yeah, I enjoy it very much. There is so much unexplored in chess. We are just enjoying. Especially analyzing with Fabiano. We are analyzing together before the games because we have similar colors every round, and yeah, I just enjoy it very much. His insights, and ideas that we are finding in analysis. It's just really beautiful. So yeah, I just I appreciate for organizers to for making such exciting tournament. Yeah, it's just a dream tournament.
And Magnus has spoken about how freestyle chess takes away the opening element, the memorization of it. Is that something that you also like, that there is no opening, or do you think you're okay with the opening preparations coming on?
Yeah, I think in chess 960 we play much better, middle game, because we have if we have lots of analysis in classical chess. So in Fischer Random there are we just playing freestyling ourselves, and I think we are also saving energy, not preparing. So it makes the game very interesting, and I think the quality of players was very high, I think, in round robin.
It was really cool to watch, and just I was wondering, yesterday we saw all of you analyze together before the start of the game when you have these 10 minutes when the position's revealed. But today, you guys were nowhere to be found. What was happening between those 10 minutes? Where were the players?
Yeah, we were analyzing.
Oh.
In the booth this time.
Yeah.
So, okay. So we couldn't see.
Yeah.
We couldn't see, so you guys were still analyzing. That's good to know. What do you think about that? Do you think that it's a good idea to get these 10 minutes of discussion in?
Yeah, of course, just to get the feeling of the position, just looking at couple of moves, where to put the pieces. So yeah, I think it's a good idea.
Awesome. Peter?
Yeah, it has been fantastic to see. We were a little bit disappointed not be getting that live feed, while you guys were discussing, because one could sense the atmosphere, one could see that how much you guys are enjoying what you are doing, and we have seen it in your games, What really stood out for me watching your games, that against Alireza Firouzja, he was attacking you with his pawns, then beautifully understanding that you can give the center and then creating this counter-attack. Today you showed against Magnus some brilliant technique. I just want to congratulate you on this fantastic performance and hope that you continue in the same spirit, because we are just very big fans of your play.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Nodebek.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for coming in. Enjoy the rest of your day and good luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
We're so excited to see Nodebek back in action after his phenomenal performance in the round robin. 5.5 out of 7 points in this incredibly strong field of players. And there we see him finishing at the top of the leaderboard with Vincent at second position, which brings us to our pairings, Peter, for tomorrow. This makes it clear. We've discussed it earlier. And as Nodebek pointed out, he's going to be playing against Liren. Ding struggled in the round robin, but we can expect him to bounce back in the classical.
Absolutely, yeah. So it's also very nice to see Nodebek understanding the situation, that he shouldn't be getting euphoric. Yeah, it's fantastic that he showed such amazing chess. He has won the round robin. This is already, he's gaining tremendous prestige by winning the round robin, but now he has to forget everything that happened, take all the nice memories, but he will have to get ready psychologically to face a completely different Ding-Liren. And I love the way how he put it, that he thought like Ding-Liren just never got going, but he also had some good moments, and he's not underestimating him at all. I'm just basically enjoying everything that we are witnessing, and I can't wait for the classical portion. We have been seeing that the players investing time, coming up with genius ideas, brilliant first little moves, that kind of, what was Magnus's stuff, this G3 Queen G2, sensational stuff. We haven't seen it coming at all. I want to see many of those moments.
And the GOAT did finish at number 5 in the final standings of the round robin. So there's a lot for him to prove as well going into the classical knockout phase of the freestyle chess. We will be back tomorrow with that action. But before we sign off, Nicholas, I'm going to leave the floor open to you one more time for your thoughts on the action of the day and the final eventual result of the round robins.
Thank you. Yeah, today we saw once again the Jacks, the young players, playing really amazing Jack, amazing chess. Nodebek Abdusattorov winning, Vincent second place. So of course we're also happy about that, as the Germans here rooting for him, of course. And we saw that Magnus Carlsen has not been dominant in this format, at least today, in the rapid chess. So he'll be trying to come back, but it will not be easy against Firouzja. And I'm really really looking forward to the matchups tomorrow and getting into classical chess, because freestyle chess is so difficult, so complicated. It really deserves to be played with a long time control. And this will be the first time ever, I believe, that this Fischer random chess, freestyle chess, is played on the highest level with a long time control. And I'm really looking forward to see you all tomorrow and join us for an exciting day of action in the Weissenhaus Freestyle Chess Go Challenge.
And once more, we will leave you with the pairings that will be coming up. Peter, these are the final standings that do determine our matchups for tomorrow.
Yes, so let's go on over it one more time because it's Abdusattorov against Liren, it's Vincent against Aronian, it's Fabiano Caruana against Gukesh, and Alireza Firouzja against Magnus Carlsen. A stellar pairings. I can't really wait for the action to start. When is it starting? I mean, come on.
You just gotta wait a couple more hours like the rest of us, Peter, but we will be back for the first time ever. Freestyle chess will be played in the classical time control format. It is happening all at Weissenhaus, and we will see you tomorrow. It's a goodbye from us.
Bye-bye.